Chapter 1657. Killer Move, Blade of Nirvana. Moon Shade. The 9 Moons' Heavenly Emperor was a little surprised by Lin Ling's battle awareness. He let out a low roar and pointed the ancient flute in his hand. Icy mist filled the air and froze the shattered void. Boom! The 2 powerhouses collided, and the sky exploded. A terrifying force swept across the world, and then the 2 figures retreated. Your physical strength is not bad. If it weren't for my heaven-tier talent, your physical strength would have been enough to break through the ordinary origin energy. What a pity, what a pity. The 9 Moons' Heavenly Emperor's voice floated out. However, it was just a small test. I think so too. On the other side, Lin Ling waved his frozen arm and looked up. Such a terrifying collision, and it was just a test. Don't these 2 have a limit? The crowd's hearts exploded. They thought it was a battle of the pinnacle, but it was just a test. These 2 were indeed the strongest among the Silver Heavenly Emperors. The battle between the first and second place. Your physical strength is very strong, but unfortunately, my 9 force specializes in breaking through physical strength. It can transmit power to the void Yin. The 9 Moons' Heavenly Emperor's voice floated out again. Void Yin? In the 7 Emperors' world, the Spacetime Heavenly Emperor's face changed dramatically. He was also proficient in space origin energy, so he naturally knew what void Yin was. One had to know that in the void, the power was extremely mixed, and Yin Qi was one of them. If a martial artist could transmit power to the void Yin, it meant that any physical strength would be ineffective. At least in this world, no one could attack him, and all attacks would be transmitted to the depths of the void. The 9 Yin 9 Yang body is really abnormal. The Spacetime Heavenly Emperor muttered to himself. Unafraid of water and fire, unafraid of physical strength, what other power could break through? 9 Moon Sun. After the 9 Moons' Heavenly Emperor finished speaking, he took a step forward and turned into a wisp of green smoke, attacking Lin Ling. This time, he chose to attack in close range, and the surrounding world was still the 9 Yin 9 Yang world. From a certain perspective, he had frozen Lin Ling's space. Rumble. He pointed his flute, and a 1,000-mile-long pillar of fire shot towards Lin Ling. It was terrifying. Unafraid of fire and water, unafraid of the physical body. Is there really such a heaven-defying existence? At this moment, Lin Ling was twisting space to avoid the destructive flame energy. He was deep in thought. That was impossible. Although heaven and earth had a way of countering each other, there was no such thing as an invincible domain. The reason why he was invincible was only relatively speaking. If his God-Devil Overlord body reached the 7th stage, he could still injure Jiu Tiandi. This was because his tyrannical physical strength could hit Jiu Tiandi when Jiu Tiandi transmitted his power. Unfortunately, the current Lin Ling was only at the 6th level. Apart from physical strength, water and fire, I wonder if they are afraid of soul power. Lin Ling shouted in his heart. He twisted the space again and appeared on the other side. Looks like you can only run. Jiu Tiandi's voice rang out. It was as if he was the ruler of the world. Lin Ling is very strong, but he is obviously not a match for Jiu Tiandi. In this battle, Jiu Tiandi has used a powerful trump card that is even stronger than the rumors. Lin Ling can't win. Many people were watching the battle and knew that Lin Ling could only lose in the end. Yin-Yang fusion. Jiu Tiandi's body became ethereal. The ancient flute in his hand exploded with the power of ice and fire. It turned into millions of fire and ice pillars that attacked Lin Ling. Can you escape? Clearly, he had used his true strength and wanted Lin Ling to have nowhere to run. You said before that if no one stops you, you won't die. Do you still dare to say it now? Where is my second brother? Before you die, you have to tell me. The entire world was filled with Jiu Tiandi's voice. It was mighty and had an unparalleled majesty. In terms of realm, you are weaker than me. In terms of talent, you are even less than me. Your advantage is simply useless against me. Jiu Yang bloomed to the limit. The entire sky was sealed. The origin energy was extremely turbulent. It had actually reached the large success stage. With this kind of realm coupled with a terrifying heaven-grade talent, who in the mortal world would dare to underestimate Jiu Tiandi? Boundless Fire Dragon King. However, Lin Ling did not show any signs of panic. His face was still calm as he continued to attack with both hands. A large world of Fire Dragon Kings formed in front of him. This was also the large success stage of a Saint Rune martial art. However, when the Fire Dragon Kings wrapped around the pillars of ice and fire, the result was the same as before. This made many people shake their heads. Lin Ling's martial art was also very powerful and had reached the large success stage. However, the gap between talent and cultivation could not be filled. Blade of Nirvana. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling let out a low roar. Whoosh! The void seemed to be cut open. The hearts of all the warriors on the ground roared as if their souls were being attacked. The ancient powerhouses' faces changed drastically. Soul Force. Lin Ling had actually hidden his final trump card, Soul Force. The void was like the sea that was being cut open. From within, a sharp knife shot out. Its momentum was like thunder, shocking the world. Lin Ling had finally used his trump card. After defeating Jiu Tiandi, Lin Ling would be invincible among the silver-level heavenly emperors. Therefore, he would use his full strength. All the pillars of ice and fire were ineffective. A fatal sense of crisis rushed over, causing Jiu Tiandi's face to change drastically. Previously, he was still angrily shouting at Lin Ling, but now, he could not help but panic. Pa! He took a step forward. The origin energy of Jiu Yang carried him through the universe. He was avoiding the invisible and colorless soul force attack. Run! Do you think you can escape? Seeing Jiu Tiandi's figure flickering crazily, countless people thought of that sentence. However, that sentence was said by Jiu Tiandi. Therefore, when they saw Jiu Tiandi fleeing, they felt a sense of irony. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. No attack could stop the saber of Nirvana. Seeing that he could not avoid it, Jiu Tiandi's eyes revealed a crazed look. He suddenly slapped the ancient flute in his hand and raised it into the air. After doing this, he immediately revealed a pained expression. Clearly, if he wanted to avoid this terrifying trump card, he had to bear the pain and give up his beloved weapon. Abandon the rook to save the king. Pop! 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 Under countless gazes, the ancient flute in the sky bloomed with a gentle light. Circles of ripples bloomed, attracting the soul force knife. In the end, the two sides collided. However, it was clear that the ancient flute could not block the saber of Nirvana. However, the ancient flute had a spirit. Before it shattered, it swallowed all of the soul force. This unforeseen event caused Lin Ling's face to change drastically. He suddenly knew that although the soul force was a powerful trump card, it also had its flaws. For example, others' strategy of abandoning the rook to save the king did not clash with soul force. Instead, they used other methods to resist soul force. Of course, to block soul force, the treasures needed were extremely precious. As for Lin Ling, it would be difficult for him to recover his soul force in a short period of time. In today's battle, Lin Ling had benefited greatly. He had a better understanding of his own strength. So that's your strongest ability? Good. You hit it very deeply. Next, how do you plan on facing my anger? In the sky, the 9 yins and 9 yangs were even more majestic. Jiu Tiandi had his hands behind his back as he walked over. Anyone could hear the thick anger in his words. Chapter 1658. Breaking through Yin and Yang, Dragon Claw. Lin Ling also hid his strength very deeply. That soul power from before is probably at the 100th level. What a terrifying up-and-coming talent. If not for the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor's treasures, he would have fallen. But what a pity. Right now, Lin Ling no longer has the strength to fight. Those top experts all let out low growls. Many of them recognized Lin Ling's strength even more. However, this recognition was too late because Lin Ling was about to fall. Should we stop him? The space-time Heavenly Emperor frowned. Lin Ling's talent was so strong that the 7 emperors would not let Lin Ling fall here. Wait. Although the unhindered Heavenly Emperor was worried, he waved his hand. Lin Ling, you destroyed my ancient flute. Next, I want you to die for real. Cold. 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor's voice was extremely cold. Obviously, he was enraged. Just to kill Lin Ling, his beloved ancient flute was destroyed. How could he not be angry? You want me to die? How many times have you said that? You better prove it with your strength. Cold. On the other side, Lin Ling still did not show any signs of panic and replied indifferently. You're still so stubborn even when you're at death's door. I can tell you that your fire martial way is useless against me. Your physical strength is useless against me. Your hidden trump card has been used. You can't win at all. Come out, Yin-Yang diagram. Roar. The 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor roared to the sky. An ancient painting floated behind him. Yin and Yang were formed in the painting, forming Yin and Yang ice and fire. It floated out like a ghost fire. A terrifying pressure swept out, causing countless people's pupils to tremble fiercely. They sensed that it was the origin power of the peak realm. 9 Yin and 9 Yang. At the beginning, it was 1 Yin and 1 Yang. Then, with the Yin and Yang of heaven and earth, it slowly increased. With each increase in Yin and Yang, the strength would increase greatly. When it reached 9 Yin and 9 Yang, the Yin-Yang book would appear. This is the Xianyuan bloodline. Roar. An arrogant voice drifted out. It was Xianyuan Jiutian. Lin Ling had already used up all his trump cards, but the 9 Moon Celestial Arch was still hiding his most terrifying trump card. He had lost. Lin Ling was willing to die. No one believed that Lin Ling could still win. Even a gold-rank Heavenly Emperor would have to dodge when facing a Saint Rune martial art at the pinnacle. You can die now. As the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor struck out with his palms, the terrifying power of Yin and Yang wreaked havoc in space. The combination of Yin and Yang formed a peculiar ancient picture scroll that enveloped Lin Ling. Restraining me in all aspects? Fire didn't work, but physical strength didn't work either. The terrifying pressure was like the might of the heavens, blowing Lin Ling's long hair. But his handsome face was still calm. The corner of his mouth moved slightly. I don't believe it. You don't believe me? Many people frowned. Lin Ling did not believe that the 9 Moon Sky Emperor could restrain him. Didn't Lin Ling already test it before? Attack! Attack! Almost at the same time, the unhindered Heavenly Emperor coldly shouted. But just as he was about to save Lin Ling, a figure stopped him. It was Xianyuan Jiutian. Scram! Scram! He was overbearing and directly shouted angrily. The other experts immediately looked at the unhindered Heavenly Emperor with a sneer. The unhindered Heavenly Emperor wanted to save Lin Ling, but how could they let him do as he wished? The unhindered Heavenly Emperor coldly snorted. He knew that it would be difficult for him to attack. Pop! 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 At this moment, the sky was shattering and being swept by a mysterious power. The power of Yin and Yang was like a picture that enveloped Lin Ling from the sky. At this moment, Bai Yun Tiandi and the others clenched their fists. They were extremely nervous. They knew that the Nine-Moon Sky Emperor was Lin Ling's greatest opponent. What a terrifying guy. He actually made the Nine-Moon Sky Emperor use such power. Dugu Konglei smiled bitterly. He thought that Lin Ling was weaker than him, but reality told him that Lin Ling was already stronger than him because he could not make the Nine-Moon Sky Emperor use his strongest trump card. But it was a pity. Lin Ling's talent was terrifying, but he was still going to fall. This time, he should be dead. Compared to the nervous anticipation of the crowd, Princess Firecloud was even more nervous. Her body even trembled. She wanted to personally witness Lin Ling die in front of her. Boom! But at this moment, the fire began to boil. Under the yin and yang picture, the flames were like a dragon roaring and rushing into the sky with an unyielding will to break through the yin and yang. Unfortunately, this was just a dying struggle. Just like before, the power of 9 yin and 9 yang was still restraining Lin Ling's flames. Therefore, the Fire Dragon King became dimmer and dimmer, wrapped in the yin and yang picture. No one was surprised by this result. In terms of talent, Lin Ling was weaker. In terms of realm, Lin Ling was even weaker. Now, in terms of martial arts, Lin Ling was far behind. Boom! The picture finally fell, as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting. Everyone narrowed their eyes. The peak of Saint Rune martial arts, that power was too terrifying. He's dead. Someone muttered to himself, as if he could not believe what was happening in front of him. Why ask when you know the answer? Someone immediately sneered, because this was a very obvious matter. The Xianyuan family is not something you can provoke. At this moment, the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor stood in the sky with his hands behind his back, as if he was the ruler of the world. He had won this battle. The crowd finally let out cheers. Exciting, shocking, the strongest battle between the silver-level Heavenly Emperors was really amazing. However, the cheers did not last long. In the next moment, countless people heard the roar of a dragon. They saw that the ground covered by the yin and yang picture was trembling, and there was a fire burning. What? The 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor's face changed. He sensed that the fire did not belong to him. That meant that it belonged to Lin Ling. However, wasn't Lin Ling's fire ineffective against him? Rumble. The ground shook, and a tyrannical aura swept out, forming a fire storm that soared into the sky. Ah! A painful sound suddenly floated out from the ground. The yin and yang picture actually floated up. Upon closer inspection, a huge pillar of fire appeared below it, and it actually rushed up the yin and yang picture. Although it was slow, everyone could see that it was only a matter of time before it broke through the yin and yang picture. Can't he really restrain it? I don't believe it. Everyone recalled what Lin Ling had said before. Lin Ling didn't believe that the 9 yin and 9 yang could restrain his flames, so he used fire to resist. He would not turn back until he hit the mountain. But now, the fire seemed to be working. The peak of Saint Rune martial arts. In the distance, the unhindered Heavenly Emperor felt the terrifying aura and could not help but suck in a cold breath. No wonder the fire was so powerful. Rumble. The yin and yang picture slowly rose into the sky, as if the suppressed dragon god had broken free. Countless people saw that within the terrifying pillar of fire, a figure was letting out a painful sound, as if some seal was being undone. And once the seal was undone, something terrible seemed to happen. Lin Ling actually still has a trump card, and it's using fire to fight fire. In that instant, the crowd was even more shocked. No one expected that the one to be stunned in the end would be Lin Ling. Dragon soars into the universe. At that moment, a roar finally erupted, like a volcano soaring into the sky. A dragon flew out from the ground, soaring into the 9 heavens. Moreover, there were thousands of ghosts wailing, and the song of the Yellow Springs was being sung forever. Chapter 1659. Invincible Silver Heavenly Emperor Bang. The 9 Yang painting could not withstand the tyrannical power at this moment and turned into dust. And that huge pillar of fire that soared into the sky actually created a vacuum in the sky. The sky was filled with burning clouds, incomparably beautiful. The most terrifying thing was that the pillar of fire was like a dragon, continuing to grow larger, causing some of the heavenly emperor powerhouses near the pillar of fire to fall. That was the forbidden fire zone. Silence. The sky, the earth, and the crowd were dead silent, shocked by the power of that martial art. It could be said to be so terrifying. A peak-level St. Mark martial art, he actually knows it too. It's just that his talent is not as good as my third brother's. He shouldn't have destroyed the 9 Yang painting. Xianyuan Jiutian said with a frown. But although he said so, he also sensed that there was a terrifying pressure hidden in those flames. It seemed to be an existence that surpassed the heaven realm. Of course, that pressure was too weak, causing him to not know if it was an illusion or not. Pa! He took a step forward, wanting to help 9 Moon's Heavenly Emperor. Get lost. Unhindered Heavenly Emperor and Spacetime Heavenly Emperor blocked in front of him and roared. You dare to stop me? Xianyuan Jiutian frowned and said coldly. The human world's highest Deacon Hall is also watching this battle. You dare to make a move? Unhindered Heavenly Emperor replied coldly. His words made Xianyuan Jiutian's body tremble and retreat. His strength was not enough to fight against the human world's strongest giants. At this moment, under heaven and earth, everyone's eyes were attracted by the terrifying pillar of fire. And at this moment, a slender figure walked out of the flames. His long hair fluttered, his face cold. The most shocking thing was that his left hand was surging with flames. It seemed to be a dragon claw, and it had 5 claws. Dragon, a real dragon. That wisp of dragon's might, no one dared to violate it. As for the 5 claws, it was the god of dragons. Because ordinary dragons generally had 3 claws, this was the pool, river, and lake dragon god, while the 4 claws were the sea and mountain dragon god, and the 5 claws were the heavenly emperor dragon god. This guy, when did he use such a terrifying method? Staring at the flaming dragon claw, unhindered heavenly emperor also sucked in a cold breath. That dragon claw, even he felt a sense of dread. You said that I can't break your fire? A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. He took a step forward with a dragon claw in his hand. Like a dragon god descending, he pounced towards the 9 Moons Heavenly the Arch. At this moment, the 9 Moons Sky Emperor was frowning. Lin Ling was actually still hiding a trump card. Could it be that there was nothing this rising star could not do? Then, when he saw Lin Ling throw himself over, his mind immediately filled with fear. Mu Ran understood why Lin Ling said that immortal ancient heavenly emperor's intervention saved him, and not Lin Ling. It was because right now, he sensed a great life and death calamity approaching. Without another word, the 9 Moons Celestial the Arch retreated. At the same time, he constantly waved his hands, sending large amounts of 9 Yin and 9 Yang energy to stop Lin Ling. Unfortunately, it was too late to retreat now. Get lost. The 9 Yin and 9 Yang energy that could restrain Lin Ling before was now like paper. Lin Ling's left hand reached out, and the dragon claw swept out. Flames and dragon might roared, forming a terrifying flame storm that swept through the 9 Yin and 9 Yang energy. So powerful, the 9 Yin and 9 Yang energy can't restrain Lin Ling at all. Many people cried out in shock. The battle situation had been reversed by Lin Ling. In this battle of the strongest heavenly emperors, Lin Ling seemed to be turning defeat into victory. Run! Where can you run to? An extremely oppressive voice came from behind, causing the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor's expression to change once more. In the next moment, blazing flames appeared in front of him. Dragon might bloomed, causing his body to tremble. True dragon. The 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor stopped and spat out a sentence with difficulty. Originally, I didn't want to reveal this trump card, but you forced me to use it. The corners of Lin Ling's mouth moved slightly as he said indifferently. With a wave of his left hand, flames burned. Everywhere it passed, the 9 Yin and 9 Yang energy around the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor's body shattered. In the end, the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor's neck was grabbed by Lin Ling, as if a dragon had coiled around him. Restrain. Now, he still dared to say that he could restrain Lin Ling? The 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor's body continued to struggle. His feminine face was ferocious, but he could not resist the dragon claw. Didn't you ask me where your second brother is? Let me tell you, I really don't know. Lin Ling's eyes turned even colder. He reached out his right hand and ruthlessly slapped the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor in front of countless people. Pa! The 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor's teeth shattered, and his mouth was filled with blood. It's fine if you want to attack me, but why did you play with my brother? Most importantly, I didn't provoke you. In order to find out the whereabouts of your second brother, you wanted to kill me. Pa! Another slap was sent out, and the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor's face was swollen. You said that you are from the Xianyuan family and that you are a descendant of God. The way I see it, you are just a descendant of a defeated opponent. Pa! Another slap. You! In the distant crowd, Xianyuan Jiutian's face was extremely cold. Lin Ling had slapped his brother in front of everyone. He was simply courting death. If you have the ability, kill me. The 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor said with difficulty. You think I don't dare? Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. Since he started cultivating, what kind of ancient figure had he not seen before? Trying to threaten him? The 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor was not qualified. Seeing Lin Ling's smile, the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor's heart trembled. He had a feeling that Lin Ling really dared to kill him. Swallow it. Lin Ling shouted coldly again. The 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor's mouth was full of broken teeth. At this moment, he swallowed them all into his stomach. Seeing this scene, the crowd only felt their hearts tremble violently. Everything that had happened in front of them was too shocking. Lin Ling had actually defeated someone from the Xianyuan family and was invincible among the silver-rank Heavenly Emperors. Most importantly, he was now only a 6th-stage saint. If his cultivation level were to increase, when he reached the late stage of the Saint Rudiment realm, how strong would he be? Die! Die! Lin Ling did not show any mercy. His 5 claws fiercely clenched, like the might of an angry dragon. Then, under countless gazes, the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor's neck was crushed and his head fell directly to the ground. The number 1 silver-rank Heavenly Emperor was now Lin Ling. The entire world was silent. Dugukong Lei, Princess Wuxia, and the others looked at the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor's corpse falling from the sky. The shock in their hearts could not be any greater because they had watched Lin Ling grow up. In the past, Lin Ling was weaker than them. Now, they had to look up to Lin Ling. Even the gold-rank Heavenly Emperors had a strong sense of fear at this moment. In the mortal world, another powerful Heavenly Emperor had risen. It was Lin Ling from the 7 Emperors' heavens. Good, Big Brother 1. Big Brother. Little Flame, the 9 spirits of heaven, and the others were extremely excited because they knew what it meant for a silver-rank Heavenly Emperor to sweep through all. Chapter 1660. I'll be waiting for you. You're audacious. Kill. Xian Yuan Jiu Tian's voice spread in the air, it was filled with killing intent. However, he obviously wouldn't make a move. Because he knew that this battle was being watched by all, and he couldn't blame anyone for his death. Thank you for the compliment. Thank you. Lin Ling looked back at Xianyuan Jiutian and said nonchalantly. You can't kill a god's descendant, said Xian Yuan Jiu Tian gloomily. Only a bloodline with a long history. If it wasn't for the fact that you were lucky enough to save an outer realm cultivator and then devour his bloodline while he was seriously injured, your Xian Yuan family would only be an ordinary family. What descendant of God? You're just bragging. Lin Ling patted his clothes and laughed disdainfully. Boom. Xian Yuan Jiu Tian's heart was pounding. How did Lin Ling know the Xian Yuan clan's secret? Indeed, a long time ago, the Xian Yuan family had once saved a powerful cultivator from the outer realm. That powerful cultivator was seriously injured, but he managed to cultivate God's blood. The Xian Yuan family had evil intentions and took advantage of that powerful cultivator being seriously injured to kill him. They devoured that powerful cultivator and obtained the bloodline of a god. That was the Xian Yuan clan's secret. Nobody knew about it except for Lin Ling. For a moment, he fell silent. Lin Ling didn't bother about him anymore. The reason why he knew everything was because of his eye of time. One must know that in the Devil Cloud Cave, as long as the young sector lord walked past a place, some memories would appear in Lin Ling's mind. Among them were the memories of the Xianyuan family. There are 3 Xian cultivators in the human world. There are as many strong cultivators as there are clouds in the sky. There are 7 emperors in the world, Yungu Celestial Stage, Champion University, there are countless celestial emperors. Now, Silver Celestial Emperors, anyone can challenge me, who dares? Then, Lin Ling looked at the entire land. The dragon claw in his left hand seemed to be roaring, and his cold voice floated out. He remembered that many people were watching him make a fool of himself. Now, he wanted to see who could watch. The crowd remained silent. The battle had been spectacular and intense. Lin Ling's strength had already been recognized. They didn't dare fight him. You're just a silver-ranked celestial emperor. You're not qualified to be invincible. Don't be too arrogant, said a man from Champion University icily. Lin Ling, you don't need to worry about that, said Champion University. So, you want to fight? Lin Ling cast his gaze over, causing the man to frown. He took a step back and did not dare to speak anymore. He was not a gold-ranked heavenly emperor, how could he be a match for Lin Ling? How about I fight you? Within the rhythmic ancient immortal platform, the immortal ancient celestial emperor coldly spoke. Lin Ling was too arrogant, he found him to be an eyesore. You're already so old, don't you feel ashamed? What's more, they've already said that a silver celestial emperor can go up. Are you one? Is your skin really that thick? But if you really want to fight, I'll accompany you, said Celestial Emperor Zhong Mo smiling. He slowly walked forwards. The immortal ancient celestial emperor looked at Lin Ling icily and remained silent. The 3 legendary celestial emperors of the human world were gnashing their teeth. They didn't want to give up, but among the silver-ranked celestial emperors, nobody could compete with Lin Ling. Lin Ling was invincible. Princess Wuxia, I know you want me to die. Now you have the opportunity, do you dare kill me? When nobody said anything, Lin Ling looked at the crowd and asked a beautiful woman indifferently. Princess Wuxia looked glum. If Lin Ling hadn't defeated the 9 moon celestial emperors, she wouldn't have been afraid, but now she didn't dare. I can tell you that this is your best chance. If you miss this chance, you'll never be able to kill me, Lin Ling said again. Princess Wuxia still didn't say anything. She had a heavenly talent and her cultivation was higher than Lin Ling's. If she wanted to kill Lin Ling, it wouldn't be difficult on the surface. However, the 9 moon celestial emperors also had their own trump cards. The 9 moon celestial emperors were also defeated, so how could she have a chance? You don't dare? Very well, go back and tell the Fire Clan Emperor that I'll personally visit him soon and make him fulfill his promise. Lin Ling nodded and walked down from the sky. His blue robe was a ghastly sight at this moment. Lin Ling broke his promise to the Fire Clan and fought against the entire Xianhuang Daiyu, creating the first record in the human world. Now, he even threatened to personally go to the Fire Clan. How courageous! But that's what a real cultivator should be like. He's magnanimous, he dares to take responsibility for his actions. Although many people were dissatisfied with Lin Ling, there was no lack of people who worshipped Lin Ling. This was because this world was very realistic. Strength represented everything. With strength, one would be respected. Without a doubt, Lin Ling had left his name in the highest hall of the mortal world today. "I'll wait for you," said Princess Wuxia, smiling coldly. Lin Ling was insane. Surprisingly, he had dared come to the Fire Clan. She turned around and left. The others also looked at Lin Ling in a profound way and slowly left. They knew that Lin Ling was going to rise on that day. Remember, it's time to enter the demon world. The strong cultivators of the Jianghu celestial stage groaned coldly and left. Champion University did the same. Zhong Mo Tiandi and the others were all smiling. Lin Ling's battle had made the 7 emperors famous. "Lin Ling, come with me," said Spacetime Celestial Emperor, glancing around. He knew that it wasn't a good place to talk, so he left with the crowd. In the demon world, the demon chi was still vast and mighty. In the distance, the sky was dark and boundless. People didn't know where the limit was. This time, in order to complete the mission of the Deacon Palace, the 3 legendary celestial emperors of the human world had gathered there. They all had their own camps. The Demon Dang Mountain was the camp of the 7 emperors. A large number of people had gathered there, and many strong cultivators were guarding it. In the demon world, even if they had as many strong cultivators as the clouds, they still had to be careful. After Lin Ling and the others came back, they didn't attract much attention. Besides, as time passed, many celestial emperors of the Demon Dang Mountain arrived. At the foot of a mountain, Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged and practicing cultivation. Lin Ling had gained a lot from defeating Celestial Emperor Jianghu. He also knew how strong the strong cultivators of the human world were, because Celestial Emperor Jianghu had required him to use all his trump cards. What about the golden and diamond level cultivators? I broke through 2 levels in a row, my cultivation is slow. If I want to break through again, I need external stimuli. The godly demon tyrant emperor's body also improves very slowly. The effects of the half-saint's essence aren't that obvious anymore, said Lin Ling frowning. Lin Ling had taken too much of the half-saint's essence, so he had developed a resistance to it. It was like a pill. The first time he used it, the effects were obvious, the second time, the third time, and the fourth time, the effects were getting weaker and weaker. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to find materials to reforge the tyrannical song sword. Otherwise, my strength would have increased. I'm not used to not having the tyrannical song sword, said Lin Ling, shaking his head. Then, he calmed himself down and stabilized his cultivation. Chapter 1661. The origin of space. In the distance, several figures walked over. Lin Ling was familiar with 2 of them. They were the 9 spirits of heaven and Baiyun Tiandi. There were 2 other middle-aged men following behind them. Their strength was at the peak of the Saint Realm. They must be gold-grade heavenly emperors. Lin Ling quickly stood up and walked over with a smile. There are experts from the 7 emperors' heaven. They want us to prepare to seal the demon domain barrier. One of the middle-aged men smiled at Lin Ling and introduced himself. I am Heavenly Emperor Qing Yun. This is Heavenly Emperor Song Mu. As for Baiyun Tiandi, I don't think we need to introduce him. Greetings, seniors. Lin Ling bowed. Since the other party was very polite, Lin Ling would not neglect them. Hee, you are quite famous among the titled Heavenly Emperors. I heard that even the 7 emperors are full of praise for you. How can we be qualified to be your seniors? Heavenly Emperor Qing Yun waved his hand. In the world of martial Dao, one's strength was the deciding factor, not age. Hee, it's just a false reputation. Lin Ling smiled casually. Oh, that's right. In the past, I had a recommendation from the Black-White Dao Palace. Later on, I became a disciple of the 7 emperors. Lord Water Mist is my junior apprentice brother. The Green Cloud Heavenly Emperor spoke again, causing Lin Ling's eyes to narrow. So this person was one of them. Heavenly Emperor Song Mu is from the Black Sky Empire. He is also your friend. Heavenly Emperor Qing Yun said. The Xiantian dynasty was also one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. The one in charge of everything was Lord Pu. Now that Lord Pu had become Lin Ling's disciple, he was naturally one of them. Furthermore, Lin Ling still owed Lord Pu a favor. Lin Ling suddenly had a good impression of the 2 heavenly emperors. After a few conversations, they became familiar with each other. Where is Little Flame? Little Flame? After chatting for a while, Lin Ling glanced at them and asked curiously. He went back. This time, the experts of the 7 emperors' heavens gathered. Little Flame is not from the 7 emperors' heavens, so he was allowed to leave. But don't worry, the unhindered heavenly emperor personally sent him back. Bai Yun Tiandi said with a smile, which made Lin Ling nod his head. The unhindered Sky Emperor had helped him many times, so he owed him a lot of favors. Let's go. Right now, all the celestial emperors have gathered. Xian Di has come to announce this mission. Of the 3 profound of the human realm, all the celestial emperors must participate. The 9 spirits of heaven seem to be a little excited. Clearly, to be able to see all the celestial emperors of the mortal world and step onto that martial stage was also a kind of recognition. One had to know that after becoming the disciple of the 7 emperors, if one did not become a celestial emperor after 5 years, one would be eliminated. This showed how cruel it was, so to be able to become a celestial emperor was a kind of glory. Of course, while the 9 spirits of heaven was feeling proud, he secretly glanced at Lin Ling. Lin Ling became the disciple of the 7 emperors' heavens later than him. When he first met Lin Ling, he called himself senior brother. But now, not only was Lin Ling a celestial emperor, he was also an existence that could not be provoked among the celestial emperors. This earth-shaking change made him have no choice but to exclaim in admiration. Seal the Devil Domain enchantment. Seal. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He did not care much about this mission, but the 7 emperors' heavens could be considered his backer, so he still had to participate in this mission. So, after the mission was over, he would go to the stone god's side. The few of them left and walked along the mountain range. This mission is so famous that it can move the mortal world. I didn't expect that some people are just making up the numbers, thinking that they are also powerful celestial emperors. What a disgrace. At this time, on the mountain road ahead, several figures walked over. Looking at them, they were also the celestial emperors of the 7 emperors' heavens. Celestial Emperor Tianyu, what do you want to say? Celestial Emperor Qing Yun frowned and said. He obviously knew those people. I'm talking to you, don't you understand? Among those people, a man wearing embroidered golden robes said indifferently. This person was one of the 7 emperors' heavens, under the Law Overlord's command. His title was Celestial Emperor Tianyu, a gold-rank celestial emperor. We are all people of the 7 emperors' heavens, don't go too far. Celestial Emperor Song Mu also spoke. It seemed that this was not the first time they had met Celestial Emperor Tianyu. They had long been associated with each other. What, can't I even say it? The 2 of you have just become gold-rank celestial emperors, do you really think that you are senior brothers? Behind Celestial Emperor Tianyu, another thin and weak man said disdainfully, come to guide junior brother, these few junior brothers, don't be fooled. Celestial Emperor Qing Yun, Celestial Emperor Song Mu, they have been cultivating in the 7 emperors' heavens for many years. Their strength is weak and they like to put on airs in front of newcomers. His words were obviously directed at Lin Ling and the 9 spirits of heaven. Hearing this, Lin Ling and the 9 spirits of heaven did not say anything. They were not very familiar with the world of the celestial emperors of the 7 emperors' heavens. Enough, we are all celestial emperors of the 7 emperors' heavens, we should be united and not fight among ourselves. Celestial Emperor Tianyu, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are a member of the Ji family. Celestial Emperor Qingyun knew that the other party was looking for trouble, so he did not hold back. This sentence should be said by me. Don't think that you will flatter in front of Emperor Yu. This means that you are highly respected in the 7 emperors' heavens. Celestial Emperor Qingyun, let me tell you, last time you snatched my mission and even complained about me. I am still thinking of how to take revenge for this. Celestial Emperor Tianyu said coldly. So, today I am here to listen to your apology. Apologize, and for the sake of the 7 emperors' heavens, we will let bygones be bygones. The other thin and weak man also said, of course, the so-called apology is to kneel down and kowtow. If a titled celestial emperor knelt down and kowtowed to apologize, it would definitely be a loss of face. So, Celestial Emperor Tianyu's request was obviously very vicious. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Although he did not know the grudge between Celestial Emperor Qingyun and Celestial Emperor Tianyu, he could feel that the 7 emperors' heavens was not very peaceful. Of course, this was also a very normal thing. The 7 emperors ruled the world, naturally there would be disagreements, and at that time, conflicts would arise. If you want us to apologize, then let's talk with strength. I, Celestial Emperor Qingyun, will ask you to show me how powerful Celestial Emperor Tianyu is. The other party had already come to the door. Celestial Emperor Qingyun could not back down, otherwise, he would lose face. Boom! He took a step forward, ripples appeared in the void, and the origin energy was released. Celestial Emperor Qingyun actually cultivated a spatial martial art. Earth rank 10th grade talent, Void Storm, as expected of Celestial Emperor Qingyun. Seeing the void fluctuating, Celestial Emperor Qingmu could not help but smile excitedly. Even Baiyun Tiandi secretly admired him. As a gold-rank Celestial Emperor Qingyun was not much weaker than her. Comprehending the void, not bad, but as a Celestial Emperor, with a raise of the hand, heaven and earth will collapse. The power of the void is for women to play with. A dignified man comprehending the power of the void is simply without dignity. Celestial Emperor Tianyu walked out and sneered. It's useless to say more. If you lose, take your people and scram. Celestial Emperor Qingyun was unmoved. His long hair fluttered, and circles of mysterious ripples appeared, causing the space around him to flow like water waves. It was extremely powerful. Buzz buzz buzz. Chapter 1662. First battle with a gold-level Heavenly Emperor. Pop pop pop. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu seemed to be unable to control himself as he was sucked into the black vortex and disappeared. That scene made the 9 spirits of heaven and Baiyun Tiandi laugh. In the beginning, Heavenly Emperor Tianyu was so arrogant, but now, he didn't even use any moves and was defeated in one move. This was extremely ironic. So powerful, the peak of the space origin force coupled with the space talent, no one has the chance to make a move and was defeated in one move. Heavenly Emperor Songmu said excitedly, feeling proud of Heavenly Emperor Qingyun. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. As expected of a gold-level Heavenly Emperor, his comprehension of the origin force was extremely skilled, stronger than the opponents he had encountered before. However, at the same time, he looked forward and saw that the thin man and the other Heavenly Emperors were calm at this moment, but the corner of their mouth revealed a hint of ridicule. Something's wrong. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. At this moment, Heavenly Emperor Qingyun turned around and walked back. At the same time, he said lightly, "Your skills are inferior, I think you have nothing to say." Leave by yourself, and let bygones be bygones. Go. However, just as he finished speaking, a cracking sound was heard. He turned around to look, and his pupils immediately shrank. In the space behind him, cracks began to appear, and mysterious water flowed out, turning into a big hand that tore the void apart. A moment later, a figure walked out slowly. This void is dark, it's not fun at all. The outside world is more attractive to me. Go. After that man walked out, he sneered. Who else could it be if not Heavenly Emperor Tianyu? He patted his clothes and said lightly, I have the water talent, myriad water thousand universe body, first grade heaven rank, controlling all the water in the world. Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. It's as good as water. I thought someone could break my strongest defense, water, but I didn't expect to be disappointed. Go. You've broken through my power of origin. Heavenly Emperor Qing Yun's face changed drastically. His opponent actually tore the void apart and came out by himself. This was the first time he encountered such a situation after using his origin force. You seem to be very surprised. But what's so strange about that? You and I are both gold-level heavenly emperors. What we see is whose talent is stronger and whose comprehension of St. Mark martial arts is deeper. I'm sorry, but in terms of talent and martial arts, you are trash in my eyes. I don't understand. You are qualified to be a heavenly emperor, but you dared to ruin my plans during the last mission? Heavenly Emperor Tianyu clasped his hands behind his back, and a disdainful smile appeared on his face. Earlier, when you thought you had won, you were so confident and arrogant. That face really made me feel like laughing. Go. The clear sky heavenly monarch turned around and left. He even said domineeringly, you can leave on your own. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu, this move of yours is sinister enough. At present, his face has been utterly lost. In front of junior apprentice brother, he is merely trash. Go. Azure Cloud Heavenly Emperor, one more sentence, how about you leave by yourself? Toon Emperor to Immortal Emperor to Qingyu Emperor, Heavenly Emperor you. You guys. Heavenly Emperor Qing Yun's face turned green and red. Previously, he indeed thought that he had won. But now, he was humiliated by Heavenly Emperor Tianyu. One must know that he was a dignified Heavenly Emperor, an existence revered by tens of thousands of people in the Blackpung Great Region. But now, he was treated like an ant. One could imagine the anger in his heart. As a Heavenly Emperor of the Seven Emperors Heaven, I, Heavenly Emperor Tianyu, am in a good mood today. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu smiled, then his face turned cold. He stretched out one hand, and waves of water surged out like a tide, sweeping towards Heavenly Emperor Qing Yun. Pop pop pop. The water seemed soft, but it had the power to topple mountains and overturn seas, as if it could drown the entire world. Not many heavenly emperors below gold level could resist the power of this martial art. Heavenly Emperor Qing Yun, be careful. Bai Yun Tiandi and the others shouted anxiously. They knew the power of this martial art. Void Storm. Boom. A large number of black vortexes appeared around Heavenly Emperor Qing Yun's body. The void was opened, and a suction force was born, guarding him firmly. Walala. The water of heaven and earth still surged. Then it was sucked into the black vortex, but soon, the water tore the void and appeared beside Heavenly Emperor Qing Yun, shrouding him, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His whole body seemed to be trapped in water droplets. In one move, he was defeated. Humph, Heavenly Emperor Qing Yun is only a so-so. Humph. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu snorted proudly, looking down on his opponent. He and Heavenly Emperor Qing Yun were not under the same seven emperors, so he did not show mercy at all. Of course, he was just teaching a lesson. If he really wanted to kill Heavenly Emperor Qing Yun, he would not dare. What a powerful water, the power of origin, nothing can't break. Humph. Heavenly Emperor Song Mu's face turned solemn. Even though he was far away, he could feel the strength of that power. For the sake of Emperor Yu's face, I will not kill you today. Apologize immediately, remember, kowtow and apologize. Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu said with his hands behind his back. The people on Heavenly Emperor Qing Yun's side were silent. The opponent was too strong, ranked high among the gold-level Heavenly Emperors, he was not someone they could fight against at present. As one of the 7 emperors, you are too arrogant. Now that the Heavenly Emperors are gathered, you are so arrogant. If you go out alone, won't you slaughter everything? Calm. At this moment, a calm voice came out. You have an opinion? Calm. Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu frowned slightly and looked at the person who spoke. He found that it was an unfamiliar young man. Such a person dared to speak? Lin Ling. Calm. Bai Yun Tiandi and the others looked at Lin Ling in surprise. Lin Ling was currently the first in the silver level, but Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu was a gold level expert. Lin Ling? So it's you, the junior who is in the limelight recently. Even I have heard of your name in the 7 Emperors' heaven. You challenged Xianhuang Dayu alone and dominated the silver-level Heavenly Emperor camp not long ago. However, what qualifications do you have to have an opinion? Sigh. Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu looked at Lin Ling with interest. Strength is qualification. Sigh. Lin Ling walked out step by step and came to the side of Heavenly Emperor Qing Yun. His right hand formed a fist, and the water droplets around Heavenly Emperor Qing Yun exploded. Lin Ling, thank you. Heavenly Emperor Qing Yun said gratefully. He wanted to remind Lin Ling that Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu was not weak, but Lin Ling shook his head and walked towards Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu. Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu watched quietly from the side and smiled mockingly. I agree, strength is qualification. Just like Heavenly Emperor Qing Yun, without strength, you can only be a stray dog. However, do you have the strength? Sigh. Whether I have the strength or not, we will know after the battle. Lin Ling stopped and said indifferently. The younger generation nowadays is indeed young and frivolous. They think that with a little fame, they can look down on everything. They don't know that when we Heavenly Emperors are fighting, you guys are still drinking milk. Forget it, in terms of qualifications, I am your senior brother. As your senior brother, I will give you a few pointers. Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu snorted coldly and stretched out his right hand. On his palm, millions of water droplets were boiling and splashing. I will not talk nonsense about how many moves I will give you. Because your strength is too weak, it is the same whether you give in or not. One move will make you recognize yourself. Humph. Chapter 1663. If you dare to move, I'll kill you. Walala. Under the heaven and earth, the water was like an avalanche, turning into thousands of waves that drowned Lin Ling. This water was obviously not ordinary water, but the ancient water of heaven and earth. At its peak, it even had the power of divine water. Lin Ling, be careful. Watch out. Bai Yun Tiandi and the others looked solemn and took a few steps back. Looking at Lin Ling again, they were all a little worried, especially Heavenly Emperor Qing Yun. He had fought with Zhao Qingshan before and knew the strangeness of the origin force. It seemed to be seamless and impossible to guard against. Your talent and cultivation are stronger than the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor, but I don't know if you have the same method to resist soul power as the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor. Watch out. Lin Ling's face was calm as he muttered to himself. His eyes narrowed and the blade of Nirvana broke through the air. In the previous battle with the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor, Lin Ling's soul force had lost its effectiveness. Therefore, he did not use his soul force as a trump card. He only used it as one of his trump cards. Facing Heavenly Emperor Tianyu, who was stronger than him in terms of cultivation realm, talent, and martial arts, he wanted to see if his opponent could block his soul force. Walala. The endless tide was still trying to drown Lin Ling, but in everyone's eyes, Lin Ling stood still and did not intend to do anything. Crazy. Watch out. Heavenly Emperor Qing Yun and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling could not block Heavenly Emperor Tianyu's attack. The people behind Heavenly Emperor Tianyu sneered. This junior brother who wanted to stand out was even worse than Heavenly Emperor Qing Yun. He was actually frightened. However, they did not see that in the endless tide, a soul blade shot out, piercing through the tide and heading straight for Heavenly Emperor Tianyu. Just when Heavenly Emperor Tianyu thought that Lin Ling would be seriously injured, an extremely strong sense of danger suddenly came, causing his face to change drastically. Then, he heard a voice. If you don't want to die, stop. Stop. This sentence was like a brilliant heavenly might, causing Heavenly Emperor Tianyu's heart to tremble. Right now, he could continue to display his martial arts to attack Lin Ling, but the result was that he would be obliterated by Lin Ling's mysterious means. Without any hesitation, Heavenly Emperor Tianyu forcefully withdrew his source power. And in front of everyone's eyes, that terrifying tide had already arrived in front of Lin Ling. In the next moment, it would have drowned him, but then the tide suddenly stopped. Looking at Lin Ling again, he had his hands behind his back. Even if the sky collapsed, he wouldn't be alarmed. Boom! Everyone's hearts rumbled. Kneel, kowtow, apologize, and get out. Lin Ling lightly spat out a sentence, causing everyone to be even more surprised. Lin Ling actually wanted Heavenly Emperor Tianyu to apologize? Everyone subconsciously looked at Heavenly Emperor Tianyu and discovered that he was standing there with a pale face. It was as if he was extremely afraid of Lin Ling. This made everyone even more puzzled. What exactly happened? At this moment, Heavenly Emperor Tianyu's eyes were constantly flickering. He knew that there was a soul knife in front of his forehead that was pointing at him from afar. It had the aura of obliterating him with a single word of disagreement. Soul force. This Lin Ling's soul force was actually so terrifying. If I continued to attack with my source power, you wouldn't have been able to block it. At most, we would have perished together. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu said with a frown, but his voice was no longer as arrogant as before. That might not be the case. First, your source power might be able to injure me, but to obliterate me, it's still a little lacking. Second, by the time you reacted and wanted to erupt with a stronger strength, your soul would have already collapsed. Lin Ling said indifferently, there's always someone better. A gold-rank Heavenly Emperor doesn't mean that you can look down on everything. Yes. Of course, you can also try playing with me and see if you can break my blade of nirvana. Hearing this, Heavenly Emperor Tianyu's face turned even uglier. Previously, he thought that he was stronger, so he played with Heavenly Emperor Qing Yun, making Heavenly Emperor Qing Yun think that he won and arrogantly said, "Leave by yourself." After those words were said, he immediately turned the tables. It was for that kind of teasing, that kind of playing. But now, Lin Ling said this again, the meaning was very obvious. Since you have the strength, then continue to play with me. Unfortunately, he, Heavenly Emperor Tianyu, couldn't break the soul force attack, and he was afraid that the moment he wanted to resist, the soul knife would attack. This also meant that the blade of death was hanging on his neck. As long as he dared to be arrogant, he would be killed immediately. Why aren't you talking? Don't you understand the word apologize? Lin Ling said again. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu gritted his teeth. He endured the humiliation and braced himself, saying, yes, but you must withdraw your soul force. The blade of nirvana was still pointed at his forehead, how could he not be afraid? Are you talking about conditions? Or is it a request? Lin Ling suddenly smiled faintly. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu's eyes widened. He had already lowered his head, but Lin Ling still seemed to be bullying him. One must know that he was a gold-rank heavenly emperor. When had he ever tried to lower his noble head? But now, he had no choice but to lower his head. Junior brother, please withdraw your soul force. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu lowered his head and said. After you apologize, the blade will naturally disappear. Lin Ling didn't fall for it. Without the blade of Nirvana, Heavenly Emperor Tianyu wouldn't be so obedient. Sensing the determination in Lin Ling's words, Heavenly Emperor Tianyu knelt down and kowtowed. I was reckless before, please don't take it to heart. Apologized? Heavenly Emperor Qing Yun and the others were shocked. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu actually knelt down and apologized. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe their eyes. Is it okay now? Heavenly Emperor Tianyu said after kowtowing. Scram! Scram! Lin Ling shouted coldly. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu looked at Lin Ling deeply. After leaving behind a sentence, he left with the others, I'm from the Ji family. You better know what the Ji family is. After today's matter, I'll definitely pay a visit to them in the future. Scram! Why did you leave behind some threatening words? Can't you think of something new? Lin Ling smiled. Before leaving, he didn't want to lose face, so he left behind some threatening words. He didn't know how many times he had encountered this kind of thing. You. In the distance, Heavenly Emperor Tianyu gritted his teeth. He didn't expect that among Heavenly Emperor Qing Yun and the others, the most terrifying one wasn't Heavenly Emperor Qing Yun and the others, but that rising star instead. Hee, Lin Ling, you're still the best. You actually made them run away. You must know that you're a silver-ranked Heavenly Emperor. After Heavenly Emperor Tianyu and the others left, Heavenly Emperor Qing Yun and the others walked over with admiration. They didn't expect that Lin Ling would help them out today. It's just a fluke. Because he underestimated me, that's why my soul force took advantage of him. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. None of the gold-ranked Heavenly Emperors were easy to deal with. If Heavenly Emperor Tianyu wasn't careless and was vigilant like the Nine Moons Heavenly Emperor, then Lin Ling might not be able to defeat him. Chapter 1664. Heavenly Emperors gather, no matter what, you indeed won previously. But you also went all out. Facing Heavenly Emperor Tianyu's attack, you actually remained indifferent, choosing to perish together with him. This courage to cut off all means of retreat, I, Heavenly Emperor Songwood, cannot help but be convinced. Heavenly Emperor Songmu didn't dare to underestimate his junior brother. That kind of fighting method was ruthless enough. Ruthless to the enemy and ruthless to himself. If he had the means to resist soul power, would have been the one to suffer. So, by taking him by surprise, sometimes I can win, sometimes I lose, and sometimes I lose all my trump cards. Lin Ling shook his head. They chatted as they walked. However, because of us, you've provoked the people of Ji family. Heavenly Emperor Qing Yun said with some guilt. Your Lord Shui Wu's senior and junior brothers, and also my, Lin Ling's, friends. I will definitely help you with the previous matter. Lin Ling waved his hand and asked curiously, what's Ji family? Ji family? One of the 9 great deacons of the mortal world's highest deacon palace, the same origin as Xianyuan family, Xianhuang Daiyu, and the 3 great historical clans, one of the 9 deacons and 3 emperors of the mortal world. Heavenly Emperor Qing Yun explained, startling Lin Ling. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that the people he had offended were not small. The highest deacons of the mortal world, without a doubt, those forces were already the top in the mortal world. The highest deacon palace of the mortal world, heavenly earth, what kind of existence was it? There were so many experts gathered here, all these made Lin Ling extremely curious. A moment later, everyone gathered on a mountain peak. This mountain peak was very big, and the top of the mountain seemed to have been cut by a knife, smooth and clean. A large number of people gathered there, some were sitting cross-legged, some were drinking wine, and some were chatting wittily. Moreover, each of them had a different aura, some were extremely bloody, some were surging with murderous intent, and some were approachable. These people's strength was extremely terrifying. They were the titled heavenly emperors of the seven emperors' world. Moreover, many of them were extremely famous. For example, Lin Ling becoming a silver heavenly emperor wasn't a big deal because these people had been famous for a long time, and they had their own proud things. Lin Ling and the 9 spirits of heaven were just rising heavenly emperors. Even Heavenly Emperor Qing Yun and Spacetime Heavenly Emperor, they were low-key. So many experts. Lin Ling was shocked. His eye of time continued to scan the surroundings, and he discovered that there were many heaven-ranked geniuses, and many of them were martial saints. He was actually the weakest of them all, a 6th-stage saint. "You're here." At this time, the unhindered celestial emperor looked in Lin Ling's direction and called out. He immediately walked over with a smile. There were a few celestial emperors beside him. They were all otherworldly and had unfathomable strength. Heavenly Emperor, Heavenly Emperors, Heavenly Emperor from the East, East Emperor, Heavenly Sky, Heavenly in front of Lin Ling, Heavenly Emperor Qing Yun said with a smile. Eastern Mountain? Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and he quickly bowed to them. The 7 Emperors' world had 4 mountains, and Eastern Mountain represented the same faction as Lin Ling. Coupled with Heavenly Emperor Qing Yun's introduction, Lin Ling naturally didn't dare to slight them. This Heavenly Emperor is? The other 3 looked at Lin Ling. They looked to be in their 40s, but in reality, they had cultivated for more than 100 years. Heavenly Emperor Qing Yun pointed at Lin Ling and said, 100 years ago, Heavenly Emperor Immortal Carp appeared in Eastern Mountain. Eastern Mountain was glorious, but 100 years later, Eastern Mountain declined, as if the moon was clear and the moon was dim. However, since his arrival, Eastern Mountain has risen again. The current first king of Eastern Mountain, Lin Ling. The 3 looked at Lin Ling and said in unison. They had guessed Lin Ling's identity. Born in Eastern Mountain, they had naturally heard of Lin Ling. Not only was he the first king of Eastern Mountain, but he also challenged Xianhuang Daoyu and defeated all the heavenly emperors in the Silver Realm. Among all the heavenly emperors in the mortal realm, Lin Ling wasn't the most famous, but there weren't many who hadn't heard of Lin Ling's name. I'm impressed. The new generation excels the old. Heavenly Emperor Immortal Carp said. Senior, you flatter me. Lin Ling was neither haughty nor humble as he smiled. You haven't been a celestial emperor for a long time, but you've already done so many things. When you become stronger, who can predict your future? So, don't treat us as seniors, just treat us as equals. Said a man called Wuxia Heaven Emperor. Obviously, they didn't dare to look down on Lin Ling. The White Cloud Heavenly Emperor, Xianyuan Jiuhan, and the others couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling's growth was extremely fast, and there were many people in the 7 Emperors' heavens who knew him. This must be the little girl Bai Yun. Heavenly Emperor Immortal Carp looked at Bai Yun Tiendi and said. Bai Yun Tiendi was indeed like a little girl to them because they were Diamond Realm experts. Bai Yun Tiendi had always been proud, so she immediately retorted. Why did they treat Lin Ling as peers and call her a little girl? One had to know that she was older than Lin Ling. This was too unfair. Several people laughed, and Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. This kind of banter was common on the mountain peak. Especially for heavenly emperors who came from the same mountain, they were much more familiar with each other. Obviously, the 4 mountains of the 7 Emperors' heaven had their own camps. Alright, everyone is here. At this moment, 3 figures appeared in the sky. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there was an old man, a middle-aged man, and a woman. The old man wore a cloak with many talismans pasted on it. He was the talisman ancestor. Given his seniority, anyone who saw him would have to greet him respectfully because he was an enemy of the titled Immortal realm. The other person was the Supreme Xian Di. This person's cultivation and origin were extremely powerful. He was a member of the Supreme family and was as famous as the Ji family. He was one of the highest deacon palaces in the mortal world. The last person was extremely beautiful. She wore a feather-scaled cheongsam and her figure was extremely hot. Her exposed skin was as white as snow. Her slender thighs could be seen from the slit in her cheongsam. Below her thighs was a pair of purple leather boots. Her entire appearance was extremely alluring. She was Lu Susu. That female profiteer is here too. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He had always been curious about Lu Susu. This profiteer was extremely amiable and could chat with ordinary people. However, she could also walk together with experts. It was difficult to guess her true origin. However, now that she was here, it meant that Lu Susu's seniority in the Seven Emperors' heaven was not low. Greetings to the three Xian Di. On the mountain peak, everyone shouted in unison. Everyone, please feel free to do as you wish. Today, we have received orders from the Seven Emperors to help everyone seal the Demon Region enchantment boundary. Therefore, we have gathered everyone here. Among the three, the Supreme Xian Di seemed to be the most senior. He waved his hand and smiled faintly. This seal has been loosened for 100 years. If the seal is broken, the experts of the demon region will be able to enter the mortal world easily. Therefore, this seal is of great importance. The highest deacon palace in the mortal world will also give out a corresponding reward. The demon region enchantment boundary is in the true martial world. There are 100,000 enchantment boundaries in it. You have to find the enchantment boundary and seal it. For every enchantment boundary you seal, you will be rewarded with 100 merit points, and so on. Wow, an enchantment boundary is rewarded with 1,000 merit points. This is great. This demon region enchantment boundary seal, I must go. Chapter 1665. True martial world. Lin Ling was a little curious. What are merit points? It's a reward issued by the highest deacon palace of the human world. It's called contribution points to the human world. It's on the same mission list as the three legends of the human world. Merit points can be used to buy many rare treasures. There's nothing that the highest deacon palace of the human world doesn't have. Take half-sage's essence as an example, a drop of it can be bought with 1 merit point. Explained Sky Emperor. Then, do you have divine meteorite iron, space stone, mother iron, and void divine spider's silk? Lin Ling's heart thumped. Are you talking about these? A jade talisman appeared in Sky Emperor's right hand. He poured his spirit energy into it and an illusion appeared. It was the treasure that Lin Ling had mentioned. Obviously, the highest deacon palace of the human world had all these treasures. Lin Ling was excited. Those treasures were used to forge the Tyrant Song sword. It was difficult to find all of them. He didn't expect that the highest deacon palace of the human world would have them. So, he couldn't miss this mission. Although the merit points seem to be abundant, let me remind you that it's not easy to enter the true martial world because that's where the devil race lives. If we're discovered, we'll die without a doubt. Moreover, the true martial world has 100,000 enchantments. It's extremely fragile. Therefore, people inside can't recover their spirit energy. Any treasure is useless. This also means that if you're discovered by the devil race, you won't be able to recover your spirit energy after a battle. You'll become weaker and eventually be obliterated. So, don't expose your identity as a human. Otherwise, even the strongest Sky Emperor will fall. Moreover, the Seven Emperors' world sealed the least number of enchantments in the past few times. Therefore, the Seven Emperors' world also issued an order that the one with the most enchantments will receive an additional reward. This time, Lu Susu spoke. Her voice was pleasant to the ears and made many Sky Emperor powerhouses laugh. An expert said, "What's the reward? Is it a reward for Lord Lu?" "Yes, a reward for me. Do you dare to accept it?" Lu Susu's charming smile was extremely charming, causing many people's hearts to be moved. However, if Lu Susu really gave them a reward, they wouldn't dare to accept it because they couldn't swallow it. This kind of beauty could only be admired from afar, they couldn't get close to her and profane her. The 7 Emperors' rewards won't disappoint you. You just need to remember that this time, you have to make the 7 Emperors proud. Don't let Champion University and Jianghu Celestial Stage oppress you again. Next, everyone, get ready. Those who want to enter, take a token each. It will be used for sealing purposes, and it will be able to conceal the aura of a human. I'll go. I won't miss it. The gathering of the celestial emperors of the 3 great legends of the human realm, how can I be absent from such a stage? I will definitely seal the most of them and greatly spread the fame of the 7 emperors. The crowd was in high spirits. No one was willing to give in to the other. Although there was danger, for them to become heavenly emperors, what kind of danger had they not seen before? Whoosh! Whoosh! Above the sky, mysterious jade tablets sprinkled down like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers, landing in the hands of every heavenly emperor. With the infusion of spiritual energy, a faint demonic aura appeared on the surface of their bodies, concealing the aura of a human. Follow me. After a long time, the unparalleled immortal emperor flew forward. Everyone followed one after another. So many people, and they're all extremely strong cultivators. Wow! In the crowd, the 9 spirits of heaven were extremely excited. The stage of the celestial emperor's world? The 9 spirits of heaven had also joined the celestial emperor's world. Lin Ling was also feeling heroic. He wanted to fight against the heroes of the world. Don't think too highly of yourself. The 7 emperors have always had the least number of seals because the other 2 great legends know where the seals are, but we don't. White Cloud Heavenly Emperor reminded. Lin Ling frowned. It was obvious that the 100,000 barriers were not piled up in one place. They were scattered everywhere. Some were even hidden, while others were guarded by devil race experts. It seemed that the sealing process was not simple at all. The 9 spirits of heaven also calmed down. He looked at the unhindered heavenly emperor and the rest beside him and shook his head. Even these powerhouses weren't confident, let alone them. It's hard to say until the end, so don't lose confidence. Lin Ling comforted, making the 9 spirits of heaven nod their heads. Yeah, to be able to seal 3 seals, we can be considered to have made a profit. Moreover, it shouldn't be difficult because there are 100,000 seals. Even if we can't eat the meat, we can still drink some soup," said Baiyun Tiandi with a smile. After a long time, everyone arrived above an ocean. This ocean had jet-black seawater. Demonic fishes overflowed. There were minotaurs, 6-headed crabs, and so on. However, this couldn't stop the heavenly emperor powerhouses. At the center of the ocean, a gigantic spirit formation teleportation array appeared. It was extremely grand and majestic. At this moment, a large number of people rushed into the teleportation array. At a glance, there were actually countless heavenly emperor powerhouses. Seeing that scene, many people became excited. The battlefield of heavenly emperors made people look forward to it. Go in. Remember, you will be separated inside, but try to gather as much as possible and form a team. Because this way, completing the mission will be faster. Unhindered Heavenly Emperor reminded. He had already reached an agreement with those veteran heavenly emperors. If they had the chance to meet, they would form a team with each other. After that, he flew into the vortex. Lin Ling and the rest nodded and entered one after another. In a distant place, several gazes were staring at Lin Ling, with thick killing intent. If you see him inside, kill him without mercy. The person who spoke was shockingly Xianyuan Jiutian. Apart from him, there was also Princess Firecloud and the rest. Although Lin Ling's strength wasn't weak, the ones participating in the mission this time were diamond-level heavenly emperors. Lin Ling was simply not a match. After Lin Ling stepped into the teleportation array, a familiar feeling arose spontaneously. He had been here before. This made his heart beat violently. Thinking about it, he suddenly understood. It wasn't him who had been here before, but the owner of the eyes had been here before. After an unknown period of time, when Lin Ling's feet stepped on the ground, all the strange feeling disappeared. Looking ahead, it was like entering the human world, but the demonic qi was extremely dense. And far away, people of the demon race could be faintly seen. Those people's skin was slightly different, and some of them looked like demons, with a bird's head and a snake's body. Of course, there were also demon race people who looked similar to humans. True martial realm, the core of the demon domain's teleportation array. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He glanced at the jade pendant hanging on his waist and channeled his spiritual qi into it. Demonic qi immediately appeared and shrouded his entire body. He put on a large cloak and went on his way. The teleportation array was random, so he didn't know where the 9 spirits of heaven and the rest were, so he could only try his luck. Human? Go to hell. Compared to Lin Ling's cautiousness, some of the heavenly emperors who came here for the first time were used to showing off. They didn't even use their jade cards. Immediately, they were surrounded by many people of the demon race, and then they were exhausted to death. The demon race cultivates demonic qi. Their strength isn't weak, roughly between the saint realm. Lin Ling secretly thought, then he looked ahead and suddenly frowned. The world was so big, and it was really difficult to find the sealing array. Chapter 1666. Sword Conference, Eye of Time. Lin Ling was not anxious. He looked ahead, searching for history. In history, 100 years ago, 1,000 years ago, many humans had entered this place. They were also sealing enchantments, allowing Lin Ling to know the locations of the nearby enchantments. However, Lin Ling did not take action. He continued to search for history. Finally, at the beginning of history, he saw a familiar figure. It was the Realm Master. It turned out that the sealing enchantments here were set up by the Realm Master. Later generations only needed to strengthen the enchantments for 100 years. If I can find the Realm Master, then I will know the location of all the sealing enchantments. Lin Ling immediately became excited. He continued to look at the time. It turned out that before the Realm Master set up the sealing enchantments, he had also come here. At that time, he was only a youth. He had wandered the world and left behind a thick memory here. Dreamlike Mountain. Lin Ling softly spat out a sentence. He had a feeling that if he wanted to find all the sealing enchantments, the only way was to go to Dreamlike Mountain. Because that was an extremely important place in the life of the Realm Master. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ling stepped forward. At this moment, he was like a lonely swordsman. One man, one wine, the world is mine to walk. Unfortunately, he did not have a sword. This was a flaw in an otherwise perfect situation. Along the way, Lin Ling also saw many sky emperors. They hid their figures, transformed into demons, and walked on the ground. Similarly, many sky emperors also saw Lin Ling but did not pay much attention to him. Although the jade token could emit devil qi, as humans, they could still sense each other. Gradually, Lin Ling left the remote mountain range and arrived at a flourishing city. This place was as lively as the human world. Many demons also learned the habits of humans. For example, wearing clothes, eating cooked food, etc. However, their appetite was huge. Although they were used to it, most of them still liked to eat raw meat. Dreamlike City. Lin Ling stopped in front of a majestic city. There were 3 large words on the city, and it was dreamlike. This surprised him, because in the Eye of Time, there was only Dreamlike Mountain in the past, and there was no city. Clearly, after countless years, the Devil region had also changed. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling stepped into the city and entered a restaurant to inquire for information. But moments later, Lin Ling frowned. This was because the dreamlike mountain he was looking for had become a forbidden zone. Not to mention humans, even demons would find it difficult to approach. Hey, you're a human, but you're eating and drinking in the demon race's restaurant. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? At that moment, laughter came from the table next to him. Lin Ling looked over and saw a woman with dark skin. She had 2 horns on her head, and she was surrounded by thick devil chi. However, Lin Ling smiled. He could sense that she was a human. He wondered which of the 3 great myths of the mortal world was the celestial emperor. Aren't you the same? Lin Ling took a sip of the fiery demon race's wine and replied with a smile. This old lady kindly reminded you, but you're still being arrogant. The woman immediately laughed and said, which god myth is heavenly emperor? The 7 emperors' heavens. Lin Ling did not hide anything and replied indifferently. Alright, since you're from the 7 emperors' heavens, this old lady will not teach you a lesson today. But let me remind you, it's best if you have a horn on your forehead. Otherwise, you'll be easily noticed. As for your skin color, it's up to you. The demon race's skin color is also a mess. The woman also took a sip of wine and reminded him with a smile. Thank you. Lin Ling stood up and left. A horn had also appeared on his forehead, making him look even more like a demon. The woman stared at Lin Ling and could not help but be stunned. Lin Ling was handsome with cold features. Especially his eyes, they gave off an extremely mysterious feeling. Now that he had a horn, his entire aura had changed. Demonic charm, yet with a sense of indifference. What an interesting fellow. I forgot to ask for his name. If I return to the mortal world, this old lady might chase after him. The Empress muttered to herself. This person was a diamond-level heavenly emperor. His strength was terrifying. After leaving the inn, Lin Ling looked at the demon race around him and could not help but ponder. How should he get close to Dreamlike Mountain? Sword Conference. The 13 Heavens of Demon Cloud is holding a sword conference to recruit a son-in-law. Any demon race member can participate. Quickly go and take a look. All the heroes and demons of the world have gathered. I wonder who is more powerful. I heard that the 9th Commandery Princess is using martial arts to recruit a son-in-law. In the streets, a large number of voices could be heard, causing the demon race members to move forward majestically. Sword Conference? Lin Ling furrowed his brows. His gaze swept over and immediately saw that among the fiend race's people, several heavenly emperor powerhouses were also hidden inside, advancing forward. Right now, Lin Ling could not find a way to go to Dreamlike Mountain, so he might as well go and take a look. The sword conference this time was in the center of the city. A magnificent martial stage had been set up there, gathering the demon race from all over the world. Under the curtain of the Southern Demon Emperor, there was the son of Mod, and even the great Demon King. It was extremely lively. Around the martial stage were chains as thick as water buckets, binding 4 giant beasts. It was a giant beast with the body of an ox and the head of a lion. In between breaths, storms rose everywhere. It was extremely ferocious. Similarly, there was a 9-headed bird and a demonic dragon flying in the sky. They were all tied up, adding to the momentum of the martial arts competition. Grand, this was the real martial arts competition for a spouse. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He sensed that the aura of the 4 giant beasts was actually at the peak of the Saint Rudiment realm. If placed in the mortal world, any one of these giant beasts would be a disaster. Ordinary silver-level heavenly emperors would not be a match for them. His gaze swept around. There were many powerhouses here. Wu Xing's aura spread out from time to time. This made Lin Ling think that if his identity as a human was exposed here, he would definitely die. Involuntarily, he secretly glanced around and saw a heavenly emperor. At this moment, he was also hiding there, not daring to breathe loudly. "Yo, you've come to watch the martial arts competition for a spouse. Be careful, there are too many powerhouses gathered here. If you're discovered, you'll definitely not be able to escape." At this moment, a voice came from beside Lin Ling. It was the woman he saw in the restaurant. Lin Ling replied indifferently, "You too?" "That's not necessarily true," the woman said unwillingly. "Your strength can block one person, but you can't recover the strength you consumed, so as long as you're trapped here, you'll still die," Lin Ling said. The woman immediately snorted coldly and said, "You're the first person who dares to speak to the heavenly emperor of the North Sea like that. But since I like you, I won't hold it against you." Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. This woman was crazy. He looked forward again and saw that the martial arts competition for a spouse had already begun. The so-called ninth commandery princess was nowhere to be seen, but there were many people who wanted to be her husband. A 3-meter-tall demon with the head of a pig and the body of a human stepped onto the martial arts platform. He shouted coldly, "I've long heard that the ninth commandery princess is as beautiful as a flower. Today, I, the Zhu Peng demon, am going to take the ninth commandery princess home." "It's the Zhu Peng demon." The surrounding demons discussed animatedly. They seemed to know the pig-headed demon. Chapter 1667. Great Demon King's martial stage. Maybe the so-called ninth commandery princess looks the same as the pig head? You should know that the demon race's aesthetic standards are different from that of humans. The North Sea Celestial Emperor laughed, which made Lin Ling shudder. The pig-head's appearance of the ninth commandery princess appeared in his mind. The purpose of this competition is to witness the experts of the realm of true force and also to encourage the demon race to become stronger. However, you can't use demon chi in this competition. You can only use martial arts. At this time, a dignified voice drifted out. On the other side of the martial stage, a man who was nearly 5 meters tall was sitting there. He was majestic and domineering. His long hair was scattered behind him, and he was mighty and domineering. He was the 13 heavenly kings of the demon cloud. "Let's start. Don't talk nonsense." Surprisingly, a delicate voice came from the other side of the martial stage. The voice was very pleasant. It seemed to be the ninth commandery princess. Moreover, after her voice fell, the 5-meter-tall burly man actually bowed respectfully. This made Lin Ling curious. Wasn't the 13 heavens of the demon cloud recruiting a son-in-law? Why was the 13 heavens of the demon cloud so respectful to the woman's words? Could it be that the woman's identity was higher than the latter's? Shaking his head, Lin Ling simply didn't think too much about it. At this moment, in a room behind the martial stage, a young girl lazily looked at everything in front of her. She was eating grapes that were unique to the demon realm. "Miss, in my opinion, the son of the Southern Demon King, Mo Yun, and the son of Mod, the great demon king of the realm of transformation, are the most likely to become your husband." Beside her, a maid smiled and said, "I have already said that I am not the daughter of the demon king. How many times do you want me to say it? Also, my name is Xianyuan. Does your demon race have this surname?" The young girl reprimanded. "Miss, the great demon king said that you are the reincarnation of his daughter." The maid lowered her head and said. She was somewhat afraid of the young girl. "Bah, I'm a human, and he's a demon. Moreover, he's 10 meters tall, and I'm petite. How could I be his daughter?" The young girl said again, her voice filled with helplessness. "Young miss, because your previous life was an energy-returning spirit mushroom, and the great demon king's daughter's previous life was also an energy-returning spirit mushroom. Both of them were formed from spiritual treasures of heaven and earth. Even after reincarnating, both of them remained the same. In addition, young Miss likes to sing, just like the great demon king's daughter. Therefore, young Miss is one of the 5 great emperors of the demon region, the great demon king's daughter of the East. Nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. In the human world, some experts are formed from the essence of heaven and earth. These people are all reincarnated. I heard from the great Eastern Devil King that even the master of this world, the great Realm Lord, has reincarnated. It's just that we don't know where he has reincarnated. However, whenever the great Realm Lord is mentioned, the great Eastern Devil King's anger would overflow to the heavens. He doesn't allow us to talk about that person. Miss, you can't tell the great Eastern Devil King. Also, the great Eastern Devil King said that if you want to know about your previous life, you can find out in the dreamlike mountain. Alright, alright. Stop nagging. You're so annoying. The young girl waved her hand. Her eyes were rolling. In fact, the marriage by martial arts competition was created by her. Her goal was to find a way to escape from this place. As for the dreamlike mountain and searching for the memories of her previous life, it was all nonsense. Look at that pig-headed devil. If he wins, I'll definitely slaughter him. He wants to be my husband. The young girl stared at the martial stage. She was furious. These devils were too ugly. She couldn't help but think of that fellow she met in the ghost region. Although that fellow was arrogant, he was still pleasing to the eye. She wondered where he had died. If only time froze when we first met. The young girl muttered to herself. Her lips curled into a moving smile. I gave him a song. He should have received it. Bang bang bang. At this moment, the battle on the martial stage was extremely intense. Although they weren't allowed to use devil chi, the people of the devil region had innately strong bodies. Therefore, relying on martial arts techniques was also extremely powerful. Lin Ling was extremely bored. Was this a sword competition for marriage? First, there was a pig-headed devil. Next, there was a monkey-like devil. One of them held a hammer in one hand and the other held a stick in the other. The so-called sword competition? Where was the sword? The devils imitated humans in everything, but they didn't look like humans at all. This marriage by martial arts competition is really interesting. Not only will the winner be able to marry the 9th commandery princess, but he will also be able to enter the dreamlike mountain to marry her. Beside him, the North Sea Celestial Emperor looked at the signboard in the distance and said. His words made Lin Ling's pupils dilate. He wasn't interested in this marriage by martial arts competition. However, he was very interested in the dreamlike mountain. Only by going there could he find all the seals and enchantments. Thinking of this, Lin Ling didn't hesitate. As soon as the battle ended, he jumped onto the martial stage. Beside him, the North Sea Celestial Emperor was stunned. His pupils constricted. This kid is crazy. At the same time, the scattered celestial emperors around the martial stage all gasped. Because there were so many strong cultivators here, even they had to be careful. However, a human jumped onto the martial stage and became the center of attention. If he was careless and was discovered, he would be dead for sure. It should be Lin Ling, this guy. In a corner of the martial stage, a man smiled bitterly. He was the reigning celestial emperor. He didn't expect to meet Lin Ling here, and in such a shocking way. Beside him, the 9 spirits of heaven and Baiyun Tiandi were also there. They met on the way, so they walked together. Boss, you're so fierce. What a bastard. Could it be that you're so attracted by beauty that you don't even want your life anymore? The White Cloud Heavenly Emperor was enraged. Lin Ling's actions were too reckless. The 9 spirits of heaven looked at her strangely. He didn't understand why she was angry, but he still said, Beauty? Baiyun Tiandi, you think too much. Look at that pig-headed demon, you can imagine how beautiful the 9th commandery princess is. Bai Yun Tiandi looked over and felt like vomiting. He cursed Lin Ling in his heart for marrying the pig-headed 9th Commandery princess. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't care about that at all. He appeared on the martial stage indifferently. Wearing a cloak, he looked very mysterious. "You're so short. I'm afraid you can't withstand my hammer. How dare you steal my wife with such a small body?" On the other side of the martial stage, the pig-headed demon sneered. Even the breath from his nose could form a small storm. "Look at his body. He should be from the Charm Fox Demon clan. No, he doesn't have a tail. Maybe he's from the Moon Rabbit clan. He must be. Only those from the Moon Rabbit clan look like this. He doesn't look like a man at all." The surrounding demons sneered. As for the girl in the room, she nodded slightly. Finally, she saw a man with a normal body. She just didn't know what he looked like. "Zhu Peng Demon King, smash him with your hammer." The surrounding voices became crazier. As for the unhindered Heaven Emperor and the others, they shook their heads helplessly. Lin Ling had forced himself to a dead end because he couldn't explode his spiritual qi in front of the experts of the demon clan. He could only compete with strength. "This demon, use your sword." At this moment, the 13 heavenly kings of the demon cloud on the other side of the martial stage said lightly, "I don't have a sword. Can I use other weapons instead?" Lin Ling said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, the laughter around the martial stage became crazier. Even the 13 heavenly kings of the demon cloud shook their heads. Only the girl in the room frowned slightly. She felt that the voice was familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had heard it before. Chapter 1668. 8 Sword Stream, ha. Ha. Everyone laughed even louder. Did he think he could defeat the Zhu Peng Demon King's giant hammer with just a tree branch? This guy has a strong physical body and good fire-based martial arts. Is his sword Dao okay? Bai Yun Tiandi was getting more and more worried. Who knows? Ha! The 9 spirits of heaven had never seen Lin Ling use a sword, so he shook his head. Let's begin. Ha! At this moment, Lin Ling said calmly on the martial stage. Although Lin Ling had been suppressing his opponents with violence most of the time after he became stronger, his attainments in Sword Dao were extremely profound. Now that the martial stage did not allow him to use other powers, it was just right for him. Poison Demon. Ha! At this moment, the huge Zhu Peng Demon King sneered and strode forward. The hammer in his hand whistled loudly, and the strong wind caused the martial stage to crack. The most terrifying thing was that his speed was not slow at all despite his huge size. It looked like he was taking 1 step, but in fact, he took 9 steps, forming an intricate movement pattern. It could be seen that the Zhu Peng Demon King was not weak because he did not use his demon qi. Otherwise, his strength would be even more terrifying, and he would have few opponents in the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. Pop! Pop! The giant hammer swept through the void. It looked like it was smashing down with brute force, but in fact, it had a mysterious charm, as if it could attack and defend at will. However, Lin Ling still held the tree branch in his hand and remained motionless. His cloak fluttered, and at this moment, he looked like a lonely swordsman, giving off an indescribable feeling. However, everyone thought that Lin Ling was scared out of his wits. However, just as the giant hammer was about to smash Lin Ling's head, Lin Ling finally moved. His movement was very simple. He quickly drew his sword and stabbed out at an unimaginable speed, allowing the tree branch to touch the Zhu Peng Demon King's neck. Almost at the same time, a bone-piercing chill bloomed, causing the Zhu Peng Demon King's body to tremble. He had a feeling that even though it was just a branch, if it really pierced down, he would definitely die. This caused his giant hammer to stop smashing down. Time seemed to stop. Countless gazes were fixed on the martial stage. There, the tall Zhu Peng Demon King raised his giant hammer, and below him, the thin man drew his sword with one hand. The sword was pointed at his neck, forming a shocking scene. Fight, fight, fight for a spouse, you can't kill. A moment later, the Zhu Peng Demon King's terrified voice could be heard. You lost. Lin Ling said faintly as he put away the branch. Boom. The crowd's hearts exploded. He won, that skinny guy actually won. It was a wonderful battle. This was the real sword technique conference. When a swordsman does not draw his sword, he is calm and relaxed. But when he draws his sword, it is as powerful as thunder. It's fine if you don't move, but when you do, it's like a thunderbolt. Moreover, it's a fatal strike. What a powerful sword technique. On the other side of the martial stage, the 13 heavenly kings of the demon cloud frowned. This sword technique conference was not a competition of strength, but of skill. He did not expect that there would be a demon whose sword attainments had reached the point of perfection. I lost, you are still the best. The Zhu Peng Demon King walked down. He was well aware that if he used his full strength, that short man was not his match. But in terms of the sword, he really could not compare. That short man's sword was not only fast, but it could also kill in one strike. Interesting, I will fight you. At this time, a 2-meter-tall, thin man with purple skin walked up. He was wearing white bone armor, and on the bone armor, there were beast teeth on his shoulders and elbows. The most shocking thing was that he actually had 8 arms. 8 Desolation Demon King. The surrounding demons clearly knew who this man was and could not help but cheer. Lin Ling bitterly smiled in his heart. To be honest, he did not want to continue fighting because the longer it dragged on, the more dangerous it would be. However, if he wanted to enter the dreamlike mountain, this battle would be unavoidable. Your sword technique is very powerful. You can turn complex into simple. It is a true killing sword. However, with such a perfect sword, I want to see if it is invincible. The man called 8 Desolation Demon King faintly said. His 8 arms shook and unexpectedly, they were 8 swords. Moreover, all of them were pointed at Lin Ling, and a sharp atmosphere spread out. I am the 8 Desolation Demon King, the #1 swordsman of the true martial world. Although your sword is perfect, it has a fatal flaw. If you lose, I will tell you. There has never been a perfect sword, and mine is the same. You say that my sword has a flaw, then you can point it out to me. Staring at the other party, Lin Ling's interest was piqued. As long as it was a person who truly entered the Tao of the sword, he would respect such a person. Hunting, Moonless, Cloud Light, I Am, Armor Break, Demon Return, Sky Valley, Radiant, these 8 swords are my favorite swords. To be able to lose to the #1 swordsman, you should be proud. Clang. The 8 swords let out sword cries. These swords were extremely famous in the true martial world. Your weakness is that you are too simple. You lack the tyranny of the sword. 8 Sword Current. The 8 Desolation Demon King moved. Like falling leaves, like meteors from the heavens, the 8 swords actually carried a trace of origin energy. Although he had suppressed the devil chi, it was undeniable that his sword moves were indeed powerful. Clang clang clang. Lin Ling's figure floated up, using a tree branch to block. Furthermore, he did not dare to meet force with force, so he could only strike from the side. 8 Sword Current is the true meaning of the way of the sword. If you win against me, so what if my sword belongs to you? The aura of the 8 Desolation Demon King's sword was extremely sharp, causing the entire martial stage to be filled with sword light. Seeing this, many demon clans sucked in a breath of cold air. If he used the devil chi, then the 8 Desolation Demon King's sword would be even more powerful. That idiot, he clearly has his own advantage, yet he insists on competing with the sword. Bai Yun Tiandi stared at the intense martial stage and said with dissatisfaction. You don't understand. Sometimes, competing with the sword is also a competition of the heart of martial arts. This is a battle between men. The 9 spirits of heaven shook his head. He looked at Lin Ling on the martial stage, and the more he looked, the more excited he became. At this moment, the martial stage's chi was rolling, and the ground was cut open. Many people saw that Lin Ling was almost cut in half a few times, but he narrowly avoided it. So, your weakness is very obvious. Your sword is too simple, and you lack the tyranny of the sword. Take this move of mine, 3 disasters. A voice came out from the martial stage. The 8 swords turned into 16, 16 turned into 32, 32 turned into 64, and gradually, the sky was filled with swords, making it impossible for people to dodge. That guy is going to lose. Many demon clans stopped breathing. Who could dodge such a sword? At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was still calm. He stared at the swords, and his eyes finally flashed with light. Unavoidable swords, then open up a sky for yourself. Wang! The tree branch in his hand shook, and shot out like a dragon. It actually sent the 4 swords flying at a tricky angle, and then pierced towards the 8 Desolation Demon King. At this moment, the sword seemed to have come to life, and once again, it was fatal. Chapter 1669. 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix. It's just as the 8 Desolation Devil Lord said, his sword is too simple and lacks the tyranny of the sword. Right now, even though the 8 Desolation Devil Lord has been struck by his sword, he is still fine. As expected, the sword of the Moon Rabbit clan is like a sword played by a woman. The surrounding demon clans were surprised at first, but seeing that the 8 Desolation Devil Lord was safe and sound, many of them relaxed. Because, the 8 Desolation Devil Lord simply would not lose. However, something unexpected happened. The 8 Desolation Devil Lord retracted his sword and stood up. I lost. What? Everyone was shocked. How did it turn out like this? If not for the fact that I was wearing the white bone dragon armor, I would have been injured by the previous sword strike. Therefore, I relied on external objects to win, and did not win the true battle of swordsmen. The 8 Desolation Devil Lord looked at Lin Ling, waved his 8 arms, and 8 swords landed in front of Lin Ling. He said, "These swords, you are more suitable to be their master, but I want to know, why did I lose?" Lin Ling smiled. This 8 Desolation Devil Lord was magnanimous. He was a real swordsman. He nodded. Your sword is indeed powerful, but it is too gaudy. Sometimes when swordsmen fight, gaudy swords are also swords that expose their weaknesses. A real swordsman does not easily use his sword. In order to find the opponent's weakness, if he uses his sword easily, he will be the first to reveal his weakness. Also, my sword is indeed lacking in tyranny, but all of my power is concentrated on the tip of the sword. Only by being as immovable as a mountain can one not reveal any flaws. So that's how it is. The 8 Desolation Devil Lord's pupils constricted as he knelt down on one knee. Admirable. So this is how the number 1 swordsman of the true martial world was defeated. Staring at the martial stage, many of the demon clans admitted the truth in front of them. They looked at Lin Ling and couldn't help but admire him in their hearts. Perhaps, the Moon Rabbit clan was the number 1 swordsman of the true martial world. After all, after reaching the Heavenly Emperor realm, everyone cultivated their source energy. They did not expect that Lin Ling's sword Dao would still not be lost, and was still as sharp as ever. Take your sword back. Lin Ling laughed again. 8 swords, what would he do with them? What? You look down on my sword and humiliate me? Bahuang Devil Lord frowned, looking a little angry. That's not the case. A swordsman's sword will accompany him for his entire life. How can he hand it over after a single battle? Furthermore, a gentleman doesn't take what others like. The sword that you like, I naturally won't take it away. Lin Ling shook his head. 8 Desolation Devil Lord's body trembled, and kowtowed to Lin Ling. I, 8 Desolation Devil Lord, am not convinced of anyone in my entire life. You are the first. With that, he sheathed his sword and strode away. Lin Ling looked at his back and smiled again. Although the people of the devil race were cruel and heartless, they were also magnanimous. The surroundings of the martial stage were completely silent. Now that even the devil lord of 8 desolation had been defeated, who in the true martial world would be a match for that youth? This Lin Ling is truly an arrogant fellow. He dares to ascend the martial stage in the devil race. Isn't he afraid of being discovered as a human? Some of them were tall, some were short, and some were from the various races of the devil realm. However, if there were humans here, they would be able to discover that they were also humans. I heard that there are several sealing enchantments in the vicinity of the Dreamlike Mountain. However, the Dreamlike Mountain has become a forbidden area, so that fellow must want to enter the Dreamlike Mountain. Someone sneered. Originally, we should have given up on the sealing enchantment of the Dreamlike Mountain. But now, I'm a little moved. One of them coldly spat out a sentence, causing the others to look at him in shock. They said in disbelief, "Could it be that you want to compete in martial arts? You have to know that it's very dangerous there. With Lin Ling here, how can I let him do as he wishes? Although I don't understand the sword, I'm a diamond-level heavenly emperor. It won't be difficult for me to defeat him." That person's voice was filled with confidence. He slowly removed his cloak, revealing a jade-like face with the domineering aura of an emperor. It was Xianyuan Jiu Tian. What if we're discovered? Someone frowned. Cover me with all your might. At least if I'm discovered, Lin Ling will be too. Xianyuan Jiu Tian took a large step forward and headed towards the martial stage. The others nodded, their eyes filled with the light of facing death. At this moment, on the martial stage, Lin Ling let out a light breath. Finally, no one was going up. If the competition continued, no one knew if there would be any accidents. It was best to be careful in the devil realm. However, at this moment, a figure leaped onto the martial stage, causing Lin Ling's pupils to constrict. Another person had gone up, and it was a human. In that instant, anger rose in Lin Ling's heart. As humans, this was harming others and himself. At the same time, the heavenly emperors hidden around the martial stage were extremely surprised. This was because a heavenly emperor had gone up. If they were discovered to be humans, then the 2 people on the martial stage would die. That heavenly emperor was being a busybody. Damn it, it's one of the 9 heavenly emperors, Xianyuan Jiu Tian. The unhindered heavenly emperor frowned. That bastard. Shouldn't we be united here? He's trying to take us down with him. Perhaps, he's here to cause trouble. Baiyun Tiandi and the 9 spirits of heaven spoke at the same time. However, they could only wait and see. I'm very interested in a sword competition. Do you dare to come? On the martial stage, Xianyuan Jiu Tian stood there indifferently. He had 2 horns on his head and a lion's tail behind him. He looked more like a demon than Lin Ling, like a great demon king of the demon race. It's you. Lin Ling recognized the other party, so he knew that the other party was here to cause trouble. What, you don't dare to fight? Don't worry, I won't use my demonic chi here. A sword competition is a sword competition. I won't bully a junior like you. Xianyuan Jiu Tian said arrogantly. He was a diamond-level heavenly emperor, so he naturally wouldn't use his true strength to bully Lin Ling. That would be an unfair victory. Then let's fight. Lin Ling nodded, knowing that this battle was unavoidable. Xianyuan Jiu Tian was obviously stronger than him, but the good thing was that no one dared to use their spiritual chi here. My sword, 100 birds worshipping the phoenix. At the same time, Xianyuan Jiu Tian revealed his sword. As soon as the sword appeared, the sound of a phoenix rang out, and the illusion of 100 birds appeared, forming a miracle. What a powerful sword! The surrounding demons didn't understand weapons at all. They only felt that the sword was very impressive. Only the 13 heavenly kings of demon clouds' eyes flickered as they muttered to themselves, a divine weapon. Similarly, the unhindered Heavenly Emperor and the others were also shocked. They could see the level of the sword. It was a divine weapon. Hey, you're too ugly. Others are using branches, but you're using a sword. Is this a sword conference? The 8 Desolation Demon King was the #1 swordsman in the realm of true martial, so he naturally noticed the level of the sword. He immediately shouted angrily. If you feel that you can't win, you can admit defeat. Xianyuan Jiutian ignored the voices around him and said indifferently. He wasn't good at swordsmanship, and he couldn't use his full strength here, so he naturally relied on external assistance. Despicable. Chapter 1670. A broken sword might still be able to kill the enemy. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with a cold light, but he couldn't use his full strength now, so he had to be careful. Otherwise, if he was discovered, his fate would be even more miserable. So even if it was unfair, he still chose to fight. I hope your swordsmanship is as powerful as your sword. The branch in Lin Ling's hand shook, indicating that he had accepted the challenge. However, his words were full of ridicule. You will know. Xianyuan Jiutian knew that he was mocking him, but he didn't care. Swoosh. The two of them didn't say anything else. They stepped onto the martial stage and collided in midair. Clang clang clang. In a short span of a breath, the two of them had exchanged over 100 blows. Lin Ling's advantage was his physical strength and his attainments in sword Dao. Although Xianyuan Jiutian had cultivated for a longer time and was stronger than him, in terms of sword Dao, Lin Ling was still several streets ahead of him. Xianyuan Jiutian's advantage was very simple. It was the divine weapon in his hand. Although he did not dare to activate the power of the divine weapon, the sword of 100 birds facing the wind was extremely powerful even without using anything. Feng Jiutian. With a slash of the sword, waves of energy rolled out, and a waterfall appeared, slashing out a ditch on the martial stage. 12 swords of flowing cloud. Lin Ling casually used a powerful sword move, which formed a natural flow of water, and blocked that waterfall. However, his figure was still pushed back, and the blood in his body was boiling. As expected of a divine weapon, its attack was domineering and magnificent. If it wasn't for his powerful physical body, the previous sword strike would have been enough to defeat him. Yo, this Lord's sword is so powerful. It only knows how to slash horizontally. Don't tell me you don't have any other profound sword moves. On the other side of the martial arts platform, the 9 spirits of heaven shouted, causing many demons to shout as well. Bullshit sword conference, I think he doesn't understand the sword at all, he just used the sword in his hand to sweep across, what a disgrace. Everyone could see that Lin Ling was the one who was truly proficient in swordsmanship. Xianyuan Jiutian didn't know anything about swordsmanship at all. He was only relying on the sword in his hand to crush his opponents. What do you know about swords? However, the most infuriating thing was that Xianyuan Jiutian did not feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he replied disdainfully, as if he was saying, "You are just a sparrow. How could you know the grand plan of an eagle?" Anger. The 9 spirits of heaven were furious. They had never seen such a shameless person. The other demons were also cursing in anger. It was one thing for him to borrow the strength of the treasured sword in his hand, but he was even mocking them. Your Excellency's sword Dao is indeed powerful. However, do you want to know your weakness? Xianyuan Jiutian was standing on the battle stage. He waved his weapon and Lin Ling couldn't even get close to him. Really? Please give me some pointers. Lin Ling said coldly as he blocked the sword and retreated. It's the sword in your hand. That's the flaw. Xianyuan Jiutian smiled calmly, as if he knew how to defeat Lin Ling. Of course, his words were nonsense, because Lin Ling had a tree branch, and he had a divine weapon. How could the two be compared? Take my sword, Feng Lai Yi. Xianyuan Jiutian began to suppress Lin Ling with his divine weapon, causing the surrounding people to curse even more. Crack! The tree branch in Lin Ling's hand couldn't withstand the pressure and broke. He kept moving around, avoiding the sharp edge of the divine weapon. However, many people could see that he was in danger. Your sword is too flashy, too immature. You should just admit defeat. Xianyuan Jiutian's voice floated out from time to time, as if he was a swordsman of the generation, suppressing Lin Ling's pride. Then, let me talk about your weakness. Your sword is indeed powerful, but your level of sword Dao is low, like a clown. You only know how to use one sword. Therefore, I only need to use one sword to find your weakness and defeat you. Lin Ling's voice floated out, causing Xianyuan Jiutian's pupils to constrict. Lin Ling was so stubborn. Then you can try. Xianyuan Jiutian pressed towards Lin Ling, and his divine weapon let out a sword cry. With a crack, it finally broke the tree branch in Lin Ling's hand. Around the martial stage, all the devils exclaimed. Lin Ling's sword was broken. Huh, broken sword, how are you going to fight? Admit defeat. Xianyuan Jiutian laughed heartily as he stared at the broken tree branch on the ground. Suddenly, he became high-spirited. Today, he came to ruin Lin Ling's plans, and he was very satisfied with the result. Of course, if he had the chance, he wouldn't mind killing Lin Ling. Moreover, he suddenly thought that as long as he defeated Lin Ling, he would be able to marry the 9th commandery princess. Then, he would be able to enter the sealed enchantment of the dreamlike mountain. Therefore, no matter what, he wanted Lin Ling to be defeated. A dignified heavenly emperor of the generation, relying on such despicable means, the Jianghu Immortal Plateau's face has been completely disgraced by him. The unhindered heavenly emperor and the others had ugly expressions, and their hearts were burning with rage. Go to hell. Xianyuan Jiutian didn't care about them. The divine weapon pierced out, and a phoenix seemed to be crying in the sky. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't have a sword anymore. He only had a broken tree branch in his hand. How could he fight? At this moment, many of the devils were nervous. Even the young girl in the room far away was covering her mouth with her small hands, full of worry. However, in the eyes of the crowd, Lin Ling's face was getting calmer and calmer. He was like the clouds in the sky, and also like a swordsman who had seen all the Tao of swords in the world. When the divine weapon pierced towards him, he only moved his feet slightly, allowing the divine weapon to pierce through him. Immediately, blood spurted out like a fountain. He's been hit. Many people's pupils trembled violently. Was the young man from the Moon Rabbit clan dead? You're not qualified to compete with me in swords. Xianyuan Jiutian maintained his piercing posture, but he sneered and looked at the crowd arrogantly. The 9th commandery princess belongs to me. When his words came out, the crowd was silent. Although Xianyuan Jiutian's victory was ugly, it was undeniable that he had won. When it came to swords, no one was a match for him. That's not necessarily true. However, at this moment, a calm voice suddenly came out. It sounded weak, but it was extremely firm and had the arrogance of a sword. Xianyuan Jiutian's pupils trembled. He looked up and saw Lin Ling, who had been pierced by the divine weapon. Lin Ling slowly raised his head, and a cold and confident smile appeared on his handsome face. Bang! Lin Ling took a step forward and allowed the divine weapon to pierce through his shoulder. Blood spurted out, but he was getting closer and closer to Xianyuan Jiutian. At this moment, Xianyuan Jiutian's face changed dramatically. He didn't expect Lin Ling to have such a move. A broken sword may still be able to kill the enemy. A cold voice suddenly came out. Lin Ling raised the tree branch in his hand and shot it towards Xianyuan Jiutian's neck. Although the tree branch was broken, it was still sharp. It turned out that Lin Ling had used his body to get closer to Xianyuan Jiutian so that he could deal a fatal blow. After all, he knew that it was impossible to defeat Xianyuan Jiutian with conventional Tao of swords. You! Xianyuan Jiutian's face changed dramatically. He realized that the tree branch was not a tree branch, but a real sword. The murderous intent was strong enough to crush his neck. Boom! Chapter 1671. Identity exposed. The martial stage suddenly became silent. Many demons were so excited that their mouths were wide open. Wonderful, very wonderful sword conference. No one thought that the young man would use a tree branch to fight against a divine weapon and turn defeat into victory. A broken sword may not be unable to kill the enemy. That sentence appeared in the minds of all the demons. Even the 8 Desolation Demon King trembled. This was a swordsman, a real swordsman. So what if the sword was broken? It was also a broken sword. Huh, arrogant, arrogant. You dare to compete with my boss? So what if you are a heavenly emperor? Xianyuan Jiuhun laughed excitedly. Lin Ling's sword had won beautifully. He had fought back from the brink of death, defeating the strong with the weak. Where's your divine weapon? Don't you know the way of the sword very well? Why are you running away in fear now? The white cloud heavenly emperor's voice was filled with mockery as he spoke. Trash, you still lost even with a sword in your hand. What kind of sword are you practicing? You obviously don't know anything about swords, but you pretend that you know everything. Now you even gave up the sword in your hand. Don't you feel that your previous words are like slapping your own face? The demons were magnanimous. They were not pleasing to the eye, so they all scolded. At this moment, Xianyuan Jiutian's expression was extremely ugly in the sky. He had lost all his face. He was a diamond-level celestial emperor, yet he had lost to Lin Ling. Most importantly, he had a divine weapon in his hand. If news of this spread to the human world, he would lose all his face. Of course, he also knew that the hidden heavenly emperors around the martial stage should have seen this. You are a human. However, at this time, the 13 heavenly kings of the demon cloud said coldly. Many demons' faces changed. They realized that although Xianyuan Jiutian had demonic chi, the aura he released was the power of the Saint Ocean. Human, it's actually a human, kill him. Kill. The demons and humans had always been irreconcilable. No one knew when this hatred was born. In short, in their subconscious, they must kill any human they see. This idiot. Around the martial stage, the hidden celestial emperors all roared angrily. Xianyuan Jiutian had simply thrown away the face of humanity, and had even implicated them. At this moment, Xianyuan Jiutian finally reacted. His expression became even more ferocious. Not only did he not achieve his goal today, but his identity was also exposed. However, he quickly sneered, yes, I am indeed a human. However, I am not the only human here. There are a few humans on the martial stage. He pointed in several directions of the martial platform, making the expressions of those heavenly emperor powerhouses even uglier. Xianyuan Jiutian betrayed them. There's another big piece of news. The young man on the martial stage is also a human. Xianyuan Jiutian pointed at Lin Ling and said, as if he was cutting off all means of retreat. It was as if he was saying, Lin Ling, if you don't show me any mercy, I won't show you any mercy either. Let's see who will win. What, he's human too? Impossible. He's definitely a demon. Many demons did not believe that Lin Ling was a human. Perhaps today, Lin Ling had conquered their hearts with his sword. Lin Ling, do you still want to pretend? I can tell you that if anyone dies, you will die first. With your strength, you won't be able to escape from here, but I might not. Xianyuan Jiutian sneered, and his smile was extremely contented. Kill him, kill him. Kill him. The surrounding atmosphere became more and more solemn. It seemed that life and death were at stake at this moment. The unhindered celestial emperor and the others looked solemn. Now that Lin Ling wanted to escape, it would be difficult for him to do so. However, at this moment, a clear voice came from the other side of the martial stage. What nonsense are you talking about? He is my husband, a real demon. How can he be a human? Ninth Commandery Princess. Hearing this, the expressions of all the demons changed drastically. Xianyuan Jiutian was originally laughing, but now his face became stiff. He was sure that Lin Ling was definitely a human. But why did the Ninth Commandery Princess say that Lin Ling was a demon? Ninth Commandery Princess, don't be fooled by him. He is a human, and he came from the same place as me. Xianyuan Jiutian could not help but say. He could be hunted down by the demons, but Lin Ling could not be an exception. Bullshit. He's a demon. He's from the Moon Rabbit clan. I can prove it. The Ninth Commandery Princess's voice floated out, which made Xianyuan Jiutian gnash his teeth in anger. She was lying through her teeth. You arrogant little brat, let me ask you, are you from the Moon Rabbit tribe? The Ninth Commandery Princess asked Lin Ling again. At this moment, Lin Ling was still thinking about the imminent disaster. When he heard the voice, he could not help but be shocked. Arrogant little brat? Was she talking about him? However, it was a matter of life and death, so of course he would cooperate. Yes, I am from the Moon Rabbit tribe. The Ninth Commandery Princess and I grew up together. That arrogant little brat was spanked by me since she was a child. We had an arranged marriage. Lin Ling said with an honest face. Bullshit. Xianyuan Jiutian was about to go crazy. He was sure that Lin Ling did not know the Ninth Commandery Princess at all. However, Lin Ling was so cunning that he actually took advantage of the situation and made friends with the Ninth Commandery Princess. Around the martial arts stage, the Overlord of Heaven, Baiyun Tiandi and the others' eyes were twitching violently. Of course, they did not believe Lin Ling's words. Come on, beat this human to death. Lin Ling shouted coldly again. Since he had decided to pretend to be a demon, he would do it until the end. The surrounding demons looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. However, at this moment, the Ninth Commandery Princess's voice came again. What? Can't you hear him? Or do you think I don't exist? Let me tell you, his words are my words. Yes, Ninth Commandery Princess. Before the others could say anything, the 13 heavenly kings of the demon cloud stood up and stared at Xianyuan Jiutian with a murderous look. Xianyuan Jiutian's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, the surrounding demons also began to stir with murderous intent. Lin Ling, you. Xianyuan Jiutian's face was distorted. How could this happen? He and Lin Ling were both humans, but Lin Ling was fine. However, he was going to be killed by the demons. This was too unfair. Could it be that the Ninth Commandery Princess of the Demon Cloud liked Lin Ling? Lin Ling, why? Ninth Commandery Princess, I know everything that Lin Ling knows. Moreover, I am stronger and more handsome than him. Xianyuan Jiutian quickly said. At this moment, he did not believe that he was inferior to Lin Ling. Go to hell. You're as ugly as that pig head from before. How dare you compare yourself to my husband? Kill him. However, the Ninth Commandery Princess did not give him any face. She shouted angrily, which was a blow to Xianyuan Jiutian. He looked at the surrounding demons and immediately ran away. Your sword, do you want it or not? What made him want to vomit blood was that on the battle platform, Lin Ling pulled out the divine weapon from his body and pointed it at him. It was as if he was saying that the divine weapon was very precious. Could it be that he didn't intend to take it and run away? However, how could he take it? If Xianyuan Jiutian did not leave, he would die here. He did not dare to take the most precious treasure in the world, let alone the magic weapon. Lin Ling, I will remember you. Chapter 1672. Guess who I am? Young Master Xianyuan, we're here to save you. In the distance, those heavenly emperors flew over to help Xianyuan Jiutian. Because Xianyuan Jiutian had a powerful origin, they couldn't let him die here. Moreover, Xianyuan Jiutian dared to enter the martial stage, so he naturally had a backup plan. Moreover, in his imagination, even if his identity was exposed, it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape. Most importantly, Lin Ling's identity would also be exposed, but Lin Ling wouldn't be able to escape at all. But now, the scene he imagined did not happen. Lin Ling was respected, but he had to flee. Kill. Those demon race experts moved out one after another. There were giants descending, and there were demonic dragons flying in the sky. Many heavenly emperors died there in a single exchange. Although those heavenly emperors resisted with all their might, it was only a matter of time before they were completely wiped out. After all, there were humans here. If they couldn't recover their exhausted strength, they couldn't escape death in the end. On the contrary, the heavenly emperors around the martial stage were safe and sound. All of them had a solemn expression and didn't dare to breathe loudly. This guy knows how to act. Now I'm wondering if he's a human. The North Sea Heavenly Emperor's eyes twitched. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. What a lucky guy. Although Bai Yun Tiandi was surprised, she still said sourly. Could it be that the pig-headed princess took a fancy to Lin Ling? Thinking of this, she was unwilling to admit defeat in her heart. Hearing her words, the 9 spirits of heaven and the unhindered heavenly emperor smiled bitterly. Lin Ling really surprised people. The battle in the distance didn't last long. 100 heavenly emperors fell very quickly. Only Xianyuan Jiutian and one person escaped with great vitality. Seeing the terrifying battle, the celestial emperors who were hiding around the martial stage felt their hearts sink. Dead, they were all dead. Xianyuan Jiutian wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson, but in the end, not only did he fail to bully Lin Ling, but all of his people had died and he had even lost a divine weapon. Involuntarily, many heavenly emperors stared at Lin Ling on the martial platform, describing Lin Ling as an existence that could not be provoked. Lin Ling didn't know what they were thinking. His expression was solemn. The members of the devil race were indeed powerful. He couldn't help but feel lucky. If he was surrounded, it would be difficult for him to escape death. However, who was helping him? Who was the 9th Commandery Princess? Brat, you're the only winner of the sword conference. Men, bring that brat to me. At this time, the voice of the 9th Commandery Princess came from the martial arts stage. Then, a devil walked towards Lin Ling. He clenched his right fist and placed it in front of his chest. He gave Lin Ling the most honorable salute of the devil tribe and invited Lin Ling to come forward. Lin Ling strode forward without hesitation. His blue cloak and the horn on his forehead made many of the devil race nod secretly. They didn't expect the Moon Rabbit tribe to be so powerful. Moreover, it seemed that the Moon Rabbit tribe was more handsome than the previous devil race. Bai Yun Tiandi, the North Sea Heaven Emperor, and the others also stared at Lin Ling. They were a little stunned. Only when Lin Ling disappeared from their sight did they have a strange feeling in their hearts. He went to the 9th Commandery Princess. Will he be fine? The 9 spirits of heaven were a little worried. However, the Zongheng Heaven Emperor shook his head and said, if the 9th Commandery Princess wanted to kill him, she could have done so earlier. Why would she help Lin Ling? That's true. The 9 spirits of heaven finally felt relieved. Why would the 9th Commandery Princess help me? No matter what, I will not marry her. If she is too difficult to deal with, I will use force to kidnap her and force her to take me to the dreamlike mountain. Lin Ling walked forward as he thought to himself. He didn't want to hurt the 9th Commandery Princess, so he only planned to kidnap her. Soon, the devil race brought Lin Ling to a wing room and invited Lin Ling to enter. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open and entered. However, just as he entered, a figure suddenly shot out from behind the door. A pair of hands reached out to his eyes from behind. It seemed that the hands wanted to cover his eyes. Guess who I am? This sudden turn of events caused Lin Ling's expression to change. His many years of combat experience made him subconsciously slap away the hand behind him. He quickly turned around and pounced on the person behind him, pinning him under his body. What do you want? Yes. In the realm of true martial arts, although Lin Ling didn't want to provoke the devil race, he wouldn't put his life in the hands of others. Therefore, when someone attacked him before, he immediately fought back. However, after asking the question, Lin Ling also saw the face under his body. It was a delicate face with willowy eyebrows and limpid eyes. Hongyan's small mouth was wide open at this moment. Her fair skin showed that she was a young and charming girl. Most importantly, Lin Ling knew her. She was Xian Yuangu, who had gone through thick and thin with him in the ghost realm. It's you. Yes. Lin Ling was shocked. Wasn't Xian Yuangu a lone ranger? How come it was the 9th Commandery Princess? In the ghost realm, when we met for the first time, you pressed me under your body. At that time, I said that I would definitely take revenge. Good, I haven't taken my revenge yet. The second time we met, you did this again. Are you addicted to pressing people? The girl under him was Xian Yuangu. She was so angry that she clenched her teeth. I really didn't know it was you. Lin Ling stood up awkwardly, then held Xian Yuangu's small hand and pulled her up. Xian Yuangu was still angry, but she looked very beautiful. The little maid next to her stared at Lin Ling with a face full of surprise. I really didn't know it was you. I thought someone was going to do something bad to me. Lin Ling explained. What an overly cautious guy. Forget it, you didn't mean it this time, so I won't bother about it. Xian Yuangu pursed her lips, then smiled and said, last time in the ghost realm, you helped me escape. Now, I've helped you this time. You and I don't owe each other anything. Lin Ling also smiled. He glanced around the room and saw that there was still food. He immediately sat down and picked up the grapes on the table to eat. He had gone through thick and thin with Xian Yuangu, so he trusted her. Xian Yuangu also sat down and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. By the way, how did you become the 9th Commandery Princess? Lin Ling ate the grapes and asked curiously. No wonder someone had helped him before. It was this girl. I'm not the 9th Commandery Princess. I'm the daughter of the Great Eastern Demon King, one of the 5 demon emperors in the demon area. Xian Yuangu imitated Lin Ling and ate the grapes lazily. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Looking at Lin Ling's expression, Xian Yuangu giggled and said, don't expect me to explain anything. In fact, I'm even more confused than you. Anyway, after we parted ways in the ghost realm, I came to the demon area to explore. Who knew that I would encounter the demon army? Then, a man who was almost 10 meters tall told me that I was his daughter. By accident, I became the daughter of the Great Eastern Demon King. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. There was such a strange thing. Chapter 1673. Life is like a dream, did you hear that? Not only am I the daughter of the Great Demon King of the East, but I am also the reincarnation of some mushroom. Therefore, even I feel that these things are a mess. Xian Yuangu obviously did not accept her identity at all. Even Lin Ling felt that it was hard to accept, but he also felt that it was normal. In this world, some people could indeed be reincarnated, such as the Fire Spirit Princess, or the Emperor Peerless who was the essence of the earth, and so on. The Great Demon King of the East is one of the most ancient figures in this world. He was born before the Realm Lord of the Heaven and Earth. It is said that he even fought with the Realm Lord, so his words must be correct. You are indeed the daughter of the Great Demon King of the East. In the Eastern Demon Tribe, many demons know you. Then tell me how I died. Xian Yuangu said. The little maid was silent for a moment, as if she did not dare to say it, but she still opened her mouth and said, "You fell in love with a human." However, at that time, humans and demons could not be together, so the great demon king of the East wanted to kill that human boy. Later, you pleaded for mercy, and the great demon king of the East let him go. After you separated from that boy, you were sad and tearful every day. Finally, under the longing, you silently died 100 years later. After that incident, the great demon king of the East was furious. He invaded the human world many times and slaughtered creatures until the transmission array between the demon realm and the human realm was sealed. Only then did he restrain himself. Later, he met you. The great demon king of the East immediately knew that you were his daughter. He was happy for a long time and let you do whatever you want. Hearing this, Xianxia nodded. She also knew that the burly giant, who was nearly 10 meters tall, doted on her very much. Otherwise, he would have allowed her to organize a marriage contest because for her, the so-called marriage contest was just a game to kill time when she was bored. However, the great demon king of the East still allowed her to be willful. Is that human boy so spineless? The girl misses him and washes her face with tears every day. Did he not do anything? Xianxia said. No, young Mississippi. In fact, the Eastern Devil King said that if he wanted to marry you, he would have to wait until the youth's power reached the level of a ruler. However, that youth did it and came back one day. Unfortunately, young Miss had already passed away at that time. The maid whispered. Xianxia was stunned and deeply moved. The daughter of the great Eastern Demon King had also been waiting for the young man before she died. The young man had also returned. Neither of them had abandoned the other. Unfortunately, fate made fools of people. They had missed each other. Lin Ling was also secretly regretful. The few of them then fell silent, causing the room to be somewhat quiet. A moment later, the little maid suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Miss, if you don't believe me, you will know everything at Dreamlike Mountain." Xianxia was not interested in Dreamlike Mountain at first, but now he was curious. Lin Ling looked at Xianxia and then nodded. Dreamlike Mountain was also a place he wanted to go. The two of them exchanged a few words and then set off. Dreamlike Mountain was not far away. Although it was a forbidden area in the Jianghu world, it obviously could not stop Xianxia. When the two of them arrived at the bottom of the legendary mountain, Muran discovered that the mountain was very beautiful. It was filled with pink plants. When the wind blew, pink snow fluttered in the sky. So beautiful. Xianxia muttered to herself. She stretched out her small hand and wanted to catch the pink snow in the sky. Indeed. Lin Ling nodded and took a big step forward. He took the lead and walked towards the mountain. Xianxia followed behind him with small steps. The Eastern Devil King said that when someone in Xianxia set foot there, that person will be him. The little maid stared at the blue-robed youth, her heart beating violently. Dreamlike Mountain. Life was like a dream, like fog, like flowers in a mirror, like the moon in the water. It was all empty at the end. It seemed to be saying that the so-called love was actually like a dream. In the end, there was no result. I only care about what I once had. Why care about eternity? Stepping on the snowy mountain path, Lin Ling smiled. His heart was extremely clear at this moment. I only care about what I once had. Why care about eternity? Xianxia followed behind Lin Ling and said softly. She raised her head and looked at the peak of the mountain. There was a huge tree with pink flowers growing on the tree. It was extremely beautiful. I'll go there and take a look. She did not know why, but after seeing the tree, Xianxia felt a sense of familiarity. Lin Ling nodded. In fact, he also felt a sense of familiarity because the Realm Lord had come here before. Moreover, to the Realm Lord, this was an extremely important place. Sealing enchantments. Lin Ling did not go to the peak of the mountain. Halfway up the mountain, he saw a few ancient stone arrays. Those stones were about 2 meters tall. There were a total of 5 of them, and they were diamond-shaped. They emitted a sacred and inviolable majesty. However, Lin Ling knew that these were sealing enchantments. There were a total of 5 such sealing enchantments. This meant that out of the 100,000 sealing enchantments, Lin Ling could seal 5 of them. This made Lin Ling smile. 500 merit points were in his hands. He strode forward and came under one of the sealing enchantments. He took out the jade tablet hanging from his waist and gently touched the stone. Instantly, a dazzling light appeared. It was like ripples of water, causing the entire stone to turn blue. It was extremely beautiful. That mysterious blue color was like a tide, gradually turning the nearby rocks into a blue color, as if they were made of crystal. The sealing enchantment's power has been restored. Lin Ling smiled and continued forward. He began to seal enchantments one by one. In front of the last enchantment, Lin Ling stopped. His eyes stared at the ancient stone array and gradually flashed. In front of the stone array, he saw a familiar figure. It was the owner of the Eye of Time, the Realm Lord. There are regrets in life. If I had the determination back then and was ruthless enough, I could have taken her away. Unfortunately, because of my promise, I made her wait for thousands of years. When I returned in triumph, she had already left. In my life, I have come into contact with too many women, but she is the one I will never forget. Because she is my first love. In time, the man carried Lin Ling on his back and quietly looked at the stone array. His voice was calm, but Lin Ling could hear the heart-wrenching pain in it. Time could not be reversed. If it could be reversed, the man would have forcibly taken the girl away. He would not have agreed to wait until he was stronger and openly married the girl. Because at that time, the girl would have already left. Life could not wait. If he fell in love with her today, then he would have her today. Lin Ling's heart trembled fiercely. In his mind, he suddenly had a guess. Could it be that the so-called she was Xianyuangu's previous life? If that was the case, the one who fell in love with Xianyuangu in her previous life was the young Realm Lord. Chapter 1674. Predestined Marriage. Time moved forward again. The one who appeared in front of Lin Ling wasn't the Realm Lord, but the young Realm Lord. The young man swore that the day he ruled the world would be the day he openly married the young lady. Be it demons or humans, he didn't care. Even if the rules of heaven and earth didn't allow humans and demons to walk together, he would break this rule. The young man swore that when he ruled the world, he would definitely return. This period of time was obviously set by the Realm Lord when he was young. Unfortunately, he was going to be disappointed. The person in his heart couldn't wait for him. In the future, when he returned with the identity of the Realm Lord, he would only be left with regret. The path of an expert was never smooth sailing. Other than enemies, you also had to give up on many things. For example, your most beloved first love. The 2 periods of time appeared in front of Lin Ling, causing him to feel a piercing pain in his mind. His soul force was increasing crazily. At the same time, a soul martial art from his memories quietly appeared. Maple Snow Sword of Sorrow. Put on. Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. His head felt like it was going to split open. Those memories seemed to be tearing him apart. Maple Snow Sword of Sorrow. This was the soul martial art that the Realm Lord comprehended after the departure of the young lady. In reality, this martial art wasn't strong to the Realm Lord, but it was a type of memory. However, this soul martial art was extremely powerful to the current Lin Ling. Rumble. Lin Ling's soul sea was roaring crazily. His soul force was increasing like water, causing his soul to almost collapse. It was obviously difficult for him to successfully cultivate the Realm Lord's soul martial art. While Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged, on the mountain peak, Xianyuangu's little leather boots stepped on the ground. Her beautiful eyes were staring at the ancient tree. Who? The wind blew over, filling the sky with pink snow. Vaguely, she saw the promise between the young man and the young woman under the tree. They held hands and stood under the tree, making the promise of their youth. Shaoling, your father doesn't allow me to be with you. He said that humans and demons cannot coexist together. However, I, Li Xiaoyao, don't believe in this. I have the heavenly gaze. Be it humans or demons, I will break this rule. You only need to wait for me. When the day comes that I rule the world, I will marry you. At that time, no one will be able to stop us. The immature young man made a promise word by word. I believe you. The young girl was pure, like the pink snow in the sky. She had beautiful fantasies about love. That's great. The young man revealed a smile. It was extremely brilliant, but it was also filled with strong confidence. It's all real. Xianyuangu's beautiful eyes became moist. She felt as if she was there. She knew that she was the daughter of the great demon king of the East in her previous life. At this moment, the young girl leaned on the young man's shoulder and said softly, even if we are separated in the end, our fated marriage will not end. It will not end even after thousands of lifetimes. In the future, if there comes a day when I come here again, the person who will accompany me will be you. If there comes a day when I am willing to reincarnate for you, we will meet again here. The young man smiled and said with determination. Boom! Xianyuangu's heart roared. She subconsciously looked at the young man in the mountain. Her eyes became moist. The promise from the previous life, the fated marriage, would not end even after thousands of lifetimes. If there comes a day when they meet again here, that person will be him. No matter who is reincarnated, they will meet again. And now, they are reunited in the dreamlike mountain. That person is the young man who is cultivating in the mountain. Is there really a past life? Xianyuangu stood there quietly, letting the wind blow on her face. She stretched out her small hand, wanting to catch the snow in the sky, because the snow might be the proof. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ling stepped on the top of the mountain. He could not help but be stunned. Xianyuangu, under the ancient tree, was extremely beautiful at this moment. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and her lively facial features had a happy smile. Although Xianyuangu was not the most beautiful, she was petite and cute. She gave off a completely different temperament, just like the girl next door. How is it? Did you see the past life? Lin Ling stepped on the top of the mountain and suddenly smiled. I saw it. I didn't expect the story to be true. Xianyuangu curled her lips and said. Then let's go. I have achieved my goal. Lin Ling shrugged, but after taking a few steps, he found that Xianyuangu did not leave. This made him suspicious. I also saw that young man. In fact, he did not do anything wrong. Unfortunately, he made the other party wait for too long. Xianyuangu stood under the ancient tree and looked at Lin Ling. I know, because I also saw it. Moreover, I know even more about that young man's background. Lin Ling smiled and said. That young man was the Realm Lord. He did not know the meaning of Xianyuangu's words. That him was actually Lin Ling. After thousands of reincarnations, they were reunited again. This promise could not be false. Oh right, you won the martial arts competition. You have to marry me. Do you have this plan? Xianyuangu sniffed and suddenly said. Lin Ling was stunned. Xianyuangu did not take the martial arts competition seriously. Why did she take it seriously now? He smiled and shook his head. Of course not, because I already have a wife. Oh. Xian Yuan Gu nodded with some disappointment, but soon smiled. Then do you believe in previous lives? So. Lin Ling shook his head. He could not help but think of the other world before he came here. He smiled and said, you used to be like a little witch. When did you become so sentimental? No, I was just teasing you. Huh, fool, why don't you take a look at yourself? I am now the daughter of the great demon king of the East. I can do whatever I want in the demon area. Other people want to marry me, but I don't want them. So do you think I like you? Xian Yuan Gu smiled and said. I knew you were up to no good. Since you don't plan to leave, then I will leave first. Anyway, you won't be in any danger in the demon area. Lin Ling waved his hand and left. Thank you for your help. I will remember this kindness in my heart. Xian Yuan Gu's eyes moistened as she looked at Lin Ling's free and easy departure. It was as if she saw the young man leave 10,000 years ago. She subconsciously said, get lost. Just like last time, I will give you another song. Hearing this, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks. His eyes suddenly flashed, but he continued to move forward. Currently, he was going to seal the barrier and obtain more merit points. He was not as free as Xian Yuan Gu. If only time froze when we first met. However, Lin Ling still remembered all the scenes when he met Xian Yuan Gu. Under the ancient tree, a beautiful song was floating, as if it was sending the warrior away. Snow was falling, blowing the long hair of the girl under the tree. Destined marriage, you entered the cycle of reincarnation for me. Unfortunately, you don't know that you are him now. However, I will wait for you, just like in the previous life. But this time, I hope you won't make me wait too long. Chapter 1675. The Deacon Palace of the human world had a bet. At that moment, Lin Ling was leaving the dreamlike mountain, but he wasn't calm. It seemed like there were some things he hadn't done, but when he thought about it, he didn't know what they were. This time, not only had he found all the sealed enchantments of the true martial world, but his soul had also increased, reaching level 145. He had also learned a soul skill, Maple Snow Blade. Apart from becoming stronger, Lin Ling also knew that the World Lord had made a promise when he was young, but he hadn't fulfilled it. After becoming the World Lord, even though he was strong enough to control everything, he couldn't bring back what he had lost. If that had happened to Lin Ling, he was sure that he wouldn't have missed it. When he was young, he would have taken the girl away. Unfortunately, I'm not the World Lord. Lin Ling shook his head and continued on his journey. At that moment, in the true martial world, a large number of celestial emperors were sealing enchantments. Each time they sealed an enchantment, those celestial emperors were extremely excited because those enchantments were worth points. Besides, the three legends of the human world were also competing with each other to see who could seal more enchantments. As time passed, many sealed enchantments were found and sealed. The extremely strong celestial emperors formed teams to seal the enchantments. At that moment, in the Deacon Palace of the human world, a large number of people had gathered. If one looked carefully, one would see that those people were strong enough to shake the entire human world. They were looking at a map floating in the air. The map was blurry, but from time to time, lights were flashing. So far, we've sealed 10,000 enchantments, said an ancestor indifferently while staring at the map. Those lights were sealed enchantments. I think 80% of them were sealed by our Yungu celestial stage, said a middle-aged man with an indifferent smile. Everyone in the palace was stunned. Currently, nobody knew who had sealed the enchantment and why that person was so confident. Master Tian, maybe only 50% of your Yungu celestial stage is sealed. The rest is sealed by Champion University, said a tall and sturdy man coldly. His chi was monstrous, nobody dared underestimate him. I sealed half of Yungu's celestial layer, the rest is sealed by Champion University. You think the 7 emperors' celestial layers don't exist? They should have at least 10%. The sage-like middle-aged man said again. 10%? Last year, there were 100,000 sealing barriers, but they only sealed 10%. Now, there are 10,000 sealing barriers, and they want to take 10%? The tall and sturdy man who looked like a battle king laughed. The people around couldn't help but laugh, but they didn't dare to say anything. It was obvious that the person who spoke before was extremely powerful, and they didn't have the qualifications to speak. Among the surrounding people, there were the 3 Shi clans, the Xianyuan family, the Ji family, and other powerful forces. Old Jean, Lord Sky, the seal isn't over yet. It's still too early to confirm everything. On the other side, 7 people were sitting together. An old man with a fishing net on his back said indifferently. He was Emperor Li Shou of the 7 emperors. Hee, old fish, you still don't want to admit defeat. How about we make a bet? If you manage to seal 20,000 enchantments, my sword will be yours. Said the middle-aged man from the Celestial Wind Palace smiling. He stared at the old man's fishing rod and said, I've heard that the world fishing rod can catch fish from all over the world. If you lose, the rod will be mine, what do you think? His Excellency the Sky King, he's using the execution god's sword as a bet? Many people were staring at the middle-aged man's sword. They couldn't help but take a deep breath. The Sky King of Yungu's celestial layer was really heroic. Then, they looked at Emperor Li Shou and smiled. Would the 7 emperors dare to make a bet? Old fish, accept his challenge. I'll add a bet, the universal chess playbook. At this moment, among the 7 emperors, a scholarly middle-aged man laughed. It was none other than Emperor Yu. The other 7 emperors also spoke, taking out their treasures. As one of the 3 emperors of the celestial layer, they naturally couldn't swallow this humiliation. If news of them being suppressed by 2 other mythical characters were to spread out, the other celestial emperors and Xian Di would definitely mock them. Not only that, the Xianpeng province would also lose face. Even the universal chess playbook has been taken out. In that case, my Yungu's celestial layer wouldn't lose face anymore. I'll take out the fruit of 10,000 origins. A gentle voice rang out, causing everyone to turn their gazes over. The speaker was a woman about 30+ years of age. She was extremely beautiful and exuded a noble and dignified aura. Naturally, her identity was also extremely terrifying. She was none other than the strongest existence in Yungu's celestial layer, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. Behind her, there were a few people. Among them, were none other than Yu and Anuer. Fruit of 10,000 origins, according to legends, it can increase all sorts of attributes. How generous! Many people were astonished. They couldn't participate in such a battle, they could only watch. Champion University will also participate. Let's go. On the other side of Champion University, a woman wearing golden armor smiled indifferently. She was one of the 2 champions of Champion University, and the strongest cultivator there. Boom! The crowd's hearts were pounding. The 3 great emperors of the human world were going to compete. That battle was about sealing the boundaries of the world. Whoever sealed the most boundaries would gain a lot of face. They might even obtain the most precious treasures. Yungu's celestial layer has always been the first. They know many sealing boundaries. 500 years ago, Champion University had been the first, but the 7 emperors' world had never been the first. Because of that, in the human world, many people laugh at the 7 emperors' world. They say that the 7 emperors' world has an undeserved reputation. They don't do anything to contribute to the human world. Let's go. This time, the 7 emperors' world won't admit defeat. They're so confident, could it be because of the celestial emperor of the Ji clan? A commotion broke out among the crowd. Naturally, the titled celestial emperors were also betting among themselves. Lu Susu and the other experts who had been waiting outside the teleportation portal were now at each other's throats. I'm telling you, this time, Yungu's celestial altar wants all the sealed deployment spells. With Xian Yuan Jiu Tian here, we're definitely going to win. Your celestial emperors won't get a single point. Bullshit. We have 3 celestial emperors from the Shi clans, especially Luohan's celestial emperor. He'll definitely lead everybody and finish first. Let's wait and see. The Xian Di world's cultivators didn't want to admit defeat. The peerless celestial emperors of the 7 emperors world frowned. The celestial emperors of the 7 emperors world were led by a celestial emperor from the Ji clan. He was very strong, and he had the most celestial emperors with him. The most important thing was that he knew many sealing boundaries. They hoped he wouldn't lose face. Chapter 1676. Lin Ling, come out. At this moment, there were more and more battles in the true martial world. If one wanted to seal the barrier, they would have to fight with the devil race. Because many of the sealing barriers were guarded by the devil race, and the devil race had also sensed the invasion of the human race. Therefore, it was as if they were facing a great enemy, which made the sealing barrier even more difficult. In the entire true martial world, a large number of small teams were moving forward in the east, south, west, and north in search of the sealing enchantment. He hasn't come out yet. Will Lin Ling be okay? I don't think so. If something really happened, the 9th Commandery Princess would have killed Lin Ling. I'm getting a little anxious. So much time has passed and we haven't even sealed a single barrier. If this continues, we won't be able to obtain any merit points. Moreover, the 7 emperors have already issued an order. We must not lose face in this mission. Outside Dreamlike City, under a rather remote city wall, several figures had transformed into demons and were conversing in low voices. They were the unhindered Sky Emperor and the others. They were obviously waiting for Lin Ling. Moreover, 4 people had joined them. They were Celestial Emperor Qing Yun, Celestial Emperor Songmu, Celestial Emperor North Sea and a man named Celestial Emperor Lei Dong. They had formed their own team. While they were waiting, the heavenly emperors who were passing by couldn't help but laugh. These heavenly emperors of the 7 emperors world were really stupid. They were actually blindly waiting there. Could it be that they had come to the true martial world to play? Unhindered heavenly emperor, how many enchantments have you sealed? A powerful heavenly emperor recognized unhindered heavenly emperor and immediately laughed. His tone was filled with schadenfreude. You don't have to worry. Unhindered heavenly emperor said with a cold face. They did not seal a single barrier. Very unlucky. Currently, we have sealed 10 enchantments. You guys can slowly play there. The merit points belong to us. The heavenly emperors laughed and then disappeared into the distance. A petty person who gained power for a moment. The space-time heavenly emperor gritted his teeth as he watched the heavenly emperors leave smugly. He was clearly enraged. Don't worry, there are more than 100,000 sealing barriers. 10 barriers are nothing. The unhindered Sky Emperor comforted, but his right hand quietly clenched into a fist, clearly unwilling to give up. I'm not waiting anymore. If I wait for that guy, I won't be able to get a single merit point. Furthermore, I promised Lady Lu Susu that I would bring glory to the 7 emperors, so I can't just sit here and do nothing. Suddenly, one of them said with a frown. North Sea Celestial Emperor, how many barriers do you think you can seal if you leave the team? Even if you're lucky enough to find the enchantment, can you face the demons alone? The North Sea Celestial Emperor frowned. Indeed, it was difficult to face the demons alone. But what's the point of waiting here? Could it be that Lin Ling will be able to seal even more if we wait? Lin Ling is weaker than us. He can't change anything. The North Sea Celestial Emperor was still stubbornly trying to leave. I agree with the North Sea Celestial Emperor. Lin Ling is only a Silver Celestial Emperor, and we are all gold celestial emperor. The North Sea celestial emperor is even a diamond celestial emperor. Why should we wait for that trash? The thunder celestial emperor snorted coldly. Watch your words. Lin Ling is on our side now. The spacetime celestial emperor frowned and said, but he didn't say anything else. In fact, they were waiting here because they were worried about Lin Ling. It wasn't because their team would be stronger with Lin Ling around. In front of experts like us, trash is trash. Why can't you say it? The Thunder Celestial Emperor didn't give face at all and snorted coldly again. But at this moment, an indifferent voice sounded out, if they want to leave, then let them leave. The more people there are, the more merit points we will need to share. The voice came from behind them, causing them to look over. They saw a blue-robed man walking over the city walls. His steps were steady and calm. There was a single horn on his forehead, and he gave off the feeling of a great demon king. Who else could it be other than Lin Ling? Seeing this, the 9 spirits of heaven, Baiyun Tiandi, and the others laughed. You brat, you finally came out. You made us worried to death. Unhindered Heavenly Emperor also let out a light breath. Greetings to Unhindered Heavenly Emperor, Spacetime Heavenly Emperor, Azure Cloud Heavenly Emperor, and Pinewood Heavenly Emperor. Lin Ling walked up to them and bowed politely. You're Lin Ling? The man called Lei Dong Sky Emperor sized up Lin Ling from head to toe, and then laughed disdainfully. This person was around 40 years old, had a beard on his face, his eyes were not big, and he had a horse face, but on the side of the 7 emperors, his reputation was not weak, and he was one of the best among the gold-level heavenly emperors. You have a problem with that? Lin Ling looked at him from the corner of his eyes. That indifferent look made Lei Dong Sky Emperor's pupils constrict. What an arrogant junior. You can leave, but the sealing of the enchantments is none of your business. I can also tell you that for the next 100,000 enchantments, we will seal at least 50,000. Lin Ling said with a smile. As soon as these words came out, the hearts of all the experts trembled fiercely. Where did Lin Ling's confidence come from? Are you out of your mind? What nonsense are you talking about? Lei Dong Sky Emperor was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. With just the few of them, they wanted to seal 50,000 enchantments? This was simply a fool's dream. 50,000 enchantments, even the heavenly emperors of the 7 emperors' heaven would not be able to seal that many. Therefore, not to mention him, even the unhindered heavenly emperor and the 9 spirits of heaven thought that Lin Ling seemed to be bragging. If you don't believe me, you can leave by yourself. Lin Ling smiled calmly, looked at the unhindered heavenly emperor and said again, since we have already wasted a lot of time, we should also take action next, and we can just form a team. However, there must be a leader in the team, so I think we need to choose a leader. You can't be talking about you, right? Seeing Lin Ling being so arrogant, bragging first, and then thinking of himself as the boss, Lei Dong Sky Emperor couldn't help but laugh. At least it's not you. Lin Ling glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and said again, but I think I am indeed suitable to be the leader of this team. Boom! Everyone's heart exploded. Lin Ling really dared to say that. This guy. Unhindered Heavenly Emperor and Spacetime Heavenly Emperor looked at each other and smiled bitterly. One had to know that most of the people here were stronger than Lin Ling. What right did Lin Ling have to be the leader? However, because they were friends, they couldn't refute Lin Ling. On the other hand, the North Sea Heavenly Emperor and Lei Dong Sky Emperor didn't have such concerns. They laughed loudly, especially the Lei Dong Sky Emperor, who laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. A junior in the 6th heaven of the Saint Realm wanted to be the leader and lead everyone? He couldn't see through himself. Lin Ling wasn't surprised by their mockery. The reason he proposed the position of leader was because he knew that there were too many experts in the team, and they were all arrogant. Therefore, if he led a few people to seal the enchantments and none of them followed his orders, then the team would be like a plate of loose sand. Therefore, he wanted to be the leader. His goal was simple, and that was to obtain more merit points. Chapter 1677. The goal was to seal 50,000 enchantments. I'm in. The 9 spirits of heaven had no objection, and so did Bai Yun Tiendi. Unhindered Sky Emperor and the others had a good relationship with Lin Ling, so they did not refuse. Among them, Sky Emperor Qing Yun said, "Are you sure you can lead us better?" "Yes, as long as you join the team, a conservative estimate is to seal 50,000 enchantments." Lin Ling said word by word with strong confidence. "Okay, I, Sky Emperor Qing Yun, will be under your command." "Yes. Same for me, Sky Emperor Qing Mu." "Crazy. In the past, I was your protector, supporting you, but today, I believe that you, Lin Ling, will not let me down. I, Unhindered Sky Emperor, will join." "Yes." Everyone pondered for a moment and nodded. They believed in Lin Ling's character, because although Lin Ling was crazy, most of them were crazy with strength. The most important thing was that the enchantments on the surface of the true martial world were sealed by others. They could only find the enchantments hidden in the dark, and they had no clue about the enchantments hidden in the dark. They could only wait for Lin Ling to create a miracle. And the fact was that Lin Ling had indeed created miracles time and time again. "What a bunch of lunatics, I'm not going to be crazy with you. North Sea Sky Emperor, I'm leaving, do you want to join me?" "Yes. Let's go, Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to be so exaggerated." "Yes." North Sea Sky Emperor and Thunder Emperor smiled disdainfully and turned to leave. Lin Ling ignored them. It was normal that they did not believe in him. He looked at the city wall behind him and said indifferently, "Actually, there is an enchantment behind you." "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, he punched out. Under the broken bricks, the ancient stone array also appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Fortunately, there were not many demon paths here, otherwise, it would have caused a sensation. However, at this moment, Unhindered Sky Emperor and the others were shocked. The North Sea Sky Emperor and Thunder Emperor stopped, and their pupils trembled fiercely. There was an enchantment behind them, and they were completely unaware. Everyone stared at the stone array, and their breathing became heavy. Lei Dong Heaven Emperor did not wait for the others to agree. He took a step forward and released lightning, melting the surrounding city stones. Then, he took out his jade tablet and touched the stone array. Seeing the blue light of the stone array, he let out a sigh of relief and laughed. He had sealed a barrier and received 100 merit points. This guy is so fast. The North Sea Celestial the Arch cursed inwardly, his eyes filled with jealousy. The others were also more or less envious, because 100 merit points were in their hands just like that. "Why are you so excited? It's just a sealing barrier. Look at you, do you look like a celestial emperor?" Lin Ling looked disdainfully at Lei Dong Heaven Emperor and reprimanded him. Lei Dong Heaven Emperor felt a little embarrassed. His previous actions were indeed unsightly. "Let's go." The sealing barrier was snatched by some shameless people, but no matter, there are still many sealing barriers. Our goal is 50,000 merit points. However, although Lin Ling reprimanded him, he obviously did not care. He led the Unhindered Sky Emperor and the others forward. The Unhindered Sky Emperor and the others were excited, and suddenly, they trusted Lin Ling even more. The North Sea Celestial the Arch and Lei Dong Heaven Emperor were stunned. If Lin Ling was bragging, then Lin Ling had indeed done what he said. In a short period of time, he found a sealing barrier. Most importantly, the sealing barrier was right behind them, but they did not notice it at all. This meant that Lin Ling might indeed have some ability. If they missed this opportunity, they would definitely regret it. "Wait, Lin Ling, I'm in." "Me too." The two of them chased after him. "You're not going." Lin Ling continued to walk forward without even looking at them. The two of them laughed and rubbed their hands, feeling a little awkward for a moment. Call me boss, and then join the team. Lin Ling did not mind their previous words. Because they were going to do something big, they were short of people. Can we really seal 50,000 merit points? The North Sea Celestial Thearch's heart beat violently, and he looked forward to it even more. He did not expect this little guy to be so capable. Don't worry, follow me, and you will definitely eat meat. Lin Ling said confidently. He went to Dreamlike Mountain, and now he knew the sealing barriers of the entire true martial realm. Moreover, he was not interested in individual sealing barriers. He was interested in the formation of barriers. In his mind, memories surfaced. Lin Ling led a few people forward. They left the bustling city and came to a mountain range. Demonic chi billowed as if there were many powerful demons hidden here. The territory of the demonic lightning bat dragon has existed since 10,000 years ago. This demon is not under any command, and is cruel and ruthless. The mountains behind their tribe have a large number of sealing barriers. After a long time, on a cliff, Lin Ling and the others stopped. Lin Ling looked into the distance and said. There was a vast grassland, and there was an isolated mountain. The rocks of the mountain were terrifying, and no one dared to approach it easily. However, Lin Ling knew that there were a large number of sealing barriers in the mountain, and there was a small path leading to the mountain. How many barriers are there? Lei Dong Sky Emperor asked curiously. Lin Ling stretched out 5 fingers, causing Lei Dong Sky Emperor's expression to change drastically. Then, he laughed excitedly, 5, that's great. You are also a gold-level Sky Emperor, right? 5? Your appetite is so small. Do you think that with so many of us here, 5 barriers are enough for us? Lin Ling rolled his eyes at him, causing Lei Dong Sky Emperor's pupils to constrict. Could it be 50? Put on. The hearts of Unhindered Sky Emperor and the others were beating violently. 50, they were rich, absolutely rich. One must know that if they could seal 5 of them, then this trip to the true martial world would not be in vain. So 50, it was hard to imagine. It's 5,000. However, Lin Ling faintly spat out a sentence, causing everyone to stop breathing. 5,000 sealing barriers. Deng deng deng. Lei Dong Sky Emperor's footsteps were unstable, and he kept retreating. His face turned pale with surprise. That's a sealing barrier array. Lin Ling looked at him and smiled slightly. We're rich, a barrier reward of 100 merit points, 5,000, TSK. Unhindered Sky Emperor sucked in a breath of cold air. With these 5,000 sealing barriers, then the 7 Emperor's children of heaven, they would definitely be the first. Boss, you're my boss, there's nothing to say. 5,000 sealing barriers, you can have as many as you want. As long as you give me 100, I'll be satisfied. Lei Dong Sky Emperor hurriedly ran over and looked respectfully at Lin Ling. That appearance made the 9 spirits of heaven squint their eyes. What a thick-skinned Sky Emperor powerhouse, this degree of change in face, it was impossible to not be convinced. No need, let's divide it fairly, because that's only a fraction, our goal is 50,000. Lin Ling waved his hand and said, causing everyone's expectations to be even stronger. If they followed Lin Ling, would they be able to create the first miracle of the 7 emperors, suppressing the 2 legends? Chapter 1678. Maple Snow Sword of Sorrow. Lei Dong Heaven Emperor, go to the foot of the mountain with Qing Yun Heaven Emperor. Be sure to kill the devil race. What? Just the 2 of us? Lei Dong Heaven Emperor's pupils constricted. One must know that in Jianghu world, they could not recover their strength. Therefore, he did not dare to kill the devil race with just the 2 of them. Lei Dong Heaven Emperor, don't talk nonsense. Listen to Lin Ling. Lei Dong Heaven Emperor reprimanded. Lei Dong Heaven Emperor was still dissatisfied, but he did not speak anymore. The two of you, go back to the prairie in half an hour. Remember, don't retreat before the time is up. Kill as many devil race as you see. Even if your bones are broken, you must hold on. Lin Ling said indifferently. Lei Dong Heaven Emperor's face changed drastically. Was this courting death? Unhindered Heaven Emperor, Spacetime Heaven Emperor, Baiyun Tiandi, Pinewood Heaven Emperor, you all wait in the prairie. If the devil race appears, you must help Lei Dong Heaven Emperor and the others. As for the leader of the devil race, it will depend on North Sea Heaven Emperor. North Sea Heaven Emperor, you are the strongest. You must kill the leader. As long as you kill the leader, we can enter the mountain. Lin Ling's mind spun quickly, and then he told him his plan. All right. Everyone nodded. If they were in the outside world, each of them could shake heaven and earth. But here, they all listened to Lin Ling's orders. What about you? Lei Dong Heaven Emperor suddenly said. I will guard the base camp at the back and look at the overall situation. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Lei Dong Heaven Emperor's pupils constricted. He naturally did not believe it. He thought that Lin Ling was afraid of death and wanted them to be cannon fodder. But now that he had asked for help from Lin Ling, he could only endure it. Go! Lin Ling waved his hand. Everyone did not stop and rushed forward. Boss, what about me? Only the 9 spirits of heaven was left on the cliff. At this moment, he looked at Lin Ling and asked. Stay here and protect me. Don't let anyone get close to me. Lin Ling said to him with a smile, making the 9 spirits of heaven immediately pat their chests and stand guard in all directions. Meanwhile, Lin Ling's expression was slightly grave. The Eye of Time appeared, surveying the entire battle situation. He was very clear that this was the first battle, and he had to achieve a great victory. Otherwise, the morale of the army would be shaken, and those celestial emperors would also doubt him. In the sky ahead, demonic clouds surged. On the prairie, unique poisonous grasses swayed, and unknown demonic beasts roared. Occasionally, a gust of wind would blow past, and the smell of blood was extremely thick. The devil domain was very big, and the true martial world was only one of them. It was also known as the Gate of the Devil Domain, just like the Yellow Spring Mountain of the Devil Domain. Only by going deeper into the Devil Domain would they be able to encounter even more terrifying Devil Clan. But even so, the true martial world still made the Heavenly Emperors cautious. Whoosh! 2 figures flew into the sky. In the next moment, the battle below the ancient mountain began. There are humans? Kill! The demonic lightning bat dragon clan was an extremely ferocious clan. After discovering the 2 of them, they immediately transformed into huge demonic bats, spreading their wings, and dense demonic lightning bloomed. Lin Ling's actions have caused us to die. Lei Dong stared at the devil clan that filled the sky, and his expression changed drastically. If it was in the human world, he would not be afraid of these devil clan, but here, the consumed spirit energy could not be recovered. If the battle dragged on, he would undoubtedly die. Don't think too much, kill. Qing Yun Heavenly Emperor shouted coldly. His hands drew a mysterious trajectory, and the void fluctuated. Pop pop pop. Boom boom boom. The battle between the 2 heavenly emperors shook the entire demonic lightning bat dragon clan. In the prairie, the unhindered heavenly emperor and the others, who were lying in ambush, had a drastic change in expression. What a fierce battle! They hoped that Lei Dong Heavenly Emperor and the others could hold on. Time passed bit by bit. Lei Dong Heavenly Emperor and Qing Yun Heavenly Emperor consumed more and more spirit energy, and Lei Dong Heavenly Emperor's eyes turned red, as if he had gone crazy, causing the entire land to be filled with the corpses of the demonic lightning bat dragon clan. This idiot! Far away, Lin Ling's soul force was so strong, and with the Eye of Time, he naturally saw the scene. Now, the time had come. According to the agreement, Lei Dong Heavenly Emperor had to retreat, but he was in a killing frenzy. "Get back here immediately. Go!" Lin Ling shouted angrily. His soul force turned into a small knife, and like thunder, it appeared in Lei Dong Heavenly Emperor's mind, waking him up a little. He quickly retreated with Qing Yun Heavenly Emperor. His heart was beating violently. If it were not for Lin Ling's reminder, he was afraid that he would have fallen there. "Which junior dares to come to the land of my demonic lightning bat dragon? Little ones, kill. Go!" At this time, the ancient giant mountain shook, and a giant bat flew out. Its cold teeth were shining, and it had a human-like face. This was obviously the demonic lightning bat dragon king. In fact, it had been paying attention to the battle before. When it saw that there were only 2 humans in the end, and they were beginning to tire, it decided to kill. Because it was the easiest time to kill the 2 humans now. "I heard that the humans entered the true martial world and wanted to seal the enchantment. However, the humans who came here are very stupid. Do they want to seal the enchantment with just 2 people? Swoosh! Swoosh! Swoosh!" Under the leadership of the demonic lightning bat dragon king, the demon race moved out. Lei Dong Heavenly Emperor's face became paler. If he did not escape quickly, he was afraid that he would have died. The 2 of them used all their strength to escape. Gradually, they arrived at the Great Prairie. Almost at the same time, powerful auras burst out from the Great Prairie. The unhindered Heavenly Emperor, the Spacetime Heavenly Emperor, and the other experts had all come out. Lei Dong Heavenly Emperor was touched when he saw them. When he was in a life-and-death situation, his comrades came out. "We fell into a trap. Damn!" The demonic lightning bat dragon king sensed the change, and its face became ferocious. What a cunning plan, to lure them out and then kill them. It looked at those heavenly emperors and knew that those who were lying in ambush here were not weak. The most important thing was that they were in their peak condition, and it would be difficult to fight them. "You tempted us, and we will kill you no matter what." The demonic lightning bat dragon king stared at Lei Dong Heavenly Emperor in anger. Even if he was tricked, he would still kill him. Lei Dong Heavenly Emperor's face changed dramatically. He did not expect the other party to hate him so much. He wanted to retreat immediately, but the demonic lightning bat dragon king was too close to him. Most importantly, the North Sea Heavenly Emperor could not save him in time. "Die for me." A pair of giant bat wings appeared. With a sweep of its wings, it swept towards Lei Dong Heaven Emperor. Lei Dong Heaven Emperor gritted his teeth. With the amount of strength he had expended, he was no match for the demonic lightning bat dragon king. Therefore, time was of the essence. A breath could decide his fate. "It seems that I am going to die here." "Die." Lei Dong Heavenly Emperor's face turned pale. "Is this the fate of a cannon fodder? Maple snow depressing blade. Die." However, at this moment, a deadly knife appeared, cutting through the clouds, and attacked the demonic lightning bat dragon king. When the demonic lightning bat dragon king's lightning claws were about to grab Lei Dong Heavenly Emperor, it hit him hard, and made his body fall back and his soul become unstable. Chapter 1679. Overbearing snatch. Suddenly, he looked at the cliff in the distance, and his pupils suddenly trembled fiercely. There stood a blue-robed youth. At this moment, he was like an emperor, controlling the entire world as he looked at the prairie. Obviously, it was Lin Ling who saved him. "I wronged him, I'm sorry." "Sorry." Lei Dong Sky Emperor had always thought that Lin Ling was a fisherman enjoying the benefits, but he didn't expect that Lin Ling's responsibility was even heavier than theirs, because he was in control of the entire situation. Most importantly, Lin Ling didn't actually have to make a move. After he died, there would be one less person to share the spoils of war. However, Lin Ling still made a move because he regarded him as a comrade. Lei Dong Sky Emperor's blood boiled, and his eyes were moist. At this moment, he was willing to treat Lin Ling as his leader. With Lin Ling's crucial attack, it was enough to make the North Sea Celestial Emperor pounce over. Then, the two kings began to fight. The impact was earth-shattering. In the distance, Lin Ling smiled slightly. He could see that the North Sea Celestial Emperor could win. In that case, the first battle was a victory. In fact, if Lin Ling let all the Celestial Emperors move out, it wouldn't be difficult to wipe out the demonic lightning bat dragon clan. It would just take more time, and most importantly, it would consume a lot of the Celestial Emperor's spiritual energy. This was not what Lin Ling wanted to see. In the true martial realm, the most important thing was not strength, but how to preserve strength. Because no matter how strong the cultivation realm was, if it was used up, then it would be like an ant. Bang bang bang. At this time, behind the cliff, there was a sudden rumbling sound. Then, a figure smashed over and fell not far from Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to recover his mind. Looking over, his face suddenly became ugly. Because the one who smashed on the ground was actually the 9 spirits of heaven. Obviously, someone had attacked him. It's just a silver-ranked heavenly emperor, but he's actually so difficult to deal with. He needs the 5 of us to take action to defeat him. How embarrassing. A moment later, 5 figures stepped forward and appeared in front of Lin Ling. These people's cultivation was not low. 3 of them were at the 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage while the other 2 were at the 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. However, on the surface, they looked travel-worn. It was obvious that they had gone through many battles in the demon territory and had yet to recover their world chi. Most importantly, Lin Ling recognized one of them. It was shockingly Heavenly Emperor Tianyu. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu also saw Lin Ling and could not help being somewhat surprised. I said before, don't let me run into you again. In the end, you ran into me again here. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu knows them? Could he be the Celestial Emperor of the 7 Emperors Heaven? But he doesn't look familiar. One of them also looked at Lin Ling and couldn't help but laugh. Don't blame us. This guy didn't allow us to get close. It's too much. As Heavenly Emperors of the 7 Emperors Heaven, we should be united and not have scruples about each other. His words were obviously referring to the 9 spirits of heaven. Because the 9 spirits of heaven did not allow them to get close, it led to a battle. Nonsense, you didn't give me any leeway at all. That's overbearing. On the ground, the 9 spirits of heaven spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Ling slowly pulled him up and looked indifferently at the 5 people. Alright, it's a misunderstanding. What are you doing here? Heavenly Emperor Tianyu's eyes flickered as he said indifferently. Looking for the sealed barrier. Lin Ling also looked at the other party and said softly. He wanted to see what tricks these people were playing. His words made Heavenly Emperor Tianyu and the others' eyes light up. One of them smiled and said, is it a sealed barrier? Or an unsealed enchantment? Tell me, how many barriers have you all sealed currently? Relax, we're all Heavenly Emperors under the 7 Emperors Heavens. We naturally have to fight for the glory of the 7 Emperors Heavens. The more you all seal, the happier will be for you. Another person also opened his mouth, his eyes filled with anticipation. Not sealed yet. Lin Ling said directly, making the eyes of those Heavenly Emperor powerhouses flicker. Just as they were about to speak, Lin Ling opened his mouth and said, then how many barriers have you all sealed? We've currently sealed over 20. But compared to this, those unsealed barriers of yours are more important. Do you need help? As long as you tell us the location, then we'll assist you. After all, you and I are both disciples under the 7 Emperors Heavens. It's the same whoever seals. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu said with a smile, as if shaking hands with Lin Ling and making peace. No need, we can handle it ourselves. Lin Ling shook his head and refused, making Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu's brows furrow a little. He smiled again and said, I wonder how many of those sealed barriers there are. 5,000. Lin Ling said. What? The faces of those 5 Heavenly Emperor powerhouses changed drastically. 5,000? They're rich, absolutely rich. This junior brother, we've decided to help you because there are 5,000 sealed barriers. The few of you can't handle it. That's right, you don't have to refuse, and you don't have to thank us either. 5,000 barriers, we want more than 4,000. You all take 100 seals each. Seeing that we're all under the 7 Emperors' heavens, we won't bicker too much with you. Those heavenly emperors chatted with each other, appearing extremely excited. It was as if in their hearts, they had already sealed all the barriers. Xianyuan Jiutian looked at them talking, and his face instantly turned ferocious. What shameless heavenly emperors! At first, they said that they were helping and not sharing the spoils of war. But now, they changed their words and wanted more than 4,000. Moreover, there was no need to thank them. Could it be that they were going to enjoy the benefits while the few of them still had to thank them? Involuntarily, he looked at Lin Ling. But Lin Ling waved his hand at him, then opened his mouth and said, I said, no need. I said, you must. However, just as Lin Ling's words fell, Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu sneered coldly. His words carried a thick majesty, as if Lin Ling could only agree and not refuse. This junior brother, you better see the reality clearly. How many of us are there and how strong we are? Otherwise, if you die, you can only regret it in hell. One of them said in a strange tone. Lin Ling was only a 6th-layer saint, who gave him the courage to refute them. Another person sighed for Lin Ling's stubbornness, thinking that Lin Ling didn't know what was good for him. This junior brother, although the sealing barrier is precious, your life is more important. I don't want you to die because of it, you have to think twice. Thank you for the reminder, but since I said no need, then there's no need. Lin Ling's mouth curved into a cold smile. After these people appeared, he knew their evil intentions. Kill the one called the 9 spirits of heaven, but don't kill this guy because we need to know the location of the sealing barrier through him. Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu finally spat out a sentence coldly, then waved his hand, go. Xiao xiao xiao. The 4 people didn't hesitate at all. With a sneer, they pounced at Lin Ling. At this moment, the cliff seemed to shatter. Clearly, these people had erupted with their full strength, and it was a fatal blow. You all, bastards. Seeing these people shamelessly attacking, the 9 spirits of heaven's face changed greatly. These people were too overbearing, immediately killing without a word. Bang bang bang. Chapter 1680. Do you still want my sealing enchantment? Seeing this scene, the 9 spirits of heaven shouted anxiously, Brother! Brother! Then, he stared at Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu and the others with red eyes. If looks could kill, he would kill these overbearing guys at this moment. I heard that Lin Ling is invincible among silver-level heavenly emperors, but do you think we are silver-level heavenly emperors? Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu sneered. Last time, he was suppressed by Lin Ling because he didn't guard against Lin Ling's soul power. This time, they had more people, and they attacked first. Lin Ling was naturally like an ant. He shouldn't be dead. Go and bring him up, and kill the 9 spirits of heaven. Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu waved his hand again. No need, I'll come up myself. Go. However, at this moment, a figure slowly floated up from the bottom of the cliff. It was Lin Ling. At this moment, his long hair and blue robe were fluttering. His cold eyes were filled with killing intent. Coupled with the blood at the corner of his mouth, it was a shocking scene at this moment. Most importantly, a sword appeared in his hand, with the cry of a phoenix. The body of the sword was golden, lustrous and resplendent, carrying a sharp aura. A surge of fighting intent spread out from Lin Ling's body. It was cold, powerful, and murderous. At this moment, the 4 gold-level heavenly emperors suddenly felt a strong pressure in their hearts. It was as if the person standing above the cliff was not a person, but a sword, a god of death. Huh? Heavenly Emperor Tianyu looked at Lin Ling in surprise. His eyes were a bit strange. Lin Ling still wanted to fight? Go to hell. Lin Ling's figure floated up. His sword was like water, and it was like 100 birds worshipping the phoenix. The power of 12 universes shook the void and merged into the sword, forming a sword that was not afraid of heaven and earth. Attack me? Seeing Lin Ling's terrifying sword, one of them's face changed slightly, but soon he sneered. He was not afraid of a silver-level heavenly emperor. Get lost. The heavenly emperor roared angrily. He punched out, and the void exploded. The will of destruction was extremely dense, and it turned into source energy and blasted out. In his heart, the fact that Lin Ling dared to attack him first was an insult to him. Could it be that he was weaker? Therefore, he wanted Lin Ling to recognize himself. Unfortunately, he didn't know that he was facing Lin Ling at his peak. Whoosh! A sword slashed past, the sword light was like a phoenix. That destructive source intent was split into 2, while that heavenly emperor powerhouse's expression changed drastically. He still wanted to say something, but his neck leaked out, and his head fell off just like that. What? The expressions of the surrounding people changed drastically. What kind of sword was that in Lin Ling's hand? It was actually able to kill a gold-ranked heavenly emperor. Moreover, it was killed in one strike. That sword was too sharp. Bastard, kill him. The remaining heavenly emperors were instantly enraged. One of them took a step forward, wanting to release his source energy. However, at this moment, the sword was even faster, like a violent storm, as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas, ruthlessly slashing through him. In the next moment, blood spurted out like rain. That heavenly emperor's entire body was split into 2, cut in half at the waist. He still maintained his attacking posture, but when he saw his lower body, he immediately let out a scream of fear and died in agony. The remaining 3 heavenly emperors were all stunned. How was this possible? This was impossible. Lin Ling was only a 6th-layer saint. Even if he borrowed the power of the sword, it was impossible for him to kill 2 heavenly emperors in succession. Suddenly, they realized a crucial point. This was because they had fought many battles in the demon domain and had yet to recover their exhausted spiritual energy. Therefore, they were unable to unleash their full strength at the moment. Lin Ling, on the other hand, seemed to be at his peak. Coupled with the treasured sword in his hand, his strength was naturally unafraid of them. Boom! Their hearts roared, and a strong sense of fear rose in them. Lin Ling, what happened before was a misunderstanding. One of the heavenly emperors subconsciously stepped back, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Lin Ling did not speak, his face cold as he raised the sword in his hand and pointed it at the heavenly emperor. The thick murderous intent, the domineering aura of the sword, spread out, causing the heavenly emperor's heart to tremble. For the first time, he was actually afraid of a Saint Realm Junior. The sword had not yet been drawn, but the murderous intent already caused his heart to tremble. Every movement seemed to affect his heart. Die! A cold voice spat out from Lin Ling's mouth. His sword trembled slightly, and although it seemed slow, it was like 100 birds paying homage to a phoenix, like dark clouds covering the sky. Kang! The heavenly emperor wanted to say something, but before he could, he was instantly killed. Before he died, he never thought that one day, he would die at the hands of an opponent weaker than him. There were only 2 people left, and one of them was Heavenly Emperor Tianyu. At this moment, he did not expect Lin Ling to be so strong. He was still at his peak, and he even had a sword in his hand. That sword was very cold, so cold that it penetrated his heart. He suddenly felt that he seemed to have provoked the wrong person. I am from the Ji family, which is as famous as the Supreme Family. It is also one of the highest deacon palaces in the mortal world. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu took a step back and whispered, but he did not notice that when he said this, his heart was trembling. He was obviously afraid. However, his words were extremely sarcastic. Previously, they had treated Lin Ling like an ant and wanted to snatch Lin Ling's sealing enchantment. Moreover, they had not given Lin Ling any choice to refuse and had used their strongest attack. So now, Lin Ling did not need to give them any face. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Ling was like a peerless swordsman, cold and murderous. He held his sword and walked forward step by step. Just one sentence was enough to make Heavenly Emperor Tianyu's heart tremble fiercely. Facing Lin Ling's words, he did not dare to refute. Enough. The Ji family is a meritorious servant of the mortal world. Is it someone you can reprimand? The other Heavenly Emperor shouted. The Ji family was one of the 9 deacons of the mortal world. They had supreme authority. Not to mention Lin Ling, even a powerhouse with the title of Xian Di did not dare to blaspheme. Lin Ling, based on what? You seem to have forgotten that your life is still in my hands. Lin Ling smiled. His smile was extremely cold, but his words caused the Heavenly Emperor's face to stiffen. Yes, his life was still in Lin Ling's hands. What right did he have to refute? Maple Snow Depressing Blade. With a low shout, a terrifying soul force blade shot out, piercing through the world and killing everything. Boom! That Heavenly Emperor powerhouse pointed at Lin Ling and did not say anything. He fell on his back. Lin Ling seemed to be telling him that he should shut up at this moment. Because if he did not shut up, then he would die. Of the 5, only one was left. Of the 5, 4 were gold-rank Heavenly Emperors. Their strength was unfathomable. But at this moment, all of them fell here. This kind of change made Heavenly Emperor Tianyu's face turn pale. How could Lin Ling be so strong? He kept retreating, not daring to fight anymore. Stray dog, do you still want my sealing barrier? Chapter 1681. 5,000 sealing enchantments in hand. Lin Ling, we're back. At this time, a large number of figures flew over with smiles on their faces. They were none other than Unhindered Heavenly Emperor and the others. Unhindered Heavenly Emperor, North Sea Heavenly Emperor, it's you guys. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu hurriedly laughed as if he saw his savior. This Lin Ling has no respect for his elders and killed several Heavenly Emperors of the 7 Emperors' heavens. You must kill him. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu quickly ran over and pointed at Lin Ling with a sneer on his face. Lin Ling was very powerful, but could he kill more Heavenly Emperors? He believed that Unhindered Heavenly Emperor and the others were enough to kill Lin Ling. After saying that, he looked at Lin Ling and sneered, "You're very pitiful. You clearly had a chance to kill me earlier, but you missed it. Now that Unhindered Heavenly Emperor and the others are here, you're dead for sure. Before you die, you better tell me the sealing enchantments. Of course, if you regret it, I also want to hear it. You're so sure that they'll help you?" Lin Ling slowly kept his sword and said calmly. "I'm a disciple of the Ji family. If they don't help me, could it be that they'll help you?" Heavenly Emperor Tianyu laughed disdainfully. What a joke. One had to know that he was famous in the 7 Emperors' heavens. Who didn't give him face? Lin Ling was just a fledgling junior. How could these Heavenly Emperor seniors give him face? The Ji family's disciples seem to be very proud. Then you can see if they'll kill me or you. Lin Ling shook his head and laughed. At the same time, he looked at Unhindered Heavenly Emperor and the others. Such a simple answer, do you still need to think about it? Heavenly Emperor Tianyu was stunned for a moment. Not only was he not worried, he laughed even louder. He didn't think that those powerful heavenly emperors would listen to Lin Ling's orders. However, his laughter was very loud at first, but it gradually became softer and softer. In the end, it almost disappeared without a trace. Because when he looked back, unhindered Heavenly Emperor and the others were looking at him with eyes full of killing intent. The result was obvious. Between him and Lin Ling, he would die. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu took a step back, his heart filled with fear, shock, and confusion. We don't want to talk too much nonsense. Right now, you only have one ending, and that is death. Before the unhindered Sky Emperor could speak, the thunderclap Sky Emperor took a step forward, as if he wanted to attack immediately. You're crazy. Lei Dong Tian Di, although we're not friends, we've seen each other in the past. Moreover, you should know my background. What is Lin Ling? You're actually helping him. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu could not understand why there would be this kind of treatment no matter what. He roared furiously, could it be that you all are a team? Why don't you kill him? I'll join you. Pa! In the face of his words, all the experts of heaven and earth took a step forward. Their auras were intimidating and oppressive. Their actions represented their choice. He is our leader. Unhindered Sky Emperor finally spat out a sentence. Plop. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu subconsciously sat on the ground. Lin Ling was the leader. These powerful heavenly emperors were stronger than Lin Ling, and there were even diamond-level ones. They recognized Lin Ling as their leader? How could this be? He suddenly looked at Lin Ling and hurriedly begged for mercy. Lin Ling, it was a misunderstanding before. We are all heavenly emperors of the 7 emperors' heaven. We shouldn't have internal strife. At this point, he finally started to panic. Misunderstanding? The 9 spirits of heaven were injured by you, right? Then, the 4 of them attacked. It was your order, right? These are all misunderstandings. Lin Ling sneered. His words stunned Heavenly Emperor Tianyu. Kill. Kill. Lin Ling did not speak any more nonsense and waved his hand indifferently. You can die now. Kill. Heavenly Emperor Lei Dong seemed to want to snatch the credit. He released a powerful thunder source and rushed toward Heavenly Emperor Tianyu. The latter's mouth opened wide, completely not expecting that he would die here today. Furthermore, these heavenly emperors actually dared to offend the Ji family for Lin Ling? If not for being about to die now, he really wanted to ask these heavenly emperors why Lin Ling was the leader. Unfortunately, no one could answer his question, nor did they have time to answer. Bang! Lightning wreaked havoc. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu clearly could not block it at all and was blown to pieces. Courting death. Lin Ling shook his head. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu was simply courting death. Let's go. Go. Following that, Lin Ling brought the few people and headed toward the mountain ahead. At this moment, there were already no fiends in that mountain. Everything was as Lin Ling thought. As long as the demonic lightning bat dragon king was lured out and subsequently obliterated, then the demonic lightning bat dragon clan would retreat and escape without a trace. Under Lin Ling's lead, the few people advanced along the mountain path, all agitated. However, their gazes would subconsciously look at Lin Ling, secretly admiring him. Lin Ling's strength was not considered the strongest among them, but his status was pivotal. For example, they did not know that this place had an enchantment, but Lin Ling knew. Another example, although their strength was stronger than Lin Ling's, at the critical moment, the one who decided victory or defeat was still Lin Ling. Just take Heavenly Emperor Lei Dong previously for example. If not for Lin Ling, he would have long perished at this moment. Lin Ling, how did you defeat Heavenly Emperor Tianyu and the rest of the powerhouses? They are stronger than the 9 moons heavenly emperors. Heavenly Emperor Unhindered asked curiously. The other heavenly emperors also looked at Lin Ling curiously. Because they have already fought many battles, while I maintain my peak condition. Therefore, they are not my match. Lin Ling replied coolly. Everyone's faces changed drastically. So that was the case. Therefore, making you all lure the demonic lightning bat dragon king out previously was to let you all save more spiritual energy. Otherwise, if it was really a head-on clash, even if you all win, then your strength will be greatly reduced. Lin Ling continued. I discovered that you're not old, but you're really very suitable to be our leader. Heavenly Emperor Unhindered said with admiration. His breathing also became heavy. Lin Ling considered more than them. You're right. Although we expended some spiritual energy, we still retained at least 2/3 of our strength. If we encounter the fiend race next, we can still resist. Heavenly Emperor North Sea also admired Lin Ling even more. You have to be careful of the fiend race, but you can't underestimate humans either. Lin Ling nodded and said with a smile, if you all run out of spiritual energy, then I'll take over. At present, I still maintain my peak condition. What? Everyone stopped and looked at Lin Ling in surprise. Lin Ling killed Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu and the others without expending any spiritual energy? Previously, I relied on my physical strength and the power of my sword. Lin Ling explained, which shocked Heavenly Emperor Unhindered and the others. It seemed that in the true martial world, physical strength was more important than the power of the Saint Sea. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Lin Ling also noticed that soul power could be recovered in the true martial world. Although it was slow, it was faster than spiritual energy recovery. After a while, a few people passed through the mountain path, and a canyon appeared in front of them. Looking around, a large number of modeled and ancient stone arrays were located there. 5,000, it's really 5,000. Heavenly Emperor Lei Dong couldn't help but exclaim. The others also opened their mouths wide in excitement. Seal it. Lin Ling smiled. This was the result of the first battle. 5,000 sealing enchantments, if exchanged for merit points, how much would it mean? Chapter 1682. Fight. Everyone started to get busy one after another. Moreover, they had a tacit understanding. They left 1,000 sealing enchantments untouched for Lin Ling to seal, while all of them sealed 4,000. This was because they knew very well that without Lin Ling, they might not even be able to find 100 sealing enchantments. Lin Ling naturally sensed everyone's thoughts. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. However, he didn't argue and continued to seal them. At the same time, in the highest Deacon Palace of the human world, the human world's big shots stared at the floating map in front of them. They saw flashing dots appear one after another, representing a large number of barriers being sealed. That's crazy. I'm afraid there's a celestial emperor sealing the enchantments. 5,000 enchantments, TSK. It must be the heavenly emperor of our Jianghu Immortal Plateau. I don't think so. It's probably Tian Di from Champion University. Those experts were all extremely excited and elated as they discussed animatedly. Only the 7 emperors heaven were frowning. Evidently, someone had found the sealing spirit formation. Merely, this sort of thing was very rarely seen in the 7 emperors heaven. Thus, they knew that it was definitely not done by the heavenly emperor of the 7 emperors heaven. Huh, old fish, do you have anything else to say? Sky Lord looked at Emperor Lis Ho and asked. Currently, there are only 30,000 barriers sealed. It's not the end yet, so it's hard to say. The old man with the fish basket on his back said indifferently. However, even though he said that, he was secretly angry. Hee, you're quite stubborn. Alright then, after this is over, let's see if there are 20,000 sealed barriers in the entire 7 Emperors sky. My sword has always been with me. If you can take it, it's yours. The Sky Lord smiled faintly. Someone chimed in, Lord Sky Lord, if you win, you will have the world fishing rod. The Li Shou Emperor's fishing rod can catch anything. When the time comes, you have to catch some fish for us to taste. Emperor Li Shou's under the heavens rod, all of them were extremely tempted. It was also the wager of this bet. You. The old man with the basket on his back looked at the person who had just spoken. He realized it was a champion from Champion University. He grunted coldly and remained silent. Ha! Many masters began to laugh, but on the side of the 7 emperors' heaven, the 7 great emperors' faces were ashen. Don't worry. This time, GFA will definitely not embarrass the 7 emperors' heavens. He can seal at least 10,000 enchantments. With so many heavenly emperors in the 7 emperors' heavens, we will definitely be able to complete the remaining 10,000 enchantments. Wushang family's little girl, Wushang Ying, she can seal at least 1,000. The 7 emperors chatted with each other. They were still very confident. In truth, they had made a lot of preparations for this sealing barrier. At that moment, in the world of true martial arts, many celestial emperors rose up and became famous. For example, Xian Yuan Jiao Tian from Jianghu Celestial Stage had sealed 10,000 barriers. Champion University wasn't weak either, a female great emperor was leading them, and they had also gained a lot. The leaders or captains of these small teams were all well-known figures among the titled heavenly emperors. They were all very powerful. Because of that, the world of true martial arts was in a chaotic world. Heroes were born in chaotic times. Strong cultivators rose up under great pressure. The world of true martial arts is the Great Eastern Demon King's territory. He doesn't interfere, and the demon army hasn't appeared either. The Great Eastern Demon King is as strong as the 7 emperors. We can't imagine what those strong cultivators are thinking. We're just small soldiers. Let's focus on sealing the enchantments. In the mountain range, on the grassland, many small teams were talking. They were high-spirited and full of mettle. They wanted to show off their skills on the most dazzling stage of the human world. Without a doubt, after sealing the enchantments, the entire human world would pay attention to them because they had contributed the most to the human world. They would be treated like heroes. The wind was blowing, and smoke was rolling in the air. At this moment, on top of a sand dune, a large number of figures were staring at a dilapidated ancient city in front of them. Their eyes were burning with passion. Demon-killing city, it was said that there were more than 10,000 sealing enchantments there. However, this city was difficult to attack, because the city lord, Great Demon King Baron Cloud, was a truly powerful demon, a great demon king who killed people like scything flax. His cultivation had already reached the level of Wushang. If an ordinary team dared to approach him, they would be annihilated. Only the teams would cooperate with each other. Great Demon King Baron Cloud, that's someone who even dares to not give face to the Great Eastern Demon King. He is the mortal enemy of humanity and loves to devour human flesh. He is also one of the great demon kings who is most in favor of killing their way into the human world. No wonder he guarded the sealing enchantments to the death. So he had always wanted to enter the human world. This place must be taken down. Many heavenly emperor powerhouses were discussing in the distance. Great Demon King Baron Cloud, get out here. At that moment, at the bottom of the ancient city, a dozen silhouettes appeared. They were all wearing black clothes and their chi was majestic and magnificent. It's the Black Eagle team. The leader is a diamond-level celestial emperor Fei Ying from Champion University. He's the dark horse of the sealed enchantments, said a celestial emperor looking at the group of strong cultivators. This time, many dark horse teams had appeared. They weren't very famous in the human world, but the number of sealed enchantments was unimaginable. Hee, brothers, do you see that? There are 3 legends in the human world, many celestial emperors are watching us. Today, we're famous. In front of the ancient city, a dozen silhouettes wearing black clothes were standing there. The leader of the group was a skinny man who smiled indifferently. He liked being called a dark horse very much. The other teammates also laughed proudly. To be able to become a dark horse, that was not something that anyone could do. Black Eagle team, do you want to attack the city? But I'm also very interested in the sealed enchantments here. At that moment, a large number of strong cultivators appeared. Their chi was monstrous. It was another powerful team. Alright, let's see who can seal them, said Celestial Emperor Fei Ying, smiling coldly. He was extremely confident. Boom boom boom. At the same time, the ancient city opened. Demonic clouds rippled and black flames covered the sky and covered the earth. They turned into a 100-meter-tall black fire giant. It was the great demon King Baron Cloud. Human, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Hiss. What surprised the crowd was that the great demon King Baron Cloud seemed to have known that they would come, so he had been waiting for them. It seemed like he wanted to eat human flesh. Evil spirit, hand over the ancient key of the city and I'll spare your life, shouted Celestial Emperor Fei Ying furiously. If they wanted to obtain the 10,000 sealed enchantments, they had to kill the great demon King Baron Cloud first and obtain the key because the sealed enchantments were hidden in another empty space. If you have the ability, come and take them. Fight! 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 The two sides clashed. In the ancient city, a large number of devil races also appeared. There was the ugly and short ground rat race that loved to devour human bones. There was also the three-eyed poison wolf race, and there was even the evil dragon snake race. This kind of devil race loved women. Women who fell into their hands would suffer a fate worse than death. Especially human women, they liked them even more. Chapter 1683. Small Team Alliance, 9 Celestial Emperors, do you want that piece of meat? Yes. In the distance, many people looked at a handsome man. The man was wearing a black cloak, and his long hair was casually scattered. He had a lazy emperor's aura. He was Xianyuan Jiutian. Xianyuan Jiutian's Yang Luo team was one of the most powerful teams in the true martial world. They had gathered a large number of heavenly emperor powerhouses. Moreover, they knew the locations of many sealing barriers. They were the team that everyone was determined to take first place. No need, those 10,000 sealed deployment barriers don't matter. As long as GFA and the Great Empress of Champion University don't move, we won't move either, because our real opponents are those two teams. The other teams are just trash. Besides, the real treasures are behind us, said Xianyuan Jiutian. He looked wise and heroic, like an ambitious and ruthless cultivator. The 9 Celestial Emperors are right. Yes. Some of the other Celestial Emperors were sitting, some were playing flutes, some were drinking, but they all nodded and agreed. Dragons didn't live with snakes, they wanted to compete against the two strongest teams. They didn't care about the other teams at all. Therefore, as long as they could defeat the two strongest teams, they would win. After all, they had to preserve their strength, they couldn't fight against anyone they wanted. But what was worth admiring was that their sealed deployment barriers were ranked first in the world of true martial cultivators. The most important thing was that the 10,000 sealed deployment barriers were just appetizers. As far as they knew, Great Demon King Huang Yun had more secrets. On the other side, over 100 people were gathered on the side of a mountain. They were enjoying their tea calmly. The leader of the group was a handsome young man in a white robe. He was GFA, a peerless genius from the G clan. The group he was leading was quite reputable in the true martial realm. There were over 100 experts in the group, and they were all top heaven emperors from the 7 emperors world. But his only opponent was the 9 Celestial Emperors. Let's not do anything for now. Even if the 10,000 seals were taken by others, they would still be divided. As long as the 9 Sky Emperors team doesn't get it, that's enough. GFA said calmly as he looked into the distance. His voice was calm and filled with indescribable confidence. Yes. Everyone nodded with pride on their faces because they represented the 7 emperors. GFA, why don't we work together? At this moment, someone sent out an invitation and walked down the mountainside. It was a small team from the 7 emperors' heaven. There were 10 people in the team, and all of them were diamond-level heavenly emperors. The leader was a woman with a hot figure and long red hair. Wu Xianxia, I'm not interested in working with your team. GFA took a sip of tea and replied calmly. The woman walked over and said with a frown, right now, our 7 emperors' heaven's mission is 20,000 barriers. Your team is the strongest. If you don't take action, how are we going to complete the mission? You're you, I'm me. Don't confuse me with you. Besides, I represent the 7 emperors' heaven. Your team is trash. What gives you the right to represent the 7 emperors' heaven? Besides, my opponents are the 9 celestial emperors' heaven and the strong team from Champion University. Therefore, if they don't attack, we won't attack either. Finally, piss off, said GFA icily. The woman pulled a long face. Piss off because of the supreme celestial emperors. If it were anyone else, we'd have beaten them up, said someone icily. You're going too far. Alright, if you don't want to work with me, I'll find other teams to work with. As long as they're from the 7 emperors' heaven, I'll join the alliance. I, Wu Xianxia, will become the strongest team of the 7 emperors' heaven, said the woman frowning. In the world of true martial arts, apart from my team, you think you can find stronger teams? Dream on, said GFA smiling disdainfully. He was still staring at the battlefield. He wanted to see what the 9 celestial emperors' heaven and the other strong teams were going to do. Were they waiting for the secret to appear? Boom boom boom. At that moment, in front of the ancient city, the battle was still ongoing. Staring at the battle, many people's blood boiled. This was the battlefield of martial artists, the heaven and earth battlefield. But sadly, under Great Fiend King Baron Cloud's attack, the Black Hawk squad was completely wiped out. Those heavenly emperor powerhouses all died. Even though dark horses could become famous, it also depended on their strength. They had risen quickly, but they could also fall quickly. The most important thing was that they had already fought so many battles. They weren't at their best, so they couldn't compete with Great Demon King Huang Yun. What a pity, the Black Eagle team had many strong cultivators, but Celestial Emperor Fei Ying made a wrong decision and his team was annihilated. But now that they're annihilated, many dark horses rose up. Look, that's Jiao Xiongdao's team. I've heard that they're affiliated with the 9 Celestial Emperors' Heaven. It seems like the 9 Celestial Emperors' Heaven gave them an order to come and fight. There's also a Black Horse team, Jian Yibu. Look, Jian Yibu is from Champion University, said Lin Feng, shaking his head. Many experts stared at the battlefield, feeling more and more excited. Apart from the famous teams, there were also dark horse-like small teams that appeared in an endless stream. It was clear that everyone wanted to swallow the meat of Great Demon King Huang Yun, and after swallowing him in one go, their names would definitely shake the entire world. They would only be below the 3 most powerful teams. At that moment, in the distance, a few people appeared and looked at the battlefield indifferently. How lively, said the leader of the group calmly. He was wearing a blue robe, his hair was tied behind his head. He was handsome and extraordinary. Leader, should we attack? Asked a short young man next to him smiling. The others also looked at the leader of the group. Even though the young man's cultivation level wasn't very high, those people looked at him in awe. There are many powerful celestial emperors watching from the surroundings. They haven't made a move yet. It seems to have formed a kind of pattern of heaven and earth. It should be those powerful teams clashing and competing in secret, the young man in the lead said indifferently. He took a sip of wine, and his eyes were filled with strong confidence. Who cares about them? I think we can't miss the sealed world of the ancient city, said the short young man. Indeed, there are 15,000 sealed worlds, we can't miss them, said the leader of the group, nodding. He turned around and looked at his teammates. His teammates smiled and said, "We'll listen to you." That small team was Lin Ling's team. As they moved forward, they sealed a large number of enchantments. Currently, Lin Ling had sealed more than 2,000 enchantments. If he sealed 2,000 enchantments by himself, it would be even more unimaginable if the others were included. Great Demon King Huang Yun isn't weak. It won't be easy to get the key from him, but we have an advantage. He's exhausted, said Lin Ling indifferently. Even so, the world of true martial has been going on for a long time. Most celestial emperors are exhausted. They haven't recovered their spiritual qi yet. Chapter 1684. Rushing into the battlefield, the once powerful Sky Emperor was now gradually weakening, because in the true martial realm, what was competing was not only strength, but also endurance and perseverance. Lin Ling agreed with Baiyun Tiandi's words. In fact, the strongest person in their team was already Lin Ling, because Lin Ling had never used the power of the sacred sea. When he encountered demons, he relied on his physical body to kill them. There are many demons around Great Demon King Barren Cloud, so to kill him, we must be careful of those demons. Lin Ling said again. Boss, you and the North Sea Sky Emperor go kill Great Demon King Barren Cloud, leave the other demons to us. 9 spirits of heaven patted his chest and said. Along the way, his cultivation had increased, and his strength could be considered the strongest Silver Sky Emperor, only below Lin Ling. That's right, Lin Ling, I'll support you. North Sea Sky Emperor also looked at Lin Ling. She was the strongest, but now she also admitted that Lin Ling was the strongest in the team. North Sea Sky Emperor, I didn't expect you to actually give in to a junior. Could it be that because you used too much spirit energy, you lost confidence? At this moment, a large number of figures walked over from afar. The leader was a woman wearing red armor. Her long hair was like waves, and her figure was extremely hot. Wu Xianxia. North Sea Sky Emperor obviously knew her. Then she explained to Lin Ling, Wuxiang is Xiandi's sister, and also the second strongest team in the 7 Emperors world. The 7 Emperors value them highly. When she was introducing, those Sky Emperor powerhouses had already walked over. The red-haired woman in the lead said indifferently, right now, the strongest team in the 7 Emperors world, GFA's team, they don't agree to join forces with us, so I need more teams to help me get those 10,000 enchantments. Your team doesn't seem to use much spirit energy, so how about we cooperate? After this matter is over, I'll give you 5,000 enchantments. If 5,000 is exchanged for merit points, it's a total of 50,000. You should be satisfied, and what you need to do is to stop those demons and let our team leader kill Great Demon King Barren Cloud. His words were like a reward, as if 5,000 enchantments were enough for Lin Ling's team to be pleasantly surprised. Hee hee. Hearing that, Lin Ling laughed. His laughter was filled with sarcasm. North Sea Sky Emperor, Baiyun Tiandi, and the others also laughed. 5,000 enchantments, did they think they didn't see it? This kind of smile made Wu Xianxia frown. What do you mean? Cooperate or not cooperate? First of all, 5,000 is just a small piece of meat for us. It's not enough to surprise us. Secondly, if we really want to cooperate, you take 5,000, and the remaining 10,000 will belong to us. Of course, the work you have to do will be much simpler, which is to stop those demons. Leave the Great Demon King to me. Lin Ling didn't want to waste time and went straight to the point. Wu Xianxia's team stared with their eyes wide open. Lin Ling was only a 6th layer saint, he actually boasted about taking 10,000 enchantments. Moreover, he wanted to kill Great Demon King Barren Cloud Demon. North Sea Sky Emperor, who is he? Can he represent you? Wu Xianxia wanted to laugh, but she couldn't. She looked at the North Sea Sky Emperor and the others and asked. In her impression, these Sky Emperor powerhouses were famous in the Seven Emperors world. How could they let a junior ride on their heads? How impudent. He's our team leader. The North Sea Sky Emperor and the others said in unison. What? Wu Xianxia and the others' faces changed, but they realized that the North Sea Sky Emperor and the others weren't joking. They even looked at Lin Ling with reverence. Wu Xianxia couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. She noticed that Lin Ling's handsome appearance and his blue robe gave off a mysterious feeling. But the truth was, his cultivation realm wasn't high. He was probably only a silver-layer heavenly emperor. However, Wu Xianxia didn't have the time to care about this secret. She said again, time is limited, so I'll agree to your conditions. But the condition is, whoever kills Great Demon King Baron Cloud Demon King will get the 10,000 enchantments. Good, alliance. Lin Ling raised his fist and bumped it with Wu Xianxia's. The two teams formed an alliance. At this moment, in front of the ancient city, the battle was earth-shattering. Many heavenly emperors felt their blood boiling. They couldn't wait to join the battle. Unfortunately, not many teams dared to join. Only the true dark horses dared to join. Look, there are more teams joining. The one leading them seems to be Wu Xianxia. In the Seven Emperors world, they're second only to GFA's team. But Wu Xianxia and the others have already fought a few battles. Maybe. It's hard to say. I hope that team can kill Great Demon King Baron Cloud, said the heavenly emperors around the ancient city indifferently. They had mixed feelings. At the same time, GFA laughed coldly. I'm the leader of the Seven Emperors team. This peerless hero has always wanted to challenge my position, so this time, he gathered a bunch of trash teams to seize the 10,000 barriers. Unfortunately, they're just a bunch of cannon fodder. At the same time, Xian Yuan Jiu Tian and a female great empress from Champion University were watching the battle. They didn't need to join the battle because their teams were all dark horses. They were fighting against Great Demon King Baron Cloud. Regarding Wu Xianxia's team, they didn't care. They only cared about GFA. As long as he didn't join the battle, they wouldn't join the battle either. Unfortunately, they didn't know that there was a dark horse in that small team. Moreover, it was a dark and dazzling horse. Delicious, delicious. Delicious. The ground, flames, icicles, wind, and other original strengths were rolling in the air. The demon cultivators were absorbing the dead celestial emperors. Die. Die. Wu Xianxing's team arrived and started attacking. They were moving towards Great Demon King Baron Cloud. That Master Wu Xianxia is really strong. Surprisingly, he's gathered a few teams. How strong! Xianyuan Jiuhun was also in the team, and he couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Ling shook his head and said, too reckless. You can't recover your spiritual qi. If you really want to kill, you should get close to the Great Demon King as quickly as possible. You shouldn't kill all the demons because we don't have enough spiritual qi. Alright. The North Sea Celestial Emperor and the others nodded. Lin Ling had led them to rise. He was really strong. More humans are coming. Little ones, kill them. Kill. A general of the devil race shouted. His soaring baleful aura caused the ground to crack. However, he was quickly stopped by Wu Xianxing's team. Everyone continued to move forward. They were getting closer and closer to the great devil king at the center. After a short time, 100 meters tall silhouette appeared in front of them. Black flames were roaring. When they got closer, Wu Xianxia and the others' expressions changed drastically. They realized that Great Demon King Baron Cloud was terrifyingly strong. He was probably as strong as Wu Sheng. Die. Die. Chapter 1685. A true dark horse, Wu Xianxia, you're here too. You can help us. A small team saw Wu Xianxia and shouted happily. 9 vicious blade, sword hero 1 step, work together to kill the great demon king. Wu Xianxia immediately replied. The teams led by the 2 sky emperors were all dark horses. Although they weren't strong, they had secret techniques that could preserve the power of the Saint Ocean, so Wu Xianxia didn't dare to underestimate them. Okay. The 2 teams nodded. In the current situation, if they didn't work together, they would all die here. King, another human has come to die. A demon shouted and stared coldly at Wu Xianxia's team. Is that so? Then let's die together. The tall dark flame giant sneered. He raised his fists high and then smashed them into the ground. Seeing Great Demon King Baron Cloud's actions, Lin Ling's expression changed. He shouted anxiously, "Retreat." With that, the 9 spirits of heaven and the others all retreated from the battlefield to kill other demons. Only the North Sea Sky Emperor was left there to join forces with Lin Ling. Lin Ling stomped the ground, causing it to crack. He hugged the North Sea Sky Emperor's waist and retreated frantically. At this point in the battle, many Sky Emperors' Saint Ocean power wasn't enough. Sometimes, they couldn't even use powerful martial arts. However, Lin Ling's body was strong, so it didn't affect his battle strength. Boom! Just as Lin Ling retreated, the ground erupted like a volcano. Black flames shot up into the sky. The Sky Emperors nearby were all touched by the flames and died. Wu Xing's power is so terrifying. The Sky Emperors watching from afar all gasped. This kind of battle wasn't something they could enter. Pooh! Powerful flames roared everywhere. Even Wu Xianxia was slightly injured and spat out blood. Looking around, 8 of her teammates had died. This great demon King Baron Cloud was indeed terrifying. Again. Great Demon King Baron Cloud was like a giant that wanted to kill everything. The remaining Dark Horse teams all became serious. They couldn't recover their spirit energy, but the enemy could. If this continued, it would be difficult for them to win. They might even be in danger. Join hands immediately. The 9 vicious sabers slashed out fiercely. It took a lot of Saint Sea power to finally cut off the black flame in front of him. 1 step. In the distance, a sword slashed out. With a single step, it cut through many black flames and landed on the ancient city in the distance, causing the walls of the ancient city to crack. This person was the 1-step swordsman. The strongest Dark Horse teams all made their moves. Similarly, Wu Xianxia also made his move. The situation was urgent. They had no choice but to cooperate. Otherwise, they would all die. It's getting more and more intense. I wonder if they can kill the Great Demon King. I'm afraid they won't be able to kill them. They're all going to die there. In fact, the situation was already very clear. The weak Dark Horse teams had all fallen, leaving behind the true Dark Horse teams. However, these teams were also in danger at this moment. Only the leader of each team was left behind to fight the Great Demon King, while the rest of the team went to fight the demons. If the leader couldn't win, then the battle would be over. What a powerful attack, but it's a pity that it's getting weaker and weaker. You guys can only become more and more useless, while I will always be stronger than you guys. The Black Flame Giant wasn't afraid of the leaders at all. He took a step forward, breaking the 9 vicious saber under his feet. Then, he fiercely punched out. This punch was meant to kill several team leaders, and one of them was a supreme hero. Melancholy Saber of Maple Snow. However, at this moment, 10 soul blades attacked. They were invisible and colorless, but the sky changed color. Even the leaders' faces changed drastically, and their souls shook. Rumble. The terrifying soul knife carried a fatal blow as it slammed into the Black Flame Giant. The Black Flame Giant was forced to retreat several steps, and its flaming rock body was actually split open. Soul power, there's a hidden expert with a powerful soul power. After retreating, the black flame giant let out a voice that shook the sky. Hearing that, Wu Xianxia, 9 vicious saber, 1-step swordsman, and the other leaders' faces changed drastically. They were hiding a heavenly emperor with a powerful soul power. At the same time, many people in the distance trembled violently. Countless eyes subconsciously looked behind them. There stood a cold blue-robed young man, who was pointing his sword at the great demon king. It's him. In that instant, countless people's hearts exploded. That young man was the first to injure the great demon king. Lin Ling. Far away, Xianyuan Jiutian's eyes stared at the young man on the battlefield. He didn't expect Lin Ling to have his own team. Moreover, he became a dark horse, the most dazzling dark horse. This guy's cultivation realm isn't strong, but his soul power is so terrifying. No wonder he can become the leader of the team. Wu Xiangying's face also became serious. Heroes were born in troubled times. Lin Ling was clearly a powerful dark horse born in troubled times. Take advantage of its injury and attack immediately. At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice drifted over. It was as if he had become the leader of all the dark horse teams. Go! Those heavenly emperor powerhouses naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity and attacked one after another. Damn it, damn it! Among your group, the most detestable one is that brat. If I didn't guess wrongly, the demonic lightning bat dragon king was killed by you, right? I heard that among the large number of human teams, there's an extremely terrifying team hidden. It's even more terrifying than those teams that surfaced. It should be you, right? Great Demon King Baron Cloud let out a furious voice, as if he knew many things. His words made many heavenly emperors' faces change drastically. Because Great Demon King Baron Cloud seemed to be very wary of the blue-robed youth, thinking that the blue-robed youth was the dark horse among dark horses. Yes, so what? In the distance, Lin Ling said with a cold smile, still fearless. Then, I'll kill you first. Your cultivation realm isn't high, so it's the easiest to kill. Great Demon King Baron Cloud gave up on the other teams and chased after Lin Ling. Alright, then let's see if you have the ability or not. Lin Ling took a large stride and ran in another direction. Where are you running to? Black Fire Devil Cloud Fist. Great Demon King Baron Cloud chased over with large strides, his fist smashing out fiercely at the same time. Black flames, demonic energy surged, causing the void to also explode. Uprooting the heavens. Lin Ling did not dare to underestimate the other party. Although the Great Demon King was also not at his prime, his strength was there for all to see. The current Lin Ling facing him was a bit difficult. Rumble. A sword slashed out, the power of 12 universes erupted. With Feng Lai, it actually clashed with the giant's fist in midair. What? Everyone's faces changed drastically. In their eyes, the giant's fist smashed out, and on the ground, the blue-robed youth resisted with his sword and was actually not at a disadvantage. This scene was shocking to the heart. Dark horse, a true dark horse. After all, at this time, a heavenly emperor who could still maintain his prime could simply be said to be non-existent. But Lin Ling was clearly maintaining his prime, that was how he could block that punch. This guy. Chapter 1686. The truly terrifying one was Lin Ling. He knew that Lin Ling's cultivation was too low. Even if his body was powerful, it would still be difficult for him to stop the Great Demon King. However, with a divine weapon, that might not be the case. His body is so powerful. At this moment, Great Demon King Baron Cloud was inwardly shocked. His fist seemed to have struck the sturdiest city wall and was actually unable to move it at all. This made him even more determined to kill Lin Ling, because Lin Ling was the most terrifying dark horse. If he did not die, then he would definitely be the leader of all the teams. Let's see how long you can block. Great Demon King Baron Cloud withdrew his fist and released an even more terrifying aura, wanting to kill Lin Ling again. However, Lin Ling only sneered. Naturally, he wouldn't be so stupid as to meet force with force. His feet moved and he flew away. Where do you think you're going? Great Demon King Baron Cloud immediately chased after him. His first priority was to kill Lin Ling. Seeing this scene, many heavenly emperors sucked in a breath of cold air. Today's battlefield was surging because of Lin Ling alone. However, it wasn't easy for Great Demon King Baron Cloud to kill Lin Ling, because the other Dark Horse leaders also took this opportunity to launch their fatal attacks. At the same time, Lin Ling also occasionally released his soul force. It was like a cold arrow that Great Demon King Baron Cloud couldn't defend against. As expected of a Great Demon King level expert. My soul force actually couldn't kill him in one blow unless I use 100 maple snow depressing blades. Lin Ling thought to himself as he retreated. The soul martial art he had comprehended in the dreamlike mountain was far more powerful than it appeared on the surface. It was capable of releasing 100 soul knives at once. That kind of power was hard to fathom. However, Lin Ling didn't plan to use it right now because he wanted to use it at the very end. 9 Vicious Blade. While the Great Demon King was blocking Lin Ling's soul force, a blade slashed down from the sky. It was one of the Dark Horse leaders, the 9 Vicious Blade. He exploded with all of his strength, wanting to kill the Great Demon King in one blow and take the key. Unfortunately, although the blade was powerful, it wasn't fatal. It only made the Great Demon King bloody, and his demonic blood rained down like rain. Damned ant! The Great Demon King angrily roared. The 9 Vicious Saber wasn't frightening, what was frightening was soul force. Because of the interference of soul force, he couldn't focus on blocking that fatal saber strike. Brat, die here. The Great Demon King hated Lin Ling more than anyone else. That was because Lin Ling was too cunning. He only hid in the distance and shot arrows from behind. He didn't fight force with force. Next. At this time, a powerful sword slashed down. The void was split apart like water ripples. This was Nirvana, a domineering sword. Rumble rumble. The Great Demon King's body trembled, and he was injured again. He spat out blood, and the black flames on his body dimmed significantly. It seems like the situation has changed after that young man joined the battle. He is indeed the biggest Dark Horse. Many celestial emperors were excited. This battle was too exciting. Countless Dark Horses had appeared, and finally, the King of the Dark Horses was born. Most importantly, the Dark Horse was only a 6th layer saint. This is a good chance. Die. Wu Xianxia seized the opportunity and attacked crazily. She wanted to kill the Great Demon King and take the key. Seeing Wu Xianxia attacking, many celestial emperors felt that the most crucial moment had arrived. They didn't know who would be the final winner. I'll kill him. In the distance, Xianyuan Jiutian said coldly. He was about to step out and fight for the final credit. No, celestial emperors of the 9 heavens, the real boss is at the back. If you attack now, you will be despised by the entire mortal world. Because you are taking advantage of the situation. A celestial emperor stopped him, causing Xianyuan Jiutian's expression to turn ugly. I just don't want Lin Ling to become the Dark Horse. He wants to rise, but I won't allow it. Don't worry, celestial emperors of the 9 heavens. Lin Ling's soul power is indeed powerful, but he can't kill with one blow. He's just doing someone else a favor. An older celestial emperor said with a smile. That's true. Xianyuan Jiutian pondered for a moment and nodded. Lin Ling could only do someone else a favor. He couldn't help but laugh. The Great Demon King is getting weaker and weaker. I wonder who can kill him. This is the best chance. Countless people stared at the battlefield and became excited. the critical moment had finally arrived. A large number of celestial emperors flew out, trying to fish in troubled waters and obtain rich battle credits. Despicable! The Dark Horse team shouted angrily. They had killed the great demon king, but many people were greedy for merit points. Hee hee, how despicable! Did you kill the great demon king? Since you didn't kill him, why are you talking nonsense? What does it have to do with me? Anyway, I'm going to take this 15,000 points barrier. Many of the celestial emperors who rushed to the battlefield sneered. As for the Dark Horse team, they were all gnashing their teeth. They were extremely unwilling and attacked even more crazily. Lin Ling is the real key to this battle. If it weren't for his soul power, the great demon king wouldn't have been injured. These guys are despicable. Baiyun Tiandi and the others were still resisting the demons. At this moment, they were all angrily shouting. The great demon king was about to die, but no one cared about Lin Ling. Wasn't this too much? I hope the North Sea Celestial Emperor can take action and successfully kill him and get the key. The unhindered Celestial Emperor could only hope for the North Sea Celestial Emperor because although Lin Ling's soul power was strong, it seemed that he couldn't deal a fatal blow. Kill! Nine Vicious Blade and the other Dark Horse team leaders gathered all their strength and prepared to fight to the death. They would not give the key to others. Rumble! In front of the ancient city, it was even more chaotic. The battle was even more intense than before. However, at this moment, no one remembered Lin Ling. No one thought that if it weren't for the blue-robed youth's harassment, they wouldn't have been able to do anything to the great demon king. Perhaps in many people's hearts, Lin Ling was the Dark Horse king. Unfortunately, he was just a dark horse that helped others. It was just that they thought that Lin Ling's soul power couldn't deal a fatal blow. However, they didn't know that Lin Ling's strength was not his soul power. My prey, can you all snatch it? At this time, a cold voice sounded. Demonic clouds rolled in the sky as if they wanted to cover the earth. No one knew when, but a blue figure suddenly appeared, looking down at the vast earth below. It's him? He actually didn't give up. However, he's definitely unwilling, so he wants to get the key. It's just that this action is equivalent to courting death. Ignore him. Many celestial emperor powerhouses sneered. Lin Ling could only harass the great demon king and couldn't kill him, so they didn't care at all. Swallow the mountains and rivers. However, when they didn't care, in the sky, a cold voice sounded like the voice of an emperor. An ancient god descended from the heavens, and a majestic fist ruthlessly smashed down on the black flame giant. Chapter 1687. The key was in his hands. Quick, we must kill the great demon king before he makes a move. More and more sky emperors sped up their pace, forming a baleful aura that shook the entire true martial world. They couldn't just watch Lin Ling obtain the key. However, just as they were about to attack, the heavily injured great demon king suddenly raised his head, and a surge of aura burst out. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Black flames once again rushed into the sky. The great demon king, who was at the end of his rope, seemed to have recovered to his peak state. Boom! A terrifying punch blasted towards the sky, wanting to break the dome of heaven. In the sky, the ancient god emperor's figure was instantly blown apart. This accident happened very quickly. The crowd was stunned. They seemed to be able to see that the great demon king had used all his strength before he died, and that was why he killed Lin Ling. This Lin Ling is so stupid. Doesn't he know that the great demon king's final attack is the most terrifying? He's too impatient. He wants to get the key, but he doesn't look at his own strength. In just a moment, many heavenly emperors laughed mockingly. Lin Ling had been working for them all this time. Previously, when he was harassing them with his soul power, it was the same now. Without the great demon king's final attack, anyone who got close to the great demon king would die. Now that the great demon king's aura had exploded, he should be weakened. Uprooting the heavens. However, in the sky, there was still an ancient god emperor's figure rushing down from the demonic clouds, delivering a fatal blow. Lin Ling. Still not dead? Everyone's pupils constricted. The great demon king was also shocked. Die! The great demon king roared. The others didn't need to die, but Lin Ling must be killed because Lin Ling was the ant he hated the most. Boom! A majestic punch rushed into the sky, and the falling figure exploded again, blood splattering everywhere. Dead! This time, he should be dead. The whole world seemed to be silent. Twice, Lin Ling had died twice. Everyone stopped and stared at the dark demonic clouds in the sky. Wind strike. However, right at this moment, the demonic cloud seemed to contain heavenly might. A venerable emperor roared angrily and slapped down with his palm, as if he was trying to slay a demon. Not dead yet? At this moment, many people's hearts exploded. The great demon king's eyes narrowed. He had killed Lin Ling twice before, but Lin Ling was still alive? Die! Another punch blasted the sky, and that figure was blasted apart. This time, the great demon king laughed coldly. How could he not die? Uprooting the heavens. However, it was as if the craziest voice in the world had sounded again. It was filled with a strong murderous intent and determination. The rolling demonic clouds in the sky quietly dispersed. Looking over, it was unknown when a dense crowd of figures had gathered there. Upon closer inspection, they were all Lin Ling. Moreover, at this moment, they were flying down like locusts. Their imposing manner caused the sky to change color. External incarnation technique. After killing one Lin Ling, there were still tens of millions of Lin Ling. One person turned into an army. Lin Ling seemed to be saying that the key to this barrier belonged to none other than Lin Ling. No god could stop it. Barren cloud great world. The great demon king was shocked. He gathered all his strength and formed a black volcano that soared into the sky. Boom! 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 The large number of figures that fell from the sky exploded at this moment. They couldn't stop the terrifying black flames, but there were still crazy figures that rushed down like fearless warriors. The whole world was silent. The celestial emperors of the three legends of the mortal world were staring at the battle ahead. At this moment, the battlefield belonged to Lin Ling, and the light belonged to Lin Ling. They didn't know how to attack. Boom! With the final explosion of flames, tens of thousands of figures fell. The world was silent, as if Lin Ling's desperate attack had not achieved its goal. Good, good, good. Anyone can kill the great demon king, but Lin Ling can't. Far away, Xianxia was extremely nervous before. At this moment, he finally couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This Lin Ling was too powerful. Even he had to admit that the other party was difficult to deal with. Is he dead? As for other places, the celestial emperors were muttering to themselves. Many of them were diamond-level powerhouses, but now they were all shocked by a silver-level celestial emperor. The key is mine. However, at this moment, the last figure descended from the sky. This person had long hair and a blue robe. He held a golden sword in his hand. He was like a god descending to the mortal world. This was the real Lin Ling. The previous ones were just avatars and cannon fodder. Everything was for this moment and for this sword. You're not dead yet. The great demon king raised his head. His eyes were filled with fear. In his eyes, there was a phoenix slashing down. The most dazzling sword in the world slashed down. It was as if there was nothing it could not slash. The pleasant cry of a phoenix spread throughout the world. The great demon king's tall body stood on the ground, motionless. As a gust of wind blew, his body was finally split from the center. It was as if a mountain was split into two from the middle. Boom! A deafening sound erupted. Blood rained down along with chunks of flesh. It was a shocking sight. Pa! In the midst of the blood rain, a figure floated down from the sky. He held an ancient sword in his hand and looked at the ground indifferently. At this moment, the figure was like a killing god, like a peerless sword god. He stretched out his left hand. A dazzling light quietly floated down from the sky like a fallen leaf. It finally landed in his palm and was grasped by him. "The key is mine." A soft voice floated out. It was filled with confidence. The entire battlefield was silent. Everyone stared at the young man in the blood rain. Their expressions were stiff. There were countless experts here. Brick Realm heavenly emperors were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. However, even they did not obtain the key. Instead, a 6th-layer Saint Realm Jr. stood out and snatched the key. Dark Horse, this was the real Dark Horse. This guy really did it. On the other side of the ancient city, Wuxia Xianxia covered her mouth with her hand. Her eyes were filled with shock. Lin Ling had said that she would stop the devils while Lin Ling would kill the great demon king. At that time, she did not care. Who would have thought that the young man she did not think highly of had done it? At the same time, Baiyun Tiandi and the others smiled happily. This was their captain. After the great demon king's death, the battlefield suddenly became very quiet. Everyone was still staring at the dazzling dark horse. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. "The key does not belong to you. Take it out." In the crowd, a man with long hair walked over. It was Jiao Xiongdao. At the same time, there was also a handsome man with a sword on his back. His face was filled with anger as he walked over step by step. "We fought so hard, but you reaped the benefits of the fishermen. The key is not yours." He was one of the leaders of the Dark Horse team, Jian Yibu. How could the two of them watch as Lin Ling snatched the key? However, in the face of their angry questioning, Lin Ling kept the key and smiled at the same time, but his eyes were extremely cold. Chapter 1688. Where is the gift? Get lost? Jiao Xiongdao and Yibu Jinxin trembled, not because they were afraid, but because they were furious. In the distance, the celestial emperors narrowed their eyes. Lin Ling wasn't the weakest among the celestial emperors, but he wasn't the strongest either. He was just a cultivator of the 6th layer of the Saint Realm. There was no need for them to fear him. Ha! Jiao Xiongdao was stunned for a moment, then he laughed loudly. "I know you are Lin Ling, the one who defeated Xianyuan Jiuyu, but do you think you are invincible in the heavenly emperor world? Let me tell you, Lin Ling, in this world, there is always someone better than you. You are a genius, but that does not mean others are mediocre. Others may be even more talented than you. Jiao Xiongdao, don't talk nonsense with him." Swordsman One Step also shouted coldly. He stared at Lin Ling and said, "Earlier, Jiao Xiong Saber and I both delivered a fatal blow and caused great damage to the Demon King. Therefore, you have to hand over the key. Hand it over. This Lin Ling is from the 7 Emperors world, he is shameless enough. Does he only know how to take advantage of others?" The crowd in the distance was also angry. Today was Lin Ling's stage, he had stolen their limelight, but how could they be willing to accept this? Facing the crowd's questioning, Lin Ling smiled. "You want the key? Sure, but you have to answer a few questions. First, before I came, did you injure the great demon king?" "No, but it is only a matter of time," Jiao Xiongdao said proudly. "Then you did not. Let me ask you again, if it were not for my soul power interfering with the great demon king, would you be able to injure him?" Lin Ling asked again. Jiao Xiongdao was silent because everyone could see that if it were not for Lin Ling's soul power, it would be very difficult for them to injure the great demon king. Third question, if the great demon king's goal was to kill me, would you be able to get close to him? Lin Ling said again, his aura overbearing. This one-step sword hero and 9 vicious blade were speechless. Before, Lin Ling had attracted the attention of the great demon king, which was why they were able to use their full strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to face the great demon king head-on. If you can't answer me again, then why do you still want the key? Lin Ling's voice was like thunder, shocking everyone so much that their ears hurt. No one could answer Lin Ling's question. One last question. The great demon king was injured, so why didn't you guys succeed in killing him? But I did. Lin Ling laughed disdainfully and questioned everyone. He had used up all of his clones to obtain the key, and these people wanted to snatch it away. Was there such a good thing in the world? The crowd was silent. The faces of the heavenly emperors were ugly, all unable to answer. Are you done? After remaining silent for a few seconds, Zhou Xiongdao's face turned red and green. Finally, he shouted furiously, I don't care how you explain it, it's all a lie. I've been practicing cultivation for 50 years and I'm lucky enough to be accepted by Champion University. I'm a celestial emperor. Today, I must take the key. Lin Ling, I advise you not to resist. You can't resist me. Indeed, I, one-step sword hero, have a great responsibility. I have to seal 10,000 enchantments, otherwise, what would my fellow disciples think of me? Would they still think that I'm the first genius? Lin Ling, don't try to quibble. The one-step swordsman also said coldly. Both of them were genius celestial emperors and had never been defeated before. How could they lose to Lin Ling today? Interesting, thought the crowd, smiling coldly. They could see that 9 vicious blade and one-step sword hero couldn't win against Lin Ling, so they wanted to snatch the key. The 3 strongest teams were also watching this scene coldly. Xianyuan Jiu Tian's eyes were filled with anticipation. Even GFA of the 7 Emperors world sneered, in the 7 Emperors world, our team is number 1. This Lin Ling actually wants to become a dark horse team without my permission. Who gave him the guts to do so? So, what do you want now? Asked Lin Ling to 9 vicious blade and one-step sword hero. Give me the key and you won't die. That's the last thing I'll do for you. Zhou Xiongdao slowly unsheathed his saber. The saber light soared to the sky and roared. Sword hero one-step also unsheathed his sword. The sword light was like water, giving people a dreamy feeling. Lin Ling, you also use a sword. Give me the key and maybe I'll teach you how to use the sword. The 2 of them were extremely confident. Of course, there was a reason for this. They were more powerful than Lin Ling. If it were not for the fact that they had consumed too much spiritual energy, they would have easily killed Lin Ling. Now, after Lin Ling defeated the great demon king, his spiritual energy had also been depleted. In other words, he was the same as them. Under the same conditions, they naturally had the upper hand. Many celestial emperors also saw this, so they dared to pressure Lin Ling. Okay, then I'll see where your gift is. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He stretched out his left hand and a fiery curtain exploded. Then, a ferocious roar came out. That aura made many celestial emperors' faces change. They felt a strong pressure. The fire was boiling and the dragon was roaring. Lin Ling seemed to be hiding something. Didn't he use up a lot of spiritual energy to kill the great demon king? All the celestial emperors frowned. Although their cultivation was higher than Lin Ling's, they were all exhausted. If Lin Ling was at his peak, they would have to avoid him. Ah! Roar! A furious roar shook the surroundings. Under countless gazes, a slender figure walked out from the towering flames. His face was indifferent, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. His left hand had turned into a flaming dragon claw, and the dragon claw was slightly clenched into a fist. Dragon claw! Roar! Zhou Xiongdao's face changed. He felt a strong pressure. This was the peak of Saint Rune martial arts. Where is the gift? Roar. Whoosh. At this moment, a fiery dragon roared in front of him. It brought with it a terrifying flame, causing Jiao Xiongdao to step back. His face was pale. After cultivating for 50 years, you still think you're a top genius? Roar. A disdainful voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. He had already arrived in front of Jiao Xiongdao. The ferocious fiery dragon claw ruthlessly swept out. The power of fire was extremely terrifying. You don't know what's good for you. Ha! Seeing this, Jiao Xiongdao knew that he could not avoid it. He released all of his power into his blade and fiercely slashed out. Unfortunately, his cultivation was stronger than Lin Ling's, but the power in his body was too little. On the other hand, Lin Ling was at his peak and even had a dragon claw. Rumble. The claw swept out like a giant dragon. Under countless gazes, Jiao Xiongdao's blade was crushed and his entire body exploded. Flames sprayed out. Dead. Chapter 1689. A bet. This is your gift? Under countless gazes, Lin Ling said coldly. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into the most violent and crazy fire dragon king. His eyes then fell on swordsman One Step. Please teach me the way of the sword. Dang. 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 Swordsman One Step's face turned ugly as he stepped back. Before, he was high and mighty and wanted to teach Lin Ling the way of the sword, but now that Lin Ling asked him for advice, he didn't dare to do so. Because his current strength was on par with Jiao Xiongdao. He thought it was enough to crush Lin Ling, but who knew that Lin Ling was still at his peak? Impossible. What did you use to kill the great demon king? Impossible, this is impossible. Dang. Swordsman One Step kept stepping back and shaking his head. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Physical strength. Dang. Lin Ling replied coldly. His body moved and pounced on Swordsman One Step, which made Swordsman One Step's face change. It was physical strength, which meant that Lin Ling was only using his full strength now. Wait. Dang. Swordsman One Step kept stepping back. Facing Lin Ling at his peak, he didn't dare to fight. Please teach me the way of the sword. Dang. Lin Ling didn't wait at all. These guys thought they were stronger than him, so they oppressed him. Now that they knew they were weaker than him, they wanted him to wait. How could there be such an easy thing? One step. Dang. Seeing Lin Ling getting closer, Swordsman One Step's face changed. The sword in his hand trembled, and the sound of the sword rang. He took a step forward and unsheathed his sword. Swordsman One Step, this showed how powerful his sword was. He only needed one step to kill the enemy. In his sword, the enemy couldn't escape even one step. This was a powerful genius from the King of Swords country of the Great Xianyuan region. Everyone in that ancient country was a sword cultivator, and he stood out from the many experts of that ancient country and became the strongest swordsman. Clang. Unfortunately, Swordsman One Step's sword was extremely weak. After clashing with the dragon claw, the sword was blocked. Flames spread and burned the sword. This is the way of the sword? Lin Ling stood in front of Swordsman Ibu with his dragon claw. Swordsman Ibu's face alternated between red and green. He was humiliated to the point of being speechless. Before, he thought that he was a reclusive genius. In the world of emperors, he could frighten anyone when it came to sword Dao. But now, Lin Ling was holding his sword and questioning his strength. You only dared to take my sword because I've exhausted too much of my spiritual qi. Ibu swordsman raised his head and said coldly. You're just relying on the fact that you've been cultivating longer than me. Lin Ling also said coldly. His words made Swordsman Ibu's face stiffen, unable to refute. If you have the ability, how about we fight in the mortal world? Swordsman One Step said again unwillingly. Let's see if you can live. Lin Ling sneered. His dragon claw suddenly exerted force, and flames erupted. With a clang, Swordsman One Step's sword shattered. His pupils shrank. Lin Ling destroyed his sword. His eyes just looked at Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's sneer deepened. He shouted angrily, "Dragon soars to the universe." Boom! Rumble! Scorching flames erupted, as if a dragon was roaring. Destructive, domineering, and crazy energy rose from the ground, drowning One Step Swordsman in it. Before he died, he didn't even leave behind a single word before he fell. In the distance, the heavenly emperors stared at the scene. Their hearts trembled. 2 Dark Horse teams fell just like that. It was too shocking. The Dark Horse squad didn't represent the strongest among the heavenly emperors, but it represented the strongest leadership, courage, and overall ability to see the bigger picture. And for the Dark Horse squad to be able to stand out, this showed how crazy they were. But now, the 2 craziest leaders of the Dark Horse squad had both perished there. The 2 leaders wanted to provoke Lin Ling, who had emerged as a new force to be reckoned with, but reality proved that Lin Ling was the king of the Dark Horses. The key is here, who dares to take it? In the silence, Lin Ling's arrogant voice drifted out. With the strength of a 6th-layer saint, he dared to provoke the 3 legendary heavenly emperors of the mortal world. If it was in the mortal world, it was simply impossible because Lin Ling's strength was not enough to laugh at the heavenly emperors. But the previous battle had proved everything, so no one dared to say anything. Lin Ling was too mysterious. Until now, no one was sure whether Lin Ling was still at his peak or not. The key was right in front of them, but no one dared to take it. What an arrogant guy! I finally understand why the North Sea Celestial Emperor and the other heavenly emperors submit to him. In the distance, Wu Xianxia breathed heavily, her full bosom bouncing like a rabbit. She had never thought that a rising junior would be able to make all the heavenly emperors not dare to face him. Let me kill him. In the distance, Xianyuan Jiutian coldly shouted. He could not watch Lin Ling rise. If Lin Ling's team wanted to become the #1 Dark Horse team, he naturally would not agree. Heavenly Emperor Jiutian, the big picture is more important. However, a heavenly emperor beside him stopped him. Currently, in the true martial world, there were very few heavenly emperors who could maintain their peak state, and Xianyuan Jiutian was one of them. When their team met the devil race, most of them were teammates. Obviously, the Jianghu Immortal platform was supporting him with all its strength. Even heavenly emperors who were stronger than him had to listen to his orders. Xianyuan Jiutian took a deep breath. Indeed, the big picture was more important. If he took action, it would be difficult to face the other 2 teams. If there is no one, then I will take the key. Under the countless gazes, Lin Ling turned around and left. I'm afraid this guy is going to rise in the world of heavenly emperors. Many heavenly emperors had complicated expressions, especially some elders. They seemed to have seen a dazzling star flying into the vast sky, and would definitely hang high in the sky in the future. Lin Ling, the king of the Dark Horse team, not bad, not bad. At this moment, the sound of clapping suddenly rang out. Many people looked over and found that it was Xianyuan Jiutian from the Jianghu Immortal platform. Many people could not help but think of the grudge between Xianyuan Jiutian and Lin Ling. Lin Ling had killed Xianyuan Jiutian's younger brother, Xianyuan Jiuyue. There will be a good show to watch. Many heavenly emperors sneered. They did not dare to face Lin Ling, but Xianyuan Jiutian definitely dared and had enough strength. Why? Do you want to take back your sword? Lin Ling stopped and looked into the distance indifferently. It's just a sword, my Xianyuan family can afford it. What I am interested in is that you, Lin Ling, are the king of the Dark Horse team. You are only slightly weaker than the 3 teams. Why don't we have a bet? Xianyuan Jiutian said with a faint smile. Bet? The crowd was surprised. Xianyuan Jiutian actually wanted to bet with Lin Ling? How would they bet? No matter how they looked at it, Lin Ling and Xianyuan Jiutian did not have a chance to bet. Okay, what do you want to bet? Lin Ling laughed. He also wanted to see what the other party was up to. Chapter 1690. A vicious bet. You can even bet on this? Currently, the three teams have the most ceiling barriers. This is a well-known fact. That's right. As far as I know, Xianyuan Jiutian's team has already sealed 30,000 of them. Xianyuan Jiutian alone has already sealed 10,000 of them. This is only the current situation. He will definitely seal more in the future. No one knows how many he will seal in the end. Unless Lin Ling is an idiot, he definitely won't bet. No one thought that this was a fair bet. Many people even thought that Lin Ling's entire team was no match for Xianyuan Jiutian. Alright, I'll bet. But what's the wager? However, just as everyone's thoughts rose, Lin Ling smiled and agreed. This guy is crazy. Many people were astonished. Lin Ling was courting death. Xianyuan Jiutian was also very surprised, but he nodded. I won't settle our grudges in public. So, the bet is that if you lose, you have to kowtow to this memorial tablet in front of everyone and repent for your mistakes. After he finished speaking, a memorial tablet appeared in his right hand. Upon closer inspection, it was the memorial tablet of his younger brother, Xianyuan Jiuyue. How ruthless, kowtowing in front of the memorial tablet in front of everyone. Does Xianyuan Jiutian want to treat Lin Ling as a slave or a servant? The crowd was in an uproar. Lin Ling was extremely surprised as well. After all, kowtowing to a memorial tablet was something done by family members. However, he and Xianyuan Jiuyue were not family members. If he kowtowed, other than being humiliated, it also meant that he, Lin Ling, was a slave, a servant, and even a sinner. Most importantly, he would have to kowtow in front of countless people. At that time, people would definitely laugh at him, Lin Ling. Do you dare? Of course, if you're afraid of losing, I'll give you a chance. I'll bet with your entire team to see who can seal more enchantments. Xianyuan Jiutian sneered, his eyes filled with a cold light. Fine, but if you lose, I want you to kneel in front of me and smash your brother's memorial tablet. Do you dare? However, in terms of ruthlessness, Lin Ling had seen all kinds of ruthless people in his life. If he wanted to play, he would play big. This. The crowd's eyes widened. Lin Ling's bet was also very ruthless. Thinking about it, if the 9 spirits of heaven lost, he would have to kneel in front of Lin Ling in front of countless people and destroy the memorial tablet. Would the Xianyuan family still have any face left? Xianyuan Jiutian's expression changed slightly. He did not expect Lin Ling's wager to be so fierce. However, he sneered and said, I agree. He would not lose at all, so what was there to be afraid of? Lin Ling, you're from the 7 Emperors' heaven. Who told you to steal the barrier? You should listen to my orders. A cold voice came from afar. It was GFA of the 7 Emperors' world. One had to know that he was the representative of the 7 Emperors' world. But now, Lin Ling was the representative of the 7 Emperors' world. How could he accept this? And who are you to order me around? Lin Ling frowned. He had never seen that person before. How dare you? GFA was startled and shouted angrily. He did not expect Lin Ling to refute him. Get out of here. Lin Ling did not know him at all, so he did not give him any face. Meanwhile, the Sky Emperor of the Unhindered Sky Emperor and the others smiled bitterly. Lin Ling had a strong personality. The more others bullied him, the stronger he would retaliate. However, GFA's background was not small. Putting aside his own identity, as far as they knew, GFA was the representative of the 7 Emperors' world. Good, good, good. I wanted to help you, but since you don't know what's good for you, I will watch you kowtow to the memorial tablet. GFA was so angry that he laughed. He also wanted to see how Lin Ling would lose. This GFA. Wu Xiangying and the other sky emperors of the Seven Emperors world had ugly expressions. In order to not lose face, GFA actually joined forces with Xianyuan Jiutian to suppress Lin Ling. This was too much. Lin Ling stared at GFA and felt that it was ridiculous. He did not provoke GFA, but since GFA was so arrogant, he would just play with him. He shouted, "Then, do you dare to bet? If I win, not only will I kowtow to apologize, I will also die. If you lose, you will kowtow to Xianyuan Jiutian and break the memorial tablet." GFA immediately became silent. He also had to kowtow to Xianyuan Jiutian and break the memorial tablet. One had to know that the deceased was the most important. Xianyuan Jiuyue was already dead, so breaking his memorial tablet was a humiliation to the Xianyuan family. "You don't dare?" Lin Ling walked forward and sneered. "Who are you and who am I? Do I have to bet with you?" GFA did not want to participate in the bet. "I am betting with my life, but you are talking with your identity. If you don't dare, just say it." As a Sky Emperor and the representative of the Seven Emperors world, you are so cowardly. You don't have to be the leader anymore. Lin Ling's mocking voice became louder, and many people nodded secretly. Indeed, Lin Ling was betting with his life, but GFA did not dare. If he did not dare to bet with his life, then he should have shut up obediently. GFA's face turned cold. He finally shouted, "Fine, I will bet. I will end your life with my own hands. You should go and break the memorial tablet." Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. He was fearless and arrogant, and he led the North Sea Celestial Emperor and the others into the ancient city. Arrogant. Many Sky Emperors stared at Lin Ling's back. They did not expect Lin Ling to be stronger than they thought. The more oppressed, the greater the rebound. This bet is interesting, but no matter how you look at it, Lin Ling can't win. However, many people were not optimistic about Lin Ling because Lin Ling's team had fewer people, and they did not know many sealed boundaries. At this moment, the ancient city was filled with the smell of blood. However, after the death of great demon King Huang Yun, the demons all fled, leaving behind an empty city. Wu Xiangying and the others caught up and looked at Lin Ling in surprise. They did not expect this guy to be so terrifying. He was fearless even in the face of the human realm's highest deacon palace. "Lin Ling, you should know that the Xianyuan family is a historical family with a long history. They know many secrets of heaven and earth, including the sealed boundaries of the Jianghu realm. You have a low chance of winning against him." Wu Xiangying stared at Lin Ling and said, "And as far as I know, he has sealed at least 10,000 boundaries. The most important thing is that he has done it alone." Hearing this, the North Sea Celestial Emperor and the others gasped. Their gains were not small, but they were much weaker than Xianyuan Jiutian. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Currently, he had only sealed 2,000 boundaries. It was indeed incomparable. And this is only the current situation. It is said that the three teams are playing a big game of chess. The game of chess appeared after the death of Great Demon King Baron Cloud. Also, I just heard that Great Demon King Baron Cloud's sealing barrier is not easy to obtain. It is very time-consuming. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled, "Thanks for the reminder. However, although the Xianyuan family knows many secrets of heaven and earth, I know more. It is not difficult to surpass him." Chapter 1691. Stopping Lin Ling, it seems like my warning was useless. Wu Xiangying couldn't help but shake her head. She thought that Lin Ling was just trying to show off. However, she quite liked Lin Ling's fearless temperament. At least in the Seven Emperors world, he was the only one who dared to challenge Xianyuan Jiutian. She smiled and said, "You and I have an agreement. Whoever kills the great devil king will get 10,000 enchantments. The remaining 5,000 will go to the other team. However, since you made a bet with them, I don't want the remaining 5,000 enchantments." Lin Ling's pupils shrank. Why was Wu Xianxia so forthright? "I'm not helping you. I just don't like them. Especially GFA. This guy only cares about his own glory. He doesn't care about the Seven Emperors' world. Therefore, I want you to win," Wu Xianxia explained. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and said, "In that case, I won't take advantage of you. I will draw a map and tell you the locations of the enchantments. Moreover, there are a lot of them. However, they are scattered. It will take more time to seal them. So, we don't owe each other anything. You know about those enchantments?" Wu Xianxia was surprised. "Not only do I know about them. I also know that there are more than 200,000 enchantments in the true martial world. However, only 100,000 enchantments can be sealed," Lin Ling said indifferently. His words made everyone's complexion change. They didn't know about this. Wu Xianxia looked at Lin Ling again. She suddenly discovered that this junior brother of hers was emitting a mysterious aura. She couldn't see through him. "North Sea Celestial Emperor, you guys come with me. Because of the bet, I will take all the enchantments and the key." Lin Ling looked at North Sea Celestial Emperor and the others and said. They nodded without any complaints because Lin Ling had killed the great devil king. Moreover, without Lin Ling, they could only seal 5 enchantments at most. Now, each of them had sealed more than 1,000 enchantments. It was enough. "Be careful." The White Cloud Heavenly Emperor, the Unhindered Heavenly Emperor, and the others urged. Lin Ling nodded. After drawing the map, he waved his hand and left. Xianyuan Jiutian was indeed very strong, and Lin Ling was no match for him at the moment. However, in the realm of true martial, Lin Ling didn't need to be afraid of him. Most importantly, he knew that Xianyuan Jiutian wanted to avenge his younger brother. Therefore, this enmity couldn't be resolved. It depended on who was stronger. And now, even if Xianyuan Jiutian let Lin Ling go, Lin Ling would not let him go. Firstly, Xianyuan Jiutian had almost killed him in the contest. Secondly, the Xianyuan family was the realm lord's enemy. Lin Ling definitely didn't have a good impression of Xianyuan Jiutian. In the realm of true force, there are a total of 200,000 teleportation arrays. If we seal 100,000 of them, the passage between the demon realm and the mortal realm will be sealed. However, it's not easy to find the sealed barrier in the ancient city. Lin Ling moved forward along the ancient city. The Eye of Time constantly appeared, looking for traces of the past. Of course, he was more looking for the realm lord's traces. In the dreamlike mountain, Lin Ling knew the location of all the sealed barriers. However, the barrier in the ancient city was the biggest one. That was why he came here. However, although he had the key, it was very difficult to find the void because the void was constantly changing. Therefore, even if he knew the location, it was only an approximate location. No wonder the 3 strongest teams didn't make a move. So that's how it is. Their real big chess piece should be the 8 Desolation 6 Directions demon that appeared after the death of Great Demon King Baron Cloud. That Great Demon King also has the key in his hand, but the barrier he controls is not in the void. Lin Ling recalled. One was the barrier on the surface, and the other was in the dark. Therefore, the 3 strongest teams would definitely look for the one on the surface. However, just because it was in the dark, it didn't mean that Lin Ling couldn't find it. Finally, in a remote corner of the ancient city, Lin Ling stood in front of an ancient stone sculpture. The stone sculpture depicted a demon with 3 heads and 6 arms. Its face was ferocious. Its appearance was like a fox and a wolf, and it had bat wings. It looked like a statue, but if one carefully looked at the stone sculpture, they would immediately be immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. Lin Ling sneered. He took out the key and gently touched the stone sculpture. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A deafening sound rang out. The stone sculpture shattered, revealing a black vortex. It was actually a void passage. Seeing this, Lin Ling didn't hesitate. He took a step forward. Suddenly, a terrifying demonic energy surged forth. It was as if countless hands were trying to tear Lin Ling apart. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. This void passage had such power? However, the current him could neither retreat nor advance. He could only resist this mysterious power. Ah! The demonic energy became stronger and stronger, causing Lin Ling's eyes to turn red. If it weren't for his powerful body, he would have already been torn to pieces. It was clear that this void passage prohibited humans from entering. As time passed, the black demonic energy unknowingly condensed into an illusory figure. It had bat wings and looked like a fox and a wolf. At this moment, it coldly stared at Lin Ling. I didn't think that Great Demon King Baron Cloud's key would be obtained by a junior like you. Unfortunately, the sealing enchantment inside is too important to be sealed by a human. Ah! The illusory figure could actually speak. It was clearly not an inanimate object. Get back! Ah! The illusory figure coldly shouted. In that instant, Lin Ling's entire body trembled. He immediately wanted to leave the void passage. That was too terrifying. The illusory figure's strength definitely surpassed his by far. But just as Lin Ling was about to leave, a thought flashed through his mind. He suddenly looked up. You are only a type of demonic energy. You are not a real person, so this should be a method of the demon race. Moreover, you should be very far away. Ah. Eh. Ha. The illusory figure hoarsely said, You doubt me? But even if you know, with my current strength, I can still kill you. Boom. Rumble. An even more powerful demonic energy surged, causing Lin Ling's body to crack like glass. But it was only cracks. Because Lin Ling's body was strong, it was also constantly recovering. This is only one of my methods, and you can't block it. How dare you boast so shamelessly? The illusory figure coldly laughed. Don't pretend. I admit that your demonic energy is terrifying. But because you are too far away, you can only control this much power. And this power obviously can't kill me. So, you are using words to make me leave. Lin Ling looked up. His eyes were red with a hint of madness. The illusory figure suddenly changed. There was shock in his eyes. Lin Ling's words were true. You can still use at least 10% of your strength. As long as I can withstand that 10%, I can enter the void passage. Lin Ling said again. His eyes seemed to be burning with flames. The madness in his eyes was even stronger. Faintly, he saw a familiar figure in the void passage. It was the Realm Lord. The Realm Lord had been here before. Ignorant junior. You don't even know who I am, and you dare to speak such arrogant words. The illusory figure was furious. Chapter 1692. How dare you? How do you know that? The silhouette was astonished. That was a secret of the demon region. Indeed, the true martial world was the territory of the Great Eastern Devil King. The Great Eastern Devil King maintained a silent attitude towards the human sealing of the barrier. However, the Great Western Devil King didn't think so. He didn't want the barrier to be sealed. Therefore, he secretly let the Western Devil clan infiltrate this place to protect the barrier. For example, the Great Eastern Devil King and the Demon Lightning Bat Dragon were all under his control. Not many demons knew about that. Only the Great Demon Kings knew about it. However, some humans knew about it. How could he not be surprised? I also know that in the past, when the world leader was still alive, you were defeated by him. You also promised the world leader that you would never touch humans. Because of that, the world leader spared your dog life. But you didn't keep your word. After the world leader died, you started attacking humans. Said Lin Ling, how do you know that? The silhouette was even more astonished. It was as if someone had touched his bottom line. Initially, I just wanted to drive you away, but now, no matter what, you have to die. Demon kings will never die. Demon. All the demon chi moved towards Lin Ling and turned into black lightning. It looked like a spider web which surrounded Lin Ling. Lin Ling was shaking even more violently. Even though it was just the strength of the silhouette, it was very difficult for him to resist. I will turn you into a demon, I will turn you into one of my people, I will make you submit to me forever. Your body, your family, your friends, and even your soul. Demon. A furious roar could be heard, causing the entire ancient city to tremble violently. Outside of the city, all the celestial emperors heard that. Their facial expressions changed drastically. Great Demon King Huang Yun's sealed world was a secret. It is recorded in the ancient books that Great Demon King Baron Cloud's hidden enchantments are actually the enchantments of a great demon. It is very difficult to obtain those enchantments. Over the years, the guardians of the keys have been killed by humans many times. However, when they entered the void channel, they died. Lin Ling has triggered a taboo. Demon. Said someone. It was the Empress of Suffering from Champion University. She represented the strongest team of Champion University. How does she know all this? No wonder the three strongest teams didn't make a move. It turns out that they were somewhat afraid of this taboo. It seems that the rumor is true. We were almost fooled before. Lin Ling was too greedy. For the sake of those 10,000 plus enchantments, he's about to die. After the group of heavenly emperor powerhouses froze for a moment, they all started laughing coldly. A dark horse was indeed formidable. But sadly, it could not be dark all the way until the end. Who killed Great Demon King Baron Cloud? At this very moment, the earth began to wriggle, and the earth was overturned. An ancient devil snake whose end couldn't be seen actually swam out. This was the 8 Desolation 6 Directions devil, and its strength was even more powerful than Great Demon King Baron Cloud. Moreover, it had a key on its body, and it was rumored that its key could open 20,000 enchantments. Moreover, it wasn't in the void, so it was even easier to obtain. Rumble. The earth exploded, and a large number of tentacles suddenly rushed out from the ground. Even the celestial the Arch, who was thousands of miles away, was caught off guard and bound by the tentacles. Then, his essence was absorbed. The earth is its world. All of you, fly. The group of heavenly emperor powerhouses shouted with solemn expressions. This 8 Desolation 6 Directions devil was too terrifying. The entire 10,000 miles of earth was its world. Not good, my sacred sea's power isn't enough to support me flying for too long. A heavenly emperor powerhouse said with a panicked look, his body starting to fall. But what welcomed him was the earth splitting open, revealing a huge mouth. The mouth was full of stinking teeth, as if it was a bottomless abyss. Ah! That heavenly emperor was swallowed alive. At this very moment, no one paid attention to Lin Ling anymore. Perhaps in their hearts, Lin Ling was already dead. Their gazes still landed more on the 8 Desolation 6 Directions devil. At this moment, in the ancient city, Lin Ling was enveloped by a black fiendish energy net. His entire body seemed to be splitting apart, and in front of him, a phantom floated, full of cold laughter. You might be the last disciple of one of the mortal world's 3 great legends. Otherwise, you wouldn't know so many secrets. But unfortunately, a proud son of heaven of your generation is going to fall here. From now on, you're going to become a devil. The phantom growled, making the black fiendish energy net wrap around Lin Ling. More and more, it spread from Lin Ling's feet, gradually reaching his chest, turning into a black cocoon. Boom! However, just as Lin Ling's head was about to be submerged, a terrifying white flame burned out. Hundreds of ghosts howled. The souls of the demons that had died in the ancient city all rushed over. As if they were under someone's control, they crazily devoured the black cocoon. Woo woo woo. There was the Yellow Spring song being sung. The power of the law of fire? You're the Yellow Spring Great Emperor? That phantom was surprised. Controlling thousands of ghosts, who could it be if not the Yellow Spring Great Emperor? Yellow Spring Flame, one of the 10 great divine flames of heaven and earth, the flame that controls thousands of ghosts. The phantom's voice became more and more solemn. He did not expect that this junior was hiding such a secret. After all, possessing the 10 great divine flames of heaven and earth, he would become an emperor of heaven and earth in the future. Moreover, among emperors, his strength was not weak. Boom! However, it was not over yet. The ancient god emperor came, and the domineering aura of a king tore the black cocoon, causing it to slowly crack open. The domineering aura of an ancient god, the inheritance left behind by a powerful emperor in human history. The phantom was even more surprised. How many secrets did this junior have? Good, 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 you have hidden the most powerful secret of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, your strength is too weak to use those secrets. Otherwise, I really can't devour you. Now, you'd better turn into a demon. The phantom sneered, and all the fiendish energy gathered, wanting to demonize Lin Ling. Moreover, it released all its power. Even if it was no longer guarding the void passage, it must devour Lin Ling, because Lin Ling's potential was too terrifying. Boom boom boom. The ancient god emperor and the Yellow Spring Flame crazily invaded the black cocoon. Unfortunately, although these forces were strong, they were in a state of awakening, and obviously could not resist the power of the great demon king of the demon region. Ha! Seeing this, the phantom sneered. The black fiendish energy continued to spread, passing through Lin Ling's neck, mouth, and nose, as if it was going to cover his head in the cocoon. At that moment, no one could save Lin Ling. However, just as the black fiendish energy touched Lin Ling's eyes, an ancient aura spread out. Lin Ling's closed eyes slowly opened, and the aura of a true master of heaven and earth erupted. How dare you? It was just a simple word, but it carried the unshakable majesty of heaven and earth, like a divine hymn, like the words of an emperor. It's you. The phantom let out a frightened voice, and under that sentence, its body exploded and turned into ashes. That one sentence, that one look, was terrifying. Chapter 1693. Sealing 10,000 barriers. Lin Ling frowned as he felt a sharp pain in his head. He was surprised to find that his cultivation had broken through to the 7th layer of the Saint Realm and his Dantian Saint C had become extremely powerful. Yellow Springs Flame. Yellow Springs Flame. At the same time, Lin Ling found that the Yellow Springs Flame was burning on his body. This time, his physical body was not afraid of the Yellow Springs Flame, which made him very happy. Although Lin Ling had been able to use the Yellow Springs Flame for a long time, it was only a small amount. This time, it was 10 times more powerful than before. It seems that under pressure, one's potential can be unleashed even more. However, how did I resist the Western Great Demon King's power? Lin Ling pondered and finally shook his head. He had no choice but to step into the void passage. The void passage was pitch black and a mysterious power was emitted all around, making Lin Ling feel as if he had entered water. As he continued forward, black spiderwebs appeared all around the void passage. This piqued Lin Ling's curiosity. He tugged at the spiderwebs and pulled them into his hand. Instantly, he discovered that these spiderwebs were extremely tough and had a dense demonic aura. Your Majesty, this is the Void Divine Spider's silk. Elder. At this time, Purple Elder's surprised voice sounded. Previously, the shadow's power was too great and he did not dare to appear because he knew that he would die. The Void Divine Spider's silk is produced by the Void Divine Spider. It is extremely tough and has the power of the void. It is one of the few demonic beasts that can live in the void. Most importantly, this spider's silk is one of the materials to forge the tyrannical song sword. Elder Z explained. Lin Ling was overjoyed and quickly collected all the spider webs around him. This kind of treasure could only be found by chance. Lin Ling did not expect to find it. Your Majesty, as long as you use the Yellow Springs flame, your fire martial Dao will have the power of the laws of heaven and earth. Elder Z said with a smile. The power of the laws of heaven and earth was above the Saint Rune martial Dao. If Lin Ling wanted to reach that level, he would have to comprehend the power of the laws of heaven and earth. However, there was another way, which was to have a powerful innate talent, such as a divine flame. Divine flame, represented its power. Plop. Lin Ling's heart pounded violently. The power of law. He actually possessed a wisp of the power of law. Moreover, when you broke through the demonic energy earlier, your fiend god overlord physique absorbed a large amount of energy. It seems that you aren't that far away from the 10th grade of the heaven realm. Elder Purple said again. As expected, one who survived a great disaster was bound to have good fortune later on. 10th grade heaven rank, only one grade away from god tier talent. And now, I'm one step closer to the heaven rank. Lin Ling's jaw dropped. Even though he had faced countless storms and waves and was used to being emotionless, he couldn't help but be ecstatic at this moment. This time, his strength had really increased greatly. As long as it was a Saint Realm expert, even if it was a gold-level Heavenly Emperor, he could obliterate them. Lin Ling and Violet Elder chatted as they walked. Not long after, the space in front of them suddenly became bigger. At a glance, countless ancient stone formations were situated there. There were a total of 15,000 enchantments. Hehe, the great demon king of the West hid the enchantments and didn't let humans seal them. I wouldn't have thought he'd help me. Looking at the stone formations, Lin Ling couldn't help but feel happy. This time, he had to win the bet. Besides, he had to obtain a large amount of points to exchange for the treasures he needed. Then, Lin Ling started sealing the enchantments. At the same time, in the Deacon's Palace of the Human World, the cultivators of the human world were staring at the map. Lights were flickering on the map, they were getting closer and closer to the 100,000 enchantments. But at that moment, lights started flashing in a certain place on the map. Slash. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at those lights, there were probably over 10,000 of them. Moreover, they were all gathered together. Clearly, someone had found the sealing spirit formation. It must be Xian Yuan Jiu Tian. The leader of the Sky King couldn't help but burst into laughter. Many people remained silent. Even they thought that Xian Yuan Jiu Tian had sealed the 10,000 enchantments. The leader of the Sky King looked at Champion University and the Seven Emperors World disdainfully. The two battle kings of Champion University pulled a long face, but then they looked at the Seven Emperors World and laughed. The Xian Yuan clan has sealed the big ones, and the rest belong to Champion University. So, the Seven Emperors World won't be able to do anything. Even though Champion University wasn't as strong as Jianghu, they were definitely stronger than the Seven Emperors World. What's the difference? Because you're not as strong as Jianghu, you're trying to gain face from the Seven Emperors World? Said a woman from the Seven Emperors World, smiling icily. The two battle kings of Champion University groaned icily, but they didn't say anything. After the result, they would trample on the Seven Emperors World. Those strong cultivators didn't care about who had sealed the most enchantments, they cared about which of the three mythological cultivators was stronger. Therefore, no one wanted to throw away their dignity. GFA must have sealed a lot of enchantments. I hope the Seven Emperors World can seal 20,000 enchantments. whispered one of the 7 Emperor's world's cultivators. At that moment, Lin Ling was still sealing enchantments like crazy. He looked at his talisman and smiled happily. Those were all cultivation resources. After a long time, all the enchantments in the sky lit up. They were dazzling. So far, Lin Ling had sealed 19,000 enchantments by himself. With the team's enchantments, he had sealed 30,000 enchantments. And that was just the current estimate because Zhong Motnd and the others were still sealing enchantments. It was possible that there were more than 30,000 enchantments. There's an empty space passage ahead? Lin Ling looked around. There was another passage leading to the depths of the world. Lin Ling thought for a few seconds and decided to follow it. The passage was quiet. He didn't know where the end was. After a long time, Lin Ling arrived at the end. A black ocean appeared in front of him. It was vast and boundless. Demonic clouds rolled in the sky. This empty space passage led to a sea somewhere in the true martial realm. Rumble. At that moment, a rumbling sound came from the front. A huge black tortoise was swimming in the sea. The tortoise was so big that it looked like a huge island. Surprisingly, there was a flag on the tortoise's shell with a few words embroidered on it: Demon Realm's 5 Great Emperors, Great Demon King of the East. Chi. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He had actually met one of the Demon Realm's 5 Great Emperors. Little friend, since you're here, why don't you drink a bowl of strong wine before you leave? At that moment, a smiling voice floated over. Lin Ling's heart trembled. He had been discovered. With his current strength, he would definitely die if he met an Emperor Realm Demon King. Good wine, good people, and good hometown. If you drink to your heart's content, this king will give you 50,000 enchantments. However, the voice floated over again, making Lin Ling's heart beat violently. He knew that there were 200,000 enchantments in the true martial realm. However, many of them were guarded by top powerhouses and couldn't be sealed. That was why the Deacon Palace of the mortal world said there were 100,000 enchantments. Now, the Demon Realm's Emperor wanted to give him 50,000 enchantments? Chapter 1694. Their auras collided. Alright. Without thinking too much, Lin Ling shot out from the void passage and floated towards the sea. He knew that if the Eastern Demon King wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have said so much. Therefore, he had nothing to fear. Moreover, he had a feeling that the Eastern Demon King had been waiting for him for a long time. You have guts. A laugh came from the sea, causing the clouds in the sky to split open. Pa! When Lin Ling stepped on the giant turtle shell, he realized that this place was like a city. There were all kinds of tall figures around him. Some were like crocodiles, some were like birds, and so on. At this moment, they were all looking at Lin Ling coldly. This was the first time Lin Ling had encountered such a powerful aura. Your Majesty, they are all at the level of Wu Sheng. Purple Elder's serious voice floated over. Anyone here could easily kill Lin Ling. Obviously, these demons were one of the oldest existences in the world. However, these demons only looked at Lin Ling and didn't say anything. Lin Ling even saw a 5-meter-tall scorpion demon looking at him with a smile, as if it knew Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling a little stunned. He continued to move forward, and soon, a pavilion appeared in front of him. A 10-meter-tall man was sitting there with a huge blade beside him. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked mighty and domineering. This is the Eastern Demon King. Lin Ling frowned. This was the first time he saw this terrifying demon. Only now did he know how great the pressure was. Hee, come, drink. The man waved his hand and picked up the wine bowl in his hand to drink. The wine bowl was more than 2 meters wide, like a small pond. Bang! At the same time, a demon carrying a wine bowl walked out and placed it not far in front of the man. Then, he signaled Lin Ling to sit down. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Was this drinking wine? The wine bowl was bigger than him. How could he drink it? Little friend, are you not going to give me the honor? The tall man laughed. Hee, to be able to drink with the great demon king of the East is this kid's lifetime fortune. How can this kid not give you face? At this time, Lin Ling couldn't retreat. He sat down in front of the great demon king of the East and lifted the wine bowl with one hand. However, just as he was about to lift the bowl, he discovered that it was very heavy. Not being able to drink when there's wine, that's not something a man would do. The surrounding demons laughed loudly, as if they were watching a good show. The wine was Thousand Devil wine. It looked like liquid, but it was extremely heavy. The wine bowl was made of devil ash stone, so it was extremely heavy. Without the power of 10 universes, it was impossible to lift it. Otherwise, there would be no need for the devils to carry the wine bowl out. Clearly, these devils were not only here to watch a good show, they also wanted to see if this legendary man lived up to his reputation. There's wine but I can't drink it. To me, that's like killing me. I just hope this wine is spicy enough. Lin Ling naturally understood the intentions of the surrounding demons. However, if they wanted him to lose face, then they would be disappointed. His small world was boiling as he raised the bowl of wine with his right hand and poured it into his mouth. This guy. The eyes of the surrounding demons widened. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so powerful. That's a real man. The great demon king of the East laughed loudly. He looked at Lin Ling as if he was looking at a junior with a hint of admiration. Of course, to him, Lin Ling was indeed a junior. Swoosh! The wine entered his throat, hot and impactful. However, after drinking it, Lin Ling felt comfortable all over. He couldn't wait to roar towards the sky. That's a real man's wine. At this moment, he dared to take his sword and slash it towards the 9 heavens. You don't look big, but you're so crazy when drinking wine. People who can drink are magnanimous and unruly. The great demon king of the East laughed. He could see that Lin Ling didn't use the power of the Saint Sea to refine the wine. Instead, he used his physical strength to speed up the refinement. As a result, although the wine disappeared quickly, the wine was stronger. Good wine, give me another bowl. After Lin Ling finished his bowl, he smashed it heavily on the ground, causing the hearts of the surrounding demons to tremble fiercely. This little guy was really forthright. Bring the wine. Come. The great demon king of the East waved his hand, and the two of them began to drink. Although it was the first time they met, they seemed to have known each other for a long time. Drinking like this seemed to date back thousands of years. I'm old, I can't compare with you juniors. Great demon king of the East, you're old but vigorous. With your words, I'll drink. The two of them let go of any shackles and drank to their heart's content. Lin Ling was the same. He felt that he had known the great demon king of the East for a long time. However, he was still curious as to what conditions the great demon king of the East would give him. Little friend, how about staying in the demon area and marrying my daughter? Finally, the great demon king of the East put down his bowl and looked at Lin Ling with a faint smile. The surrounding demons were all looking at Lin Ling with a hint of expectation in their eyes. Stay in the demon area. You're the master of the 5 forces. You can kill whoever you want and do whatever you want. The great demon king of the East said again, I missed it in the past. I'm not qualified to be a father. So today, I won't miss it again. Whether you're a human or a demon, you can do whatever you want. Lawlessness is the foundation of the demon race. Yes. That's right, little friend. Stay here. The other demons also opened their mouths. Lin Ling was a little surprised. He didn't expect this condition. He looked up at the great demon king of the east and said, "Do I have to marry my daughter to get the 50,000 barriers?" "Yes." "Yes, if you refuse, you'll die here." "Yes." The great demon king of the east stopped drinking and looked at Lin Ling coldly. "I refuse." "Yes." Lin Ling smiled and said boldly. He had a lot of things to do in the human world. How could he stay here? Boom! At this moment, the atmosphere above the giant tortoise instantly became heavy. Countless demons revealed murderous intent. The great demon king of the east was one of the 5 emperors of the demon world. No one could refuse him. "You want to die?" "Humph." The great demon king of the east's face became cold. A powerful demon aura surged out, causing the sky to change color. If it was any other time, his aura alone was enough to make Lin Ling surrender. But now, it seemed that he had drunk the strong wine of the demon area. Lin Ling's heart was only filled with a heroic spirit that wanted to soar into the sky. "Death can't threaten me." Humph. He stared at the great demon king of the east. A touch of lawless aura quietly awakened and gradually grew stronger. Boom! Boom! As if 2 emperors were colliding, a terrifying aura soared into the sky. It actually turned the clouds in the sky into waves and rushed out a vacuum area. The surrounding demons sucked in cold air. In their eyes, it was the collision of the aura of the strongest emperors in the world. The invisible domineering aura made them feel like prostrating themselves in worship. So scary. That kid actually has the aura of a king, and it's not weaker than the great demon king of the east. Bang! A demon sat down on the ground with a plop. In the whole world, there were very few who dared to collide with the aura of the great demon king of the east, and that young man was one of them. Shocking, extremely shocking scene. The giant and the human looked at each other, but they were evenly matched. Rumble. Chapter 1695. Li Xiaoyao, you're still as stubborn as before. After a long time, the great demon king of the east lightly sighed. That dreadful king's chi was also restrained. He lightly said, "You still haven't found yourself, but your king's chi is beginning to awaken. Slowly, you will be able to return to the past. In the past, you drank with me. At that time, you were very small, but you were also a newly risen king's chi. You didn't fear me and made a promise to me. Today, you're doing the same again. However, I regret my promise. I shouldn't have stopped you. Whether you're a human or a demon, doing whatever you want and being lawless is the way of survival in the world. I value the rules too much. All these years, the demon region's 5 great emperors have wanted to dip their fingers into the human world, but I refused. As long as the barrier is not broken, they will not be able to step into the human world. However, against the demon region's 4 great emperors, I won't be able to resist them for long." Hearing this, Lin Ling raised his head. As if it was the first time he met the Eastern Demon King, he lightly said, "Why?" He didn't understand. The Eastern Demon King was a member of the demon race. Why didn't he join forces with other demon kings to touch the human world? For my daughter, for me, all the hegemony of the world is fake. Only family is real. In the past, I missed my daughter, so I won't miss her again. After all, I'm only a father, not the Eastern Demon King. The Eastern Demon King picked up the wine and drank it boldly. Lin Ling's body trembled. In his eyes, this was a tall and mighty father. For his daughter, he shouldered everything. And his daughter was Xian Yuan Gu. In fact, you've more or less realized who you are. It's just that the news is too sudden and you haven't adapted yet. The Eastern Demon King looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling's face was dignified. He heavily nodded. After the trip to the ghost realm, he saw the past and present life. However, he couldn't see the past 100 lives. In addition to the trip to the demon area, he saw the young man at the dreamlike mountain and so on. Now, he actually felt it in his heart. It was just that things were too sudden. In fact, it was only after he had left Dreamlike Mountain that he had vaguely guessed what had happened. And that guess was that he, Lin Ling, was the reincarnation of the realm master of heaven and earth. Xian Yuan Gu, was his first love in his previous life. He didn't obtain the Eye of Time by luck. Instead, it was something he left behind before he reincarnated. Everything was for the sake of making a comeback. Unfortunately, guesses were just guesses. He had lost too many memories, so he still felt that it was too sudden. Li Xiaoyao, in your previous life, you were free and unfettered. Heaven and earth allowed you to do whatever you wanted. Unfortunately, you missed out on many things. In order to make up for the regrets of your previous life, you reincarnated and started cultivating again. Of course, I also heard that you fought against the strong cultivators of the outside world. In the end, you were betrayed by them and died. I don't know who the experts from the outside world are, but I can tell you this. Not to mention the experts from the outside world, even in this world, there are many people who want to kill you. So before you grow up, it's best that you don't reveal this secret. The great demon king of the East said lightly. Thank you. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he calmly replied. His gaze turned to the distance, as though he was looking down on the world. This place used to be his world. This is you, Li Xiaoyao. Staring at Lin Ling's domineering eyes, the great demon king of the East laughed. The former god of slaughter, the former emperor, the man who once dominated the world, seemed to be more and more familiar with him. In my previous life, because humans and demons couldn't walk together, I made a promise to break the rules of heaven and earth until I had the strength to do so. However, it was already too late when I came back. In this life, I will also break the rules. Whether humans or demons, I, Lin Ling, am lawless, and the rules will be created by me. Lin Ling stood up with the wine bowl in his hand. The moment I come back, no rules will be of any use to me. I will complete the predestined marriage and protect your daughter. After saying that, he crazily drank the wine in the bowl and then smashed it on the ground. And, this time, I won't let her wait too long. Good. Good. Men, take him to the 50,000 enchantments. The great demon king of the East also laughed. Compared to Lin Ling's tall body, Lin Ling was like an ant. However, in the eyes of the demons, both of them were indomitable emperors, the most ancient existences in heaven and earth. He wanted Lin Ling to stay, but he also knew that he couldn't keep this proud man. However, Lin Ling's promise was enough, because Lin Ling was a man of his words. Xian Yuan Gu, wait for me. Lin Ling deeply looked into the distance and strode forward. At present, he actually didn't recover his memories of the past, but he knew everything. Therefore, he, Lin Ling, wouldn't run away from the predestined marriage. He would fulfill his promise because he knew that when he recovered his memories, if he knew that he missed the girl from thousands of lives ago, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Perhaps he would enter the reincarnation cycle again to find her. He wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. When Lin Ling left, the girl looked at his back from afar and couldn't help but laugh. She didn't want to use the promise of thousands of lives to bind Lin Ling, so she would wait. Wait until the moment when Lin Ling willingly came to find her. She believed that when Lin Ling recovered his memories, he would come to find her. Li Xiaoyao, free and unfettered for a lifetime. The great demon king of the East also looked at the departing figure. Everything that happened in history appeared in his mind. When that man's name spread throughout the world, at that time, the ghost region was swept away by that man. No one was unconvinced. The 5 demon emperors of the demon region were all defeated. That man fought 1 against 5 and ruled the world. That shadow quietly merged with the youth in front of him. And when Lin Ling went to the seal, a large number of barriers in the true martial world were also sealed. Under the joint efforts of the Sky Kings, the 8 Desolation 6 Directions demon was finally annihilated. The 30,000 barriers he left behind were also divided among the 3 teams. Among them, the 9 spirits of heaven got the most. All of his barriers had reached 20,000. And in the following time, he wasn't willing to stay here. He led the team, frantically looking for the scattered barriers, and then sealed them. Finally, at a certain moment, after the efforts of the Sky Kings, the number of barriers in the entire true martial world reached 100,000. Moreover, it was the most in history. 120,000 barriers were sealed. This trip to the demon realm finally came to an end. Many people in the 3 mysteries of the human realm had received the news. They were quietly waiting for the heroes of the human realm. As for the 3 great myths of the human realm, they were also filled with anticipation. They wanted to see which myth would be the most dazzling hero of the human realm this time. Similarly, the Deacon Palace of the mortal realm was also quietly waiting for the result. The entire mortal realm was in an uproar at this moment. It could be said that it was the focus of attention. And in the true martial world, a large number of figures walked out. Their faces were tired, but their eyes were full of energy. Although this time they narrowly escaped death, their harvest was quite rich. If they exchanged the merit points, it would be enough to greatly improve their strength. Obviously, after this mission, a large number of experts with the title of CND would be born in the mortal realm. Chapter 1696. At that moment, the 10,000 Brilliance Mountain was a mountain range that represented endless radiance. It was the place where the heroes of the past generations of humanity awarded their glory. At this moment, a large number of people had already gathered at that sacred and majestic mountain range. The peak experts of the 3 profound of the human world were all quietly waiting there. At a glance, the entire mountain was filled with people. A large number of titled CND cultivators were also waiting there. They looked at the returning heavenly emperors with smiles on their faces. It was as if they were watching their juniors grow up. Obviously, they had also entered the world of true martial in the past, and they had the proudest moments. Of course, their gazes were more or less focused on the sky. They also knew that the highest authority of the human realm, the Executive Hall, was also paying attention to this place. There are 3 myths in the human world: Jianghu, the Celestial Stage, the 7 Great Emperors of the World, and Champion University. Which myth has the most sealed barriers? It must be the Jianghu Immortal platform. I heard that people from the Xian Yuan family were dispatched this time. That family is famous for creating miracles in the mortal world. 100 years ago, it was also the Xian Yuan family that sealed the most enchantments. They are the family that contributed the most to the mortal world. The 7 Emperors world is definitely the last. This 7 Emperors world has always been selfish. As long as it's related to the human race, they won't contribute anything. What nonsense are you talking about? Am I not telling the truth? You're from Xianpeng province, so you'll definitely side with yourselves. But that's the truth. You don't have to get angry out of humiliation. Die for me. While they were waiting, many experts began to fight. It was obvious that the other party had humiliated Xianpeng province, and the martial artists of Xianpeng province could not stand it. All of you, stop. The entire mortal world is paying attention to this. What are you doing? One of the titled CND shouted angrily, stopping the battle in the mountain range. The titled CND stared at some of the people and said coldly, "You people, apologize. If you don't, get the hell out of here." Those people were from Xianpeng province, subordinates of the new emperor. Among them were Lord Pu, Lord Shui Wu, and other experts. "We apologize." Lord Pu and the others frowned. "He's just telling the truth. Why are you interrupting? Your Xianpeng province is indeed the worst. This is the truth. Apologize, or get lost. Don't think that just because you're representing Xianpeng province, I won't dare to teach you a lesson. The expert titled Xian shouted angrily. Oh, since when did the Jianghu Immortal platform get involved in the affairs of our Xianpeng province? It was Lu Susu. The man with the title of Xian narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. Those juniors have no respect for their elders. It's fine if they're trash, but they don't allow others to talk about them. Is Xianpeng province so uneducated? Enough. We still haven't decided what to do with the barrier, and you, mortal fairy Xian don't have the right to decide everything. Also, don't think that we, the 7 Emperors Heaven, are easy to bully. If you want to fight, I will fight with you. Lu Susu shouted coldly. She was usually smooth and slick, but now she was angry. Immortal Emperor, Immortal Emperor, don't say too much. When the time comes to announce the results, some people and places will lose face. After all, everyone's eyes are as clear as snow. She was a titled Celestial Emperor as well. She was also a titled Celestial Emperor. That's true. The expert called Mortal Fairy Xian sneered. On the other side of Xianpeng province, everyone's faces were pale. The people of Xianyuan and Xianhuang Daiyu were too arrogant. Did they think that Xianpeng province was trash? Don't worry, the 7 Emperors Heaven won't embarrass Xianpeng province this time. Lu Susu comforted them. However, she didn't have much confidence in her heart, because this kind of backwardness had been around for thousands of years. More and more heavenly emperors are coming back. Someone shouted. Right at this time, someone shouted. It was only to see that far away in the horizon, a large number of powerhouses stepped on the clouds, arriving in a grandiose manner. They were shockingly those heavenly emperor powerhouses. The crowd was excited. Many people were excited. When would they become celestial emperors? The whole world would pay attention to them. The celestial emperors in the distance were divided into 3 groups. Xian Yuanjiu Tian was the leader of Yungu Celestial Emperor, Champion University was the leader of the Calamity Celestial Emperor, and GFA was the leader of the 7 Emperors Heaven. They were enjoying the attention of the crowd. At that moment, they looked at the crowd proudly. Welcome back, everybody, said an ancient voice in the sky. The crowd was astonished because that voice came from the deacon's palace. At this moment, in the highest hall of the human world, those major characters of the mortal world were all paying attention to the great earth as their eyes flashed with anticipation. As for the sky sovereign on the ancient charm immortal platform, he was filled with confidence. As for the 7 emperors of the 7 emperors world, they were all feeling somewhat nervous. At their level, what they cared about was reputation and contribution to the mortal world. Therefore, the 7 Emperors Heaven couldn't lose face this time. You've finished sealing 100,000 layers, and you've done more than anyone else in history. The entire human world is proud of you, but there's a difference between the top and the bottom. Therefore, this time, we'll see who's stronger and who's weaker. Let's see which of the 3 legends has sealed more layers. Give me your jade tokens, said the voice majestically. There was no first place in literature, no second place in cultivation. It was the same everywhere. There would always be competition. Because of competition, the celestial emperors would become stronger. First place, Yungu Celestial Emperor. Champion University, Champion University. The entire Wanhui Mountain was cheering. All the cultivators of the different regions were supporting their legends. The proud celestial emperors glanced at each other and walked out. A gigantic stone fell from the sky and landed on the ground. It was used to examine the sealed layers. Champion University's team, go, said the disaster celestial emperor indifferently. She didn't immediately go to examine the sealed layers because her team was the strongest. Alright, let's show everybody the glory of Champion University. Many people walked out from Champion University's team and took out their jade tokens. One after another, they put their jade tokens on the mysterious boundary testing stone. At that moment, the boundary testing stone dazzled. The gigantic stone appeared and sealed layers appeared. Champion University's team had sealed more than 10,000 layers. So far, they had sealed more than 120,000 layers, and they had sealed more than 10,000. It was a great achievement for the human world. How strong! Those sealed layers are protected by demons. They sealed more than 10,000 layers. They must have fought many battles. That's Xiaofeng, the Celestial Emperor. He's so handsome. He's my hero. Many peerless geniuses looked at the Celestial Emperors in admiration. Disaster Celestial Emperor, it's your team's turn, said a strong cultivator with the title Xian Di indifferently. He looked impatient. The entire Wanhui Mountain was silent. One of the three strongest teams of Champion University, how many layers had they sealed? Even the two great champions of Champion University were excited. They wanted to see the glory of Champion University. All right. Chapter 1697. The Seven Emperors' world had failed. Many people were staring at the gigantic stone. It was the Merit Stone. The Disaster Celestial Emperor's team had almost 20,000 talismans. 20,000, a team has sealed 20,000 deployment layers, and they only have 20 people. That's insane. As far as I know, ordinary Celestial Emperors can only seal 10 deployment layers in the world of true martial arts. But 20,000? It's unimaginable. That means that Champion University has 30,000 barriers, thought Lin Feng. Everybody was astonished because sealing deployment layers was very difficult. First, they had to find the right deployment layers. Second, they had to fight against the Demon Clan. Apart from incredible cultivators, who could do that? Champion University, Champion University. Disaster Celestial Emperor. After a few seconds of silence, everybody started cheering. Champion University had done their best for the human world. In the Deacon Palace, the cultivators of the human world were astonished. It was one of the battle kings of Champion University. He smiled indifferently and said, "I'm satisfied. Compared to 100 years ago, there are a few thousand more barriers." He sounded proud. The strong cultivators of the human world remained silent, especially the Seven Emperors' world. They all looked glum. They hadn't thought Champion University would do so well. Besides, Emperor Li Shou and the others saw that the champion looked at them disdainfully and mockingly. Bastard! Emperor Li Shou was furious. He could only hope that GFA from the Seven Emperors' world would win. At that moment, the crowd was still cheering. The Celestial Emperors of Champion University slowly left. They puffed out their chests and looked proud. At the same time, a strong cultivator with the title Xian Di looked at them approvingly and said, "We'll announce this to the entire human world. You've contributed to the human world, you're heroes." "Thank you, Master," said the Disaster Celestial Emperor, nodding on behalf of Champion University. He took a big step forwards and led the way. "Move away, trash, do you think it's fun to watch?" At that moment, in Xianpeng Province, the disciples of the Seven Emperors' world were astonished. But at that moment, the Disaster Celestial Emperor and the others walked towards them and shouted icily. Everyone's pupils constricted. These people called them trash. They pulled long faces. In the Wanhui Mountain, the three Xian cultivators of the human world had their own groups. The Seven Emperors of the world were in one mountain range, Champion University was in another, but Disaster Celestial Emperor and the others had come to humiliate them. The disciples of the Seven Emperors' heaven were unwilling to accept this. Among them, the Seven Emperors' heaven's four poisons of Eastern Mountain, Lai Qing, and the others were about to speak. "Shut up. He just returned from a great battle, expended his blood and sweat to seal the barrier, and contributed to humanity. He's a hero. Can't I say a word about you?" Before Lai Qing and the others could say anything, an old man with the title of Xian Di shouted from the distance. He was one of the hosts of the assessment. As soon as these words came out, the people of Xianpeng province all stared with their eyes wide open. Before they could even speak, the other party had already reprimanded them. Everyone looked at Lu Susu, hoping that these strong people would stand up for them. After all, the other party had already bullied them. Would it kill you to speak? He deserved this honor. If you don't accept it, then blame yourselves for not living up to expectations. But the old man also looked at Lu Susu and the others indifferently. Lu Susu and the others' eyes were ice cold, but they waved and said, "Let them pass. Go." What? The people of Xianpeng province ground their teeth, but they still made way. The people of Champion University smiled disdainfully and walked through the crowd in high spirits. I'm sorry, this isn't Xianhuang Daiyu's territory. Sorry to disturb you. Suddenly, the catastrophe Celestial Emperor was stupefied. She waved and left with the crowd. She had just realized that this wasn't Xianhuang Daiyu's territory. Furious. Everybody in Xianpeng province was furious. The catastrophe Celestial Emperor had done it on purpose. In the distance, the martial artists of the Xianhuang domain laughed. Although the three mysterious realms of the mortal realm were united, where there were people, there was bound to be competition. Therefore, the three mysterious realms often competed with each other in secret. At this moment, the Xianhuang domain had vented its anger and was showing off. The Seven Emperors' World, it's your turn. At this moment, someone spoke up, causing countless gazes to turn towards the team of the Seven Emperors' Heavens. Lu Susu, the Supreme Celestial Emperor, and even the disciples of Xianpeng Great Region and Seven Emperors' Heaven became nervous. If they wanted to reclaim Xianpeng Great Region's dignity, they would have to rely on these teams. The strongest team in the Seven Emperors' World was none other than GFA's team. First, the Seven Emperors' World's team would be the first to test the theory, followed by GFA's team. At this moment, GFA was brimming with confidence, as if he was the only savior in the Seven Emperors' World. I won't disappoint you. GFA and his group walked out. The people of Xianpeng province were extremely excited. Their cheers were like waves in the ocean. However, when they were trying to verify it, something shocking happened. All the teams in the Seven Emperors' World had sealed a total of 5,000 spirit barriers. GFA's team wasn't weak, but they had only sealed a little over 10,000 spirit barriers. The entire Seven Emperors' World had sealed a total of 19,000 spirit barriers. What? GFA's face turned ugly when he saw the results. His group had sealed more than 10,000 deployment layers. He thought that if the other groups were close to 10,000 deployment layers, they wouldn't lose face this time. But who would have thought that the other groups would only have 5,000 deployment layers? Won't disappoint you? What a sarcastic statement. I thought that the Seven Emperors' World would be very powerful this year. Who knew that they would be even worse than last year? They still didn't manage to seal 20,000 deployment layers. This is embarrassing. Countless people laughed when they saw the scene. Some of them even laughed until their stomachs hurt. It wasn't that easy to be the hero of the human realm. As for the martial artists of Xianpeng province, they all felt that they had lost face. At the same time, in the Deacon Palace of the human realm, laughter rose one after another. Old fish, if you lose again, you can give us your fishing rod. The Sky Lord stared at Emperor Li Shou and laughed. The Seven Emperors' faces were ashen, but they couldn't do anything. They were inferior, so they could only swallow their humiliation. Sky Lord, if you catch a fish with your fishing rod, you must treat us to a feast. Someone teased. Of course, of course. The Sky Lord smiled and nodded. An ancient divine sword appeared in his right hand. He slowly played with it. Sigh, I wanted to give this Godslayer sword to the 7 emperors. But even if I give it to you, you can't take it away. As soon as he said that, the entire Deacon Palace of the human realm burst into laughter. The 7 emperors were all silent. There was only one voice in their hearts. This GFA was disappointing. Trash, a bunch of trash. Chapter 1698. Who is the leader? Hearing that, those heavenly emperor powerhouses were all greatly enraged. GFA pushed the responsibility onto their heads. GFA, do you still have the face? In the realm of true martial, our team repeatedly asked for your help, but you refused to cooperate. This caused us to miss out on many barriers. Now, you're blaming us. That's right. If you represent the 7 emperors' heavens, you should help our teams and not yourself. You're not qualified to be the leader. Some older heavenly emperors said unwillingly. Bullshit. How could GFA take the blame? He shouted angrily, if you didn't listen to my orders, how could the 7 emperors' heavens lose face today? Lord Lu Susu, I think they should all be stripped of their heavenly emperor status because they're too selfish. Hearing this, all the heavenly emperors wanted to kill GFA. Such an irresponsible person had the nerve to be their leader. In the distance, the Xianyuan and Xianhuang Dayu cultivators laughed and watched the show. But at this moment, a large number of heavenly emperors walked over. The person in the lead was wearing a blue robe with his long hair tied behind his head. His aura was steady, giving people the feeling that he was a real heavenly emperor. Shut up. Before he arrived, an angry shout was heard. The crowd's eyes flickered. More heavenly emperors had come, and those heavenly emperors seemed to be from the 7 emperors' heavens. Suddenly, the ridicule on their faces became stronger. Lin Ling, it's Lin Ling. He's back. The cultivators of Xianpeng province were excited. They all knew Lin Ling. At the same time, the 7 emperors were also looking at Lin Ling and the others. One of the 7 emperors coldly snorted, embarrassing. It's fine if you lost, but you still want to fight among yourselves. That heavenly emperor is too bold. He should be stripped of his heavenly emperor status. Law Overlord, GFA is your heavenly emperor. He didn't complete the mission, so you're trying to absolve him? Also, that heavenly emperor is from my eastern mountain. You don't have the qualifications to strip him of his status. At this moment, Emperor Yu said indifferently. The man called Law Overlord had a cold expression on his face. I'm not trying to make excuses for GFA. It's just that the 7 emperors' world has already lost a lot of face. That newbie is spouting nonsense, and this will only invite more ridicule. Hearing that, Emperor Yu and Emperor Li Shou frowned. However, Emperor Li Shou said, let's see what he has to say. Then you can take your time to watch. I can't lose face like this. The Law Overlord coldly snorted. Right now, the 7 emperors' world was already at the bottom. Could it be that the new celestial emperor's arrival would change the situation? This was obviously impossible, and it would only lead to more jokes. At this moment, in the Wanhui Mountain, the team coming from afar was Lin Ling's team. GFA also looked at Lin Ling and laughed coldly in his heart. It was good that this fellow came, he could push the blame to him. He wanted to speak, but at this moment, Lin Ling shouted coldly from afar. He also saw that GFA had failed, but he wanted to push the blame to others. Such a despicable person made him very unhappy. You shut the fuck up. His voice was like thunder, majestically entering GFA's ears, causing him to be stunned. He hadn't even spoken and Lin Ling had already scolded him. And scolded him in front of everyone? Get lost. However, just as GFA was in disbelief, Lin Ling's angry voice floated over again. Ha! Seeing this scene, the crowd couldn't help but laugh. Just anyone dared to scold GFA, this GFA really didn't have the qualifications to be the leader. You. GFA didn't expect Lin Ling to be so daring. He pointed at Lin Ling and wanted to speak, but Lin Ling was faster than him and said, "As the leader, you should shoulder the responsibility. It's fine if you failed, you will succeed next time. But you, after losing, you put the blame on others. Weak, incompetent, and irresponsible. I really don't know which 7 emperors recommended you to be the leader. What a disgrace. You're courting death." GFA's veins suddenly appeared on his face. He shouted angrily, "What right do you have to talk about me? Even though I failed, I'm still better than you." As soon as he finished talking, Lin Ling's team stopped. A large number of people were standing at the foot of the mountain, looking at GFA mockingly. They all shouted at the same time, "Lin Ling is our leader. Is he qualified to be our leader?" Apart from the unhindered Heavenly Emperor and the others, there were also several teams led by Wu Xianxia. Their words caused the entire mountain range to fall silent. It's him, the dark horse of the world of Jianghu. In Champion University, celestial emperors from Yungu's celestial stage recognized Lin Ling. They hadn't thought that Lin Ling would become one of the top 3 teams. "I'm the leader of a team, the 7 emperors recommended me to be their leader, and you brought a few teams to oppose me. You think you're qualified to be our leader?" GFA was astonished and burst into laughter. What a joke. He's our leader. However, just as his words fell, all the celestial emperors of the 7 emperors' world shouted angrily, their voices shaking the heavens. They couldn't tolerate GFA anymore. Although they weren't familiar with Lin Ling, at least Lin Ling was speaking up for them. At least he was more responsible than GFA and had the domineering aura of a king. What? What? GFA's expression changed drastically. He was the leader of a team recommended by the 7 emperors. Even though Lin Ling wasn't, Lin Ling had the support of all the celestial emperors. Indeed, he's the leader of Xianpeng province. Yes. However, what surprised him was that apart from the celestial emperors, all the cultivators of Xianpeng province were shouting furiously. At that moment, it seemed like Lin Ling was the leader of Xianpeng province. One had to know that in the Blackpeng Great Region, Lin Ling had more prestige than any heavenly emperor. That territory was conquered by him. Who was the leader was clear at a glance. So what if the 7 emperors recommended us? Rules are meant to be broken. Our leader is Lin Ling. Everyone shouted angrily again, their auras were like mountains and seas, causing GFA's face to turn pale. He sat down on the ground with a plop, no one supported him now, he no longer had any prestige. Even the 7 emperors of the mortal world's highest deacon palace were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Ling's reputation to be so great. At this moment, Lin Ling swept his eyes over the crowd and saw many familiar faces. Lord Pu, Lord Water Mist, Venerable Sea Calming, the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain, Lai Qing, his friends, and even some unfamiliar martial artists. But they were all supporting him. This warmed his heart. Today, he couldn't embarrass Xianpeng province in the battle between the 3 mysterious realms of the mortal realm. Get lost. Get lost. Lin Ling looked at GFA and shouted coldly. Since he had agreed to be the leader, he wouldn't disappoint everyone. You. Humph. GFA's face twisted. However, he soon sneered, all right, then you'll be the leader. However, if Xianpeng province loses, then it's all on your head. Humph. Despicable. Humph. Many celestial emperors shouted angrily. GFA was obviously shirking his responsibility. All right, if you win, other than the bet between you and me, all the celestial emperors will slap you 3 times. This is what I, the leader, said. Lin Ling said and led his team to the Merit Stone. Chapter 1699. Lin Ling's team shocked the world. You can't win. Shouted GFA furiously, but he controlled himself. Lin Ling had dared take on this burden, so he wanted to see how Lin Ling would die. When the members of the Xianhuang Daoyu and the others saw Lin Ling and his team, they all smiled coldly. Lin Ling had become the leader, but what could he change? At the same time, in the Deacon Palace, the leaders of the human world were also excited. The leader of the sky smiled and said, "Emperor Yu, Emperor Li Shou, that's the new celestial great emperor from Dong Mountain, right? Not bad, he's very good at acting. He made us happy." Acting? Before, when Lin Ling had become the leader, they had thought it was a good show. The 7 emperors groaned coldly. The Fa Emperor said icily, "Emperor Yu, Emperor Li Shou, your celestial great emperors are too arrogant. They're fighting for the leader's position, what's wrong with that?" In his opinion, the 7 emperors of the world had already lost. Even if Lin Ling was the leader, so what? It was just a joke. Emperor Yu and Emperor Li Shou sighed. They didn't understand what Lin Ling wanted to do. Sealing enchantments are for the sake of the entire human race, not for fighting or anything. However, I have seen before that those who have more sealing enchantments are highly respected, while those who have fewer sealing enchantments are ridiculed instead. Could it be that in the Jianghu world, those heavenly emperors who have fewer sealing enchantments are not working hard? Don't they fight? Don't they work hard? Lin Ling did not verify it in front of the skill evaluation stone. Instead, he looked at the people around him and said. The crowd remained silent. They hadn't thought that Lin Ling would say something like that. Many people's eyes twinkled. Actually, Lin Ling wasn't wrong, the celestial great emperors worked hard for the sake of the human world. If they had fewer deployment spells, did they have to be mocked and humiliated? Are you done talking shit? At that moment, the old man with the title Celestial Emperor from Champion University shouted furiously. Am I wrong? Champion University has more barriers, so they can humiliate other people and treat them like trash, isn't that the truth? Lin Ling was fearless as he looked straight at the old man. In his heart, there were many ordinary humans who wanted to live a peaceful life. As a powerhouse, if he could help them, then he would naturally do so. But compared to this, it was too utilitarian. Therefore, Lin Ling was dissatisfied, and that was why he said those words. He had helped many people since he came to this world, but he had never mentioned it. That was because he had sincerely helped them, and he had not helped them for the sake of fame and wealth or to trample on others. I didn't say it was trash. You said it. But what you said is true. If the sealing enchantment can't be compared to others, the contribution to humanity naturally can't be compared to others. Being scolded by others is nothing. The old man's voice was cold and gloomy. Many martial artists from Xianpeng province clenched their fists. They were unwilling to accept this. They were unwilling. The celestial emperors of the 7 emperors' heaven also gritted their teeth, feeling even more unresigned. Hadn't they done their best? They had even watched their friends get killed by demons, and they had only done that to seal an enchantment. But because they hadn't sealed an enchantment, they had to be scolded? At that moment, all the celestial emperors looked at Lin Ling. They were touched. Lin Ling was speaking for them, he was really their leader. If you're not as strong as others, then you're trash, said the celestial emperor of calamity in the distance, smiling indifferently. Don't be so full of yourself. Besides, if you're too arrogant, you'll end up slapping your own face. Said Lin Ling icily. He just thought it was unfair, but those people were making fun of him. Trash, indeed, should be scolded. Trash. Said the old man icily. He shouted furiously, now, shut the hell up. If you want to prove yourself, then prove yourself. If you don't want to prove yourself, then piss off. We're not from the 7 emperors' heaven, why would we listen to your bullshit? Indeed, if you're not strong enough, then shut the hell up. Even if you're scolded, you have to brace yourself. In Champion University, in the ancient celestial stage, many ancient cultivators were also shouting furiously. They weren't as strong as others and they were blaming others. Lin Ling nodded. He didn't refute them. He looked at the celestial emperors behind him and saw that their eyes were bloodshot. Many of them were injured and looked exhausted, but nobody sympathized with them, they were just scolding them. "Prove yourself," Lin Ling said softly and stepped back. His team members walked towards the ancient stone one by one. They were all silent, but their hands were tightly clenched into fists. They wanted to reclaim the dignity of their teammates and win glory for the Xianpeng region. "How many enchantments do you think their team has?" "There should be a few hundred." "No matter what, Lin Ling is the number one dark horse. It's possible that he sealed 2,000. If it reaches 2,000, then the 7 Emperors' heavens will have sealed 20,000 of them. That's more than the last time." Many people looked at Lin Ling's team disdainfully. In the Deacon Palace, the strongest cultivators of the human world were smiling indifferently. They were staring at Lin Ling's team as if they were monkeys playing with monkeys. The 7 Emperors' heaven had sealed 10,000 enchantments, they needed a few more to reach 20,000. But they didn't think that Lin Ling's team would be able to do that, because everybody had seen that apart from GFA's team, the 7 Emperors' heaven had only sealed 5,000 enchantments. Therefore, they guessed that Lin Ling's team had to be close to 2,000 enchantments. The 7 Emperors' heaven's team couldn't have more than 20,000 enchantments. Everybody was staring at the ancient stone. The celestial emperors and peerless heroes touched the stone with their talismans. At that moment, terrifying lights dashed to the skies. 1,000. 2,000. 5,000. 10,000. In the end, 20,000 enchantments. Boom! In the entire Wanhui mountain, the hearts of countless people exploded. They stared at the ancient stone, deeply afraid that their eyes would go blind. None of them had thought that Lin Ling's team had sealed 20,000 enchantments. How terrifying, how terrifying. It meant that Lin Ling's team had sealed more enchantments than GFA's team. It also meant that the 7 Emperors' Heaven's team had sealed 40,000 enchantments. They had surpassed Champion University. What? In the Deacon Palace, the leader of the sky was stupefied. The 7 Emperors' jaws were wide open. In fact, Lin Ling's team had surpassed the 7 Emperors' Heaven's team. Astonishment. The strong cultivators of the human world were astonished because they knew what 20,000 enchantments meant. In the history of the 7 Emperors' Heaven, no team had ever sealed 20,000 enchantments. Lin Ling's team had created a new record. The god-killing sword is mine. At that moment, Emperor Li Shou stood up excitedly. It was as if he had seen the pride of Xianpeng province. We won. Emperor Yu and the other 7 emperors also stood up. Their faces were filled with excitement. Their voices caused the entire executive palace of the human realm to become deathly silent.